Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Snake and Lion and Eagle and Badger. Dear students, my name is Phileas Flitwick. The short Flitwick stood behind the desk with a smile on his face. Even though he was stepping on a stool, only half of his head was exposed. He was a little bit excited, but at the same time shy. Behind the desk where the students couldn't see, he used his left hand. The toes of the feet kept kicking the heel of the right foot, and Mag, who was passing by the door, shook his head with a suppressed smile. Because Professor Sykes has some personal affairs to deal with, Professor Dumbledore invited me to be your substitute teacher for charms in the last few days of this semester. Actually, I just graduated from Hogwarts not long ago, and I'm about the same age as you. I hope that in this short teacher-student relationship, I can meet your requirements for acquiring knowledge. Flitwick's tone was humble and smiling. Although this was only his first class, he quickly gained the favor of many students. Everyone was already familiar with this senior. When Levi was still a student, he communicated with this warm and friendly senior, and the students in the lower grades and other schools knew more about him from the first round of the Triwizard Tournament. His powerful strength to battle with decency really made everyone look forward to him. Seeing that Flitwick quickly entered the teaching rhythm, McGonagall left satisfied. As a good friend from the student days, she had a million confidences in Flitwick's magic level, and the only thing she worried about was his very different figure from ordinary people. Whether it will cause ridicule from the students, but so far, it seems that this has not happened at all. On the contrary, he has grown into a world-renowned dueling master with such a unique appearance. This story makes the students respect him even more. 2 days after the final, the students who were affected by the attack in Salem broke out of coma and weakness one after another. Their young bodies and souls quickly restored them to the same health as before. The strange thing is that those who were in a coma lasted longer. Of the students feel more refreshed. Some of them always have a hazy dream at night, but when they wake up the next morning, the vague memory of the dream will be like a cloud caught in their hands, generally disappear without a trace. Dumbledore gave the school half a week off, leaving the students plenty of rest and recovery time. Nelson really felt the changes in the attitudes of the students towards him. When he was walking in the corridor, the students coming towards him would always turn sideways and stand by the wall to let him pass first. There were eyes focused on him. In fact, Nelson was used to this feeling when he lived in Ermengarde, but he did not expect that just a few days after the peaceful campus life, he would fall into this kind of walking again. A restless life in the spotlight. In their eyes is not only the gratitude when they learn the truth, but also the fear of the unknown. They are afraid that Alexander's iron fist will swing at them in the next second, even though this is almost impossible, even though the person they wwere afraid of the last second, Zanke, saved himself. Fortunately, those friends who were already acquainted with Nelson did not alienate him because of this. On the contrary, they often made fun of it, especially Alfred. Sexual words poked into the hearts of the students with weird expressions around them, which had a good effect. At least after a few days, Nelson felt that the gazes staring at him were much less, and he became a lot more normal. Compared with previous years, this year's Academy Cup scores have undergone considerable changes. Although the rankings of Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor have not changed much, on the day everyone woke up, everyone have seen Slytherin's house hourglass reveal its empty base. Slytherin scored 0 this year. Fortunately, because of the Triwizard Tournament, the Quidditch Cup was not held this year, otherwise the gap would be even wider. Just when everyone was curious about Slytherin's scores, at the breakfast banquet celebrating the recovery of the students, Sloane bent down towards the long Slytherin table in front of the whole school, apologized loudly, and blamed himself for the deduction of points. The students were all stunned by the news. Even Dumbledore's announcement that Flitwick would be the substitute teacher for charms didn't draw their attention away from the big news of Slytherin got a 0 egg. Professor Aghorn said with a sad expression, "I'm sorry, students, your efforts this year have been in vain amid my ridiculous scolding. Slytherin is a house that values honor. I'm sorry because of my absurdity. Mistakes have dishonored everyone's honor. Everyone in Slytherin saw that the usually vain Dean showed such an expression at this moment, and their mood became complicated. Alfred lowered his head and said in a voice that everyone could hear, "It's me, it's embarrassing for the academy if I can live up to the professor's expectations when he handed me the ball that protects sanity. If I can be faster, not only will everyone not be in a coma for so long, the academy will not deduct points." Seeing that the long table of Slytherin was about to start a review meeting, Dumbledore, who appeared at the right time, broke the sad atmosphere just right. "Students, there is still nearly a month before the holiday, and now is not the time to cry." The little snakes pursed their lips and raised their proud heads one by one. "Yeah, anyway, it's enough to be higher than Gryffindor in the end." On the side of the Gryffindor long table, the partners were full of encouraging jokes. "Don't worry, we will take advantage of the time at the end of the term to dig another one. Secret way, this way you can deduct another points." The sad atmosphere in the dining room was immediately diluted. Nelson gave Tom a push. Tom staggered away from the long table and said, "Professor, we still have time." "Yes, Professor, we still have time. We've had so many Academy Cups, it's good to add a little challenge. We'll make room when we answer questions in class." This was Dwight's voice, and he walked out of the long Ravenclaw table and came to Tom. "There is no Quidditch Cup this year. You take up so much. If it's still cheaper, then I'll laugh at you for a whole year next year." "You don't need to let me." Tom raised his head, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Slytherin is just dignified in class. Your provocation has broken the seal, and you will be able to see Slytherin's learning level in the next month. Come on." Dwight stepped forward and patted Tom on the shoulder, followed by Hufflepuff's prefect Amber. The big girl who looked like Hufflepuff himself just asked Tom Slater whether Lynn needed help. Tom thanked her for her enthusiasm, but declined her help. "Wait, Dwight," Alfred whispered next to Dwight. "What do you mean there is no Quidditch Cup so Slytherin takes advantage? Do I still need to say it?" Dwight shrugged, showing an expression of knowing everything, and said with a smirk, "Just your big team. What are you talking about? Watch out, I hit you on the head with a club." "Come on, Mr. Narrator." Alfred feigned anger and punched Dwight in the chest. The two looked at each other and smiled, and squeezed out of the crowd with their shoulders crossed. More and more students from other colleges gathered around. Everyone's faces were full of exhaustion after serious injuries, and also full of joy after the disaster. But at this moment, these emotions related to themselves were more replaced by caring for friends. Even the teachers and students of Bogsbuttons and Durmstrang who have not yet left were moved by the scene at this moment, and they also felt a little homesick. Standing on the edge of the crowd, Dumbledore couldn't help but smile, which was the most precious quality of Hogwarts students in his heart. "Do you want to sing the school song?" Dumbledore suddenly shouted. He pulled out his wand and pointed at the top of his head. The gold-plated school song lyrics slowly emerged in the center of the dome. Without him even starting, the auditorium suddenly echoed with singing sounds of different tunes. Even the cool-looking Tom couldn't hide his emotion and started singing loudly. He stood on tiptoe and looked around the crowd and found Nelson surrounded by the crowd singing. Nelson sang the school anthem this time. "Thoughts are free." Tom curled his lips in disappointment. He couldn't make such a bad tune. Then he hummed an old tune that fit perfectly with the words of the school anthem, and in the corner of the Great Hall, Slytherin's face flashed in an empty frame, and Tom's voice was accurately conveyed in 100 different tunes into his ears. Slytherin looked at the banner of the four courts hanging from the dome and hummed along. Time came to Flitwick's first charms class, which was taught by Slytherin and Gryffindor. Flitwick casually picked up a fat little boy in the front row and glanced at he asked the name on the cover of his textbook. "Mr. Moody, can you walk me through what Professor Sykes taught in the last class?" "Sorry, Professor Flitwick, I won't." Moody stood up and said frankly, "I'm sorry, I've forgotten." Depressed laughter came from the back row of the classroom, and Moody put his hands behind his back, sternly warning the roommates who stuffed himself in the front row. Flitwick rubbed his hands behind the podium and said awkwardly, "It's okay, no one has a photographic memory, so in the process of learning, we should review frequently. You sit down. Then, can you tell me the answer to this question?" Flitwick pointed to another girl across the aisle from Moody. The girl who was pointed stood up, First looked at Moody with a strange expression, then turned to Flitwick and replied, "Professor, we learned the enlargement curse and its counter curse last class. One should learn its application in crops." "Very good." After letting the girls sit down, Flitwick nodded, took out a small pumpkin from under the table, and placed it in front of him, and said, "Students, please turn the book to page 423, and let us follow the instructions mentioned in the textbook." Case together Professor Moody, who didn't know anything before, raised his hand again. He bit the bullet, and said with a heroic expression on his face, "You haven't gained any points yet." "Ah, what?" Flitwick was a little dazed. He had been working on the lesson plans for 2 days, and even declined Newt's invitation to see the Sphinx. Of course, he carefully studied the Sphinx when he was in school. The professor's extra points rule. Is it even worth extra points for this kind of question now? Professor, don't listen to his nonsense. The girl who answered the question shook her head and said, "This is not a question at all. Forget it, Professor." Moody blushed. He didn't know how to make up the next sentence. Fortunately, his bad friend didn't completely abandon him. An explanation came from the back of the classroom. "Professor Flitwick, Professor Sykes did not give any points for asking questions before, which made none of us like to answer questions. Is that so?" Flitwick suddenly showed a fairy smile. He was also there that day, the person with bold words and high ambitions and the encouragement of the 3 courtyards. He immediately figured out what these upright little lions wanted to do, so he nodded and said, "Okay, Slytherin, add 3 points. If you want more scores, you have to answer questions that are more in line with the teaching progress in the subsequent courses." Flitwick clearly saw that the backs of the students in the audience straightened up a lot, and his mood returned to the days when he was a student fighting for the Academy Cup. He followed Professor Sykes every day and asked questions about himself. Minerva, whose arm was broken by a bludger, wanted to chase the snitch. Similar scenes happened in one classroom after another. Looking at the emeralds in the Slytherin hourglass that were growing rapidly despite being far from the penultimate one, Dumbledore felt like he had eaten a meal. Lemon dessert feast is even more delightful. "Minerva, you don't have to do this." After the transformation class in the afternoon, Nelson and Tom followed McGonagall into her office. He said sincerely, "This is unfair to the students of the other 3 schools." "What are you talking about?" McGonagall said with widened eyes. "I have always added and deducted points fairly and openly. Also, call me Professor McGonagall." "Well, I'm just a little moved." Nelson scratched his head. "I really didn't expect the students to be so. He was a little short of words, but in exchange for this thank you, Mag stared at him. "There are more things you can't think of. By the way, Minerva," Tom said, "didn't you want me and Nelson to help you with something? He's going to London this weekend. If you're free, you can just get it done. Call me Professor McGonagall." McGonagall tapped the heads of the 2 with a hand out. "Are you going to receive the award? Aren't you going?" "I promised Kant that I would have another duel with him." Tom shook his head. "They are leaving soon." "Well, Nelson is enough," McGonagall said helplessly, "but our route has to be changed, and we haven't finished fighting Diagon Alley yet." Chapter 327 Highland Hero Village. Have you ever had that kind of experience? That is, knowing that there will be no result, but still desperately going through it? On the muddy country road in Hogsmeade, McGonagall and Nelson were wearing rain boots and each carrying a long-handled umbrella, one behind the other, walking and chatting like 2 neighbors coming home from school together. Just experienced a moderate rain, and there were still drops of water dripping from the umbrellas of the 2 of them. This kind of annoying rain is really common in this season. Nelson swung the heavy rain in his hands like a sword. The black umbrella, the water droplets condensed on the umbrella surface were thrown everywhere by him, and a few drops even landed on Mag's face. But Mag didn't seem to feel it at all, frowning, walking with his head down. "Me." Nelson heard the worry in her tone, and deliberately imitated Alfred's tone and joked, "Professor McGonagall, are you discussing puppy love with your students? I'm just a child." "Nelson, you don't usually call me a professor, but now you're very happy to call me a professor." Mag turned around and stared at Nelson behind her, with a shy and angry expression on her face, wishing she could kick this annoying bastard into a puddle, but she was surprised to find that since when This guy who turned a hedgehog into a steel ball, the junior who is very strenuous, is already taller than her. Minerva, I don't think this kind of thing can be judged by other people's actions. At least you have to go back and see for yourself. Nelson shook his head. Isn't that why you asked me to come this time? Yeah. Mag's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. I haven't seen him for at least 3 or 4 years. I still feel that I left him because I didn't know the way. I don't know how I thought, in my plan, I will return to magic and slowly forget him in time. But so many things have happened recently, but I'm more and more trapped in the shackles of past memories in my busy schedule, and I can't extricate myself. No more. I want to find him. I want to see how he is doing. I want to. Okay. Mag stopped the chatterbox suddenly, and Nelson Hunt stretched out his hand and caught a drop of rain falling from the sky. This was the first drop of new rain. But I'm afraid, McGonagall sighed, turned her head and continued walking, and said, you have lived in the Muggle world for a long time. I think you can help me as a staff officer. Maybe. Nelson raised his head, feeling the touch of tiny raindrops hitting his face. A new rain came again. He looked at Mag, who was about to put up his umbrella, and said softly, Minerva, maybe today you should live like a Muggle girl. What? In the rain? Nelson raised his hands, inserted his fingers into the ends of his hair, grabbed the soft hair hanging on his forehead, and stroked them back casually. Untie your hair, run and jump like a little girl in the country. Now you don't look like your Minerva, but like Minerva's grandma. Mag didn't look back, just waved his fist, and then untied the knot of the small bun on the top of his head. The smooth black hair fell down like a waterfall in an instant. Mag, who was in his 20s, stood in the rain and looked like my 16-year-old self. I'm a little confused. How did you manage to gather so much hair into such a small bun? To be honest, your original hairstyle looks really thin. You should still call me Professor McGonagall. McGonagall waved her hand angrily and walked towards Hogsmeade Village. Why do you always tie up your hair? Nelson caught up to McGonagall and asked curiously, if you want me to say, you look much better than the usual Professor McGonagall in school gone. Are you calling me ugly? McGonagall rolled his eyes at him and said, you also said that it looks like Professor McGonagall. When Principal Dumpert left inexplicably, Dumbledore inexplicably became headmaster. The position of Professor of Transfiguration has somehow been vacated, and Dumbledore has somehow invited me to be the teacher. But how do I know what a Professor of Transfiguration should look like? I can't grow a beard and wear a purple suit, right? Question mark? That doesn't look like a professor at all. Haha. Nelson laughed. You mean, when Professor Dumbledore first came to the orphanage to find me and Tom, he looked like a nonchalant stock salesman. That's right. McGonagall nodded. I'm going back to be a professor just a few days after graduating from Hogwarts. I can't adapt to the change of status, let alone face the students with dignity. With all due respect, I think you've done a pretty good job, Nelson said. The teaching level is no worse than that of Dumbledore. Actually, this is also related to him, McGonagall said. Doug, have I told you his story? I heard that Phileas once mentioned this matter to me and wanted me to give you advice, but he didn't seem to expect that you came to me by yourself. Nelson nodded. I heard that you had a boyfriend before who was a Muggle, wasn't he? The day before we left him, we met in the field he had just plowed. It was the same day as today. It had just rained, and the ground was as slippery as a road now. When he came to me, Doug was caught by the field ridge. He stumbled and almost fell into the mud, but he didn't care that his favorite pair of pants was stained with dirt. Instead he knelt down in front of me. Mag narrowed his eyes, eyelashes like diamonds crystal clear. He proposed to me. Oh. Nelson didn't know what to say. He was shocked. Have you proposed? Merlin's wife. I thought it was just a couple breaking up. Yes, he proposed. McGonagall shook her head. I didn't think of it either. And I promised him. Wow. Nelson raised his eyebrows. Can you tell me? If you can. Of course. In fact, during the time when I first met you, the relationship between me and Doug has already begun to grow wildly. McGonagall quickened her pace so that Nelson could not see her face, but her tone was as usual. I go home every holiday. He lives not far from my house. He is a farmer's child. Oh, he's still a landlord. Nelson repeated like a joke. I remember you said that the wand can't decide the fate of two people. Are you talking about him? It wasn't at the time, but this sentence can also be applied to the two of us. McGonagall continued talking about her first love. I didn't expect to fall in love with him at that time. What I lamented was only my parents, the fate of them. They love each other, but in the end it turns out to hurt each other. Mag pulled out the silver cross from his collar, held it in his hand and gently rubbed it. My mother is a witch, but my father is a priest. My mother didn't tell my father who she was until after I showed up. The slight sentence "I'm actually a witch" made my father fall into a lifetime of pain. He is an upright and frank person, but because of the provisions of the Secrecy Act and the love of not wanting our mother and daughter to live in gossip, he has hidden the rest of his life in an armor made of lies. McGonagall held the cross in his hand tightly. He never showed his pain, but as a daughter, I can always feel it. This makes me full of fear about the love with wizards and muggles, because the tragedy happened at my side. At the nearest place, you may be interested in meeting my parents, and then you can feel their pain. Nelson nodded silently and said, but in the end you still followed the mother's old path. That's right. Doug and I fell in love during the vacation from Hogwarts. McGonagall's brisk voice was full of bitterness. Now that I think about it, wizards are really a disaster for Muggles. Symbol. We will only bring misfortune to them. I think you should ask Newt about this kind of thing. He has a Muggle friend who has been in love with a witch before. Nelson said. The law is nothing but a piece of paper, and what could be as beautiful as Romeo and Juliet? It's so young. I have a question for you, Nelson. McGonagall glanced at the impassioned and eloquent Nelson and asked, have you seen Romeo and Juliet? No, but I know it's a love story, Nelson said cheekily, scratching his head. It's mainly because I can't understand Shakespeare's English. It looks like you don't know that they both died in the end. McGonagall shook her head and walked into the clothing store in Hogsmeade Village. Come on, let's take the Flu network from here. Have you connected the Flu network to your home? Nelson followed, greeted the shopkeeper, and grabbed a handful of Flu powder. Of course not. McGonagall shook his head. Let's go to the wizard village in the Scottish grasslands, and from there to my house. Don't make a mistake. After that, she sprinkled the Flu powder in her hand into the fireplace, and the green firelight illuminated the whole shop. She said loudly, Highland Hero Village. Good name. After Max stepped into the fireplace, Nelson also sprinkled Flu powder and stepped in. Highland Hero Village. Another. Oh, it's a wizard. A lazy yawn came into Nelson's ears. I wish you enjoy every day in the grassland, sir. Just a reminder, the people here are not very friendly. I hope this will not affect your mood on the journey. Thank you, Shelby, for coming with me to Nelson. Nelson, who climbed out of the fireplace, found himself in a cabin, whose inner walls were blackened by smoke. The smoke in the room was thicker than the smog in London. Some couldn't bear it, and couldn't help coughing. Mag stretched out his hand from the smoke, grabbed Nelson's sleeve, and pulled him outside the house. Where are we going? Nelson followed McGonagall out of the cabin, and found that McGonagall had changed into a white pleated dress that Muggle girls used to wear at some point. She tugged at Nelson's sleeve, looking anxious. Is it time to rush? What car? No, didn't you tell me? Today I will live like a Muggle girl. McGonagall pursed her lips and said, I'm afraid that, if I stay here for a long time, I won't be able to resist beating people with magic. What? Before Nelson could get a response from Mag, he quickly felt the unique style of this Highland Hero Village. He looked around and saw that this dilapidated village was full of sloppy wizards sitting on the sidewalk wasting their time, and could vaguely hear them talking about Muggles. Grindelwald. Three Powers topics like the tournament seemed to be talking about what happened in Second Salem not long ago. The dilapidation of the village is exactly the same as that of Hangleton. Under normal circumstances, when a wizard village is next to a Muggle village, the dilapidated one is often full of wizards. Of course, the Highland Hero Village also has its own special features. Its surroundings there are no other villages at all, as if a place that has been rejected by the world. Nelson followed Mag quickly to the outside of the village, as if he wanted to escape from this decaying place. Hey, Mudblood, you're back. Before he ran out of the village, a fat wizard reeking of alcohol stopped him on the street corner, grinning maliciously. You came back too fast, little boy. Bastard, we are going to hang your muggle daddy tomorrow and sell it on the black market. With his yellow teeth showing, he looked worse than the worst tramp on the streets of London, and the wizards and witches who chatted with him on the street applauded. Mag didn't speak, her cheeks bulged, and she could clearly see the gnashing of teeth, while the hand holding Nelson curled up unconsciously, and the nails pierced deeply into his arm. I found out what we have in common, which is that our neighbors are rubbish. Nelson stopped and stood where he was. McGonagall tried to drag him away, but couldn't pull him away. It's okay, Nelson. McGonagall lowered her head and said softly, they saw my father sending me to school when I was in the 2nd grade, but they only said a few words at most, and didn't dare to really do anything. Minerva, don't worry, my wand doesn't have a hilt, but you can't deduct points for me anymore. To tell you the truth, I'm the best at dealing with drunks. Nelson patted McGonagall and held his arm. He gently took it off with his hand, took a step forward to block Mag behind him, and raised his head to face the drunkard blocking the way. Sir, being so rude to a lady is not something a gentleman should do. That's just a little bastard. The wizard let out an ugly laugh. Are you her new boyfriend? Want to get ahead? The ignorant are so fearless. Nelson smiled. You know what? A trash like you, Minerva can knock down 10 of them in a second. Ha 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 ha. A group of wizards laughed like a duck. Nelson, calm down. Mag tugged at Nelson's sleeve and whispered, don't get yourself into trouble. Minerva, you are so kind. Nelson held the wand in his right hand, inserted his left hand into his hair, and stroked it back vigorously as the raindrops from before dripped down, and slowly walked towards the dregs blocking the road, but obviously, some of them not worthy of your kindness. Chapter 328 Medicine. It took only a second for the drunk man to wake up. The smiling blonde wizard opposite him walked towards him slowly, holding a wand like vegetables he bought at the market at night. That guy. He obviously didn't recite the spell, not even a wrist movement, but I really felt that the surrounding air suddenly became as hard as steel, as if someone had forced him to put on a pair of cold armor, and this armor was shrinking and shrinking. His heart also he stopped beating, because he lost the space to expand, and he only felt that his heart seemed to be pinched, squeezed, and played with by a hand. He also felt uncomfortable in his heart. A cold and dark whisper sounded in his ears. The whisper was not any language, just a baby babbling. It was the first cry after the umbilical cord was cut to breathe. He remembered my younger brother, my squib brother who was buried in a mass grave in the Highlands by himself not long after he was born. Made a bet with his childhood friend that day. How dare he think that he would not have the heart to kill a useless squib. I've proven it to you. The drunk screamed wildly in his heart. Look, squibs are domestic animals just like muggles. But what about you? Where are you now? He struggled and twisted his neck, looked left and right, seemed to be looking for Farzao's figure. Oh, he remembered. That guy entered Azkaban in his first year of adulthood, precisely because he violated the law on the protection of domestic animals. Ridiculous law. The drunk just wanted to say something, but he felt something stuck in his throat, and the air was being squeezed out of his body little by little. He was a little suffocated, but this feeling and taste came from nocturnally. The medicine is the same. During this process, he thought of his mother again, that weak woman who came from a small family and never spoke to him again, just because she buried a waste alive. That weak woman who chose to kill herself. It's disgusting. The drunk man opened his blurred eyes, and his sight returned to reality from the hallucination. In front of his eyes, there were hazy gold and 2 cold sapphires. Maybe 2 medicines were put in a piece of omelette. Listen. It is said that some people like this. It is really convenient to be able to eat and take medicine at the same time. Hungry. As the golden color approached, the last drop of alcohol in the drunk man's body was expelled by his disobedient body, and a moist feeling came from under his body, but this shameful incontinence became a life-saving straw to awaken his will. Vomit. The wizard retched, but his neck was stuck by something, and he couldn't continue. His whole body was sweating, mixed with the puddle of water under his body, exuding a foul stench mixed with the smell of low-quality whiskey. I tried my best to open my eyes wide, and the double images dangling in front of my eyes finally overlapped together. It was the blonde-haired wizard. Nelson frowned, bent slightly, poked the drunk man's throat with his wand, and lifted his upper body with his chin. The drunk man's mouth and esophagus almost formed a line, and his head was thrown back extremely. This may be why he is short of breath. Who are you? The drunk man stared straight into Nelson's eyes, not because of courage, but because his body was out of control, and wisps of silver mist floated out of his eyes and fell into Nelson's eyes. Drug addiction? Nelson ignored his question and sneered. It turns out that the reason for drinking is because you can't afford drugs. It's so funny. He took off the strength from his wrist, and the drunk fell limply to the ground. Seeing this, Mag was about to run over, but Nelson turned his head the first second she took a step, and raised his hand to stop her. Don't come over. What's wrong? McGonagall looked worried. You won't put him no. It stinks too much here. Nelson's face smelled worse than the smell around him. He rarely used legilimency, but he managed to use it once, and caught up with such a disgusting thing. Are you okay? Mag asked concerned. Do you need my help? I'm just a little nauseous. Fortunately, I didn't eat anything this morning. Nelson shook his head. It's not for nothing that you were targeted. These guys are a group of drug addicts with nothing. Unlike the pureblood wizards in London, the only thing they have what is worth is their ridiculous pedigree, so I pay extra attention to this. Ah, Mag let out a small exclamation, and she noticed that the drunk's companions on the street didn't come forward when they saw him in such a mess, and they almost had no strength left. She was a little shocked and couldn't digest the information Nelson told her for a while. As a girl who had just left the ivory tower and returned to the ivory tower, although she was older, her current social experience was far less than that of Nelson, who was used to wandering. Don't get yourself into trouble, she whispered, and even started to think about how she could help Nelson cover up if something happened. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Nelson turned his head and said, actually, I don't think he has the courage to trouble you again. He lowered his head, looked at the drunk man limp on the ground, and asked softly, am I right? The drunk man nodded frantically, his horsehair-like hair flicked around, and the stained mud spots were scattered everywhere. He remembered what he felt just now. It was the first time he was arrested for hurting muggles 15 years ago. What it was like to see a dementor in the basement of the law enforcement department. When the auras were arrested, all the joy was sucked away, the cold squeeze, and only sadness and despair were left in the mind. Even with the current medicine, I will not feel any warmth. Dementor. He squeezed out the word from his throat. His body convulsed all the time, exactly the same as how ordinary people would behave when they saw a dementor. Really? It looks good. Nelson raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth curled up. But you are wrong. I think you should understand that no one is afraid of dementors. Gravity caused Nelson's brushed up hair to fall, blonde over his forehead, and his image in the drunk had just merged with the man in the companion conversation. You are. The drunk man slumped on the ground, squirming backwards crazily with his hands on the dirt road. Dyed khaki, his eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at Nelson's face, muttering words like Hogwarts and Grindelwald incoherently. Oh, you see. Then our conversation will be much easier. Yes, I am. Nelson smiled. Come on, keep talking. The cold air still lingers on the drunk man. Even though his alcohol has been completely frightened away, his muddy mind can't stop the appropriate words at all. He simply closed his eyes, tilted his neck, and began to play dead. Nelson was almost laughed out of anger, but the short reading of the memory made him interested in some things he needed to understand. This time he decided not to use legilimency. After all, this guy's dirty mind is really it's disgusting, and it's even beyond the scope of normal people. This is why Nelson doesn't like the magic of legilimency. Not only doesn't like being legilimency, but he doesn't like being legilimency to others, because you don't know how perverted a person's thoughts can be. Nelson waved his wand, and a big hand made of clay stretched out from the ground beside the drunk man, pinched his face, and turned it towards Nelson. The mist was entangled together, and several small hands grew out from the fingertips of the big mud hand, opening the drunk man's eyes that were firmly closed because of fear. You when he realized that the guy in front of him was a dementor in human skin. The drunk was too scared to speak a complete sentence, but Nelson seemed dissatisfied, and he knew that he was afraid, just that he was afraid that he would not be able to get it right, and that he was too scared. If it is not in place, it will not tell the truth. There was a cold smile on his face, and the white mist behind him expanded suddenly, turning into a huge mist vortex, and the drunk man, whose eyelids were forcibly removed, could only look at it, praying that there would not be a hole in it. Produce a real dementor. His prayers were answered, but what emerged was something more terrifying to him. The vortex behind Nelson turned red, blood red, hanging behind him like the setting sun. At the first sight of red, the drunk man shuddered unconsciously because of his instinct, and he couldn't see anything from the large patches of color, but his biological instinct made him clearly know that it was an eye, a depressing eye. Looking at his angry eyes, he only felt that there were countless souls hidden in these eyes, as if he, who was in the crowd, suddenly became the focus of everyone at a certain moment. His clothes, flesh, bones, and even his soul were all covered, stripped naked and shredded. A few days ago, he would have been unable to imagine the owner of the sun-like eye, but on the day Alexander appeared in front of everyone, he happened to be in Nocturne Alley, stirring up like a hyena, nosing, greedily looking for the drug that made him addicted. He knew who Nelson was, and he also knew what was staring at him, so that he suddenly seemed to be enlightened. His whole body went limp, he gave up the will to resist, and even forgot his fear. The red light shone on the drunk man. Seeing that his eyes lost focus, Nelson whispered in satisfaction, "I ask, you answer." The drunk nodded. "What do you eat every day?" "Medicine, my lord, God's medicine. Let me become God's medicine." "Addict, you really make me sick." Nelson was so disgusted that he said Tom's mantra. He secretly kept the urgent action goal of find a market to change a pair of shoes in his heart. "Where is it?" "Bought. Nocturne Alley." "Are you kidding me?" No, it's Borgenbach. I bought it there before," the drunk said hastily. "The only one sold there." "Borgenbach has been caught for a long time," Nelson said. "His dens have been busted." "My lord, yes, there are a lot of Borgenbachs," said the drunk, slurring his mouth, drooling. "They've always been there." "Still here?" "It's still there, at least a few days ago. It's still the location of their original shop. The Ministry of Magic won't really do anything to him." "I see. So why is there no drug now?" "Because his supply was cut off, so he told every customer that he can't produce now unless he provides the raw materials himself." "What are the ingredients?" Nelson frowned. "People." The drunk man's voice trailed off. "No, it's not a person, it's a muggle, and muggles are fine." "Since when did he ask you for someone?" Nelson asked through gritted teeth. "Before he had a steady supply of himself, just a few months ago, probably in October, when he started to move again." The drunk stated the horrible fact with blank eyes. "He had some stock, but now he must. You have to prepare your own materials." Nelson only felt a chill on his back. The moment he saw the medicine in the memory of the drunk, he knew that it was a devil that made civilization abhorred, but even he would never have imagined that the raw materials of these medicines turned out to be just like myself, a living person who can run and jump, has his own name, has his own family, has his own dreams and responsibilities. He raised his arms impassively, gripping his wand tightly. "Nelson." McGonagall's voice woke him up. Nelson turned his head, saw Mag walking forward, and shook his head at himself. "He's not worth it. There are too many people like this." "Did you hear that?" Nelson shook his head, brushed back his drooping wet hair, and lowered his arms. "Minerva, think about your father, your first love. They are only used as raw materials by these people. I'll protect them, and you'll protect them, right?" McGonagall said softly. "But they don't deserve your wrath, do they? There are so many ways to punish them, but these things shouldn't be you do it. What Dumbledore did for you, have you forgotten? Yeah, lynching is no different from them." "I won't." Nelson shook his head, stopped talking, and put away his wand. "But they still need to teach them a lesson." Nelson, "Okay, let's go to our destination." Nelson patted Mag on the shoulder. "I'm a little tired, and don't know the way. Can you take me?" McGonagall didn't ask Nelson what the lesson was, but just let the white cat jump on his shoulders. She was walking on the only way to go to school and vacation. No different from many years ago, the sun left her a long shadow on the endless grassland. Behind them, the trail at the entrance of the village, which was full of shouting and cursing before, became quiet. Actually, 10 years ago, this was a prosperous village. Life reopening simulator. Tom Riddle version. 0 years old. You were born as a boy, and your mother died at the gate of the orphanage and named you. 1 year old. You have lived in an orphanage since childhood. 2 years old. You are precocious than other children, and you feel that you are different from them. 3 years old. You like to keep secrets inside. 4 years old. You saw that the child next door had a beautiful ruler, and you were very envious. When you woke up the next day, the ruler appeared beside your pillow. You thought it was a gift from God. 5 years old. There is a new kid in the orphanage, only a day younger than you. 6 years old. That guy obviously has relatives, pretending to be an orphan. 7 years old. You start bullying other kids. 8 years old. The power to be stronger than others makes you obsessed. 9 years old. Your bullying was stopped by that guy named Nelson. It doesn't matter, but the beam is settled. 10 years old. A cat was hanged by you. Life is so fragile. You think it would be nice if you could live forever. 11 years old. A guy in a purple suit comes to you and tells you that you are a wizard and that from now on, you are going to a wizarding school. But so is that nasty guy, who is even sorted into the same school as you. 12 years old. Your handsomeness and demeanor have won you a lot of friends. That guy's a scum, and he has a hot fight with Gryffindor. 13 years old. You are obsessed with blood and find out that your ancestors may be Slytherins. 14 years old. You start to study black magic. 15 years old. Your bullying was stopped by him again. 16 years old. You discover the Chamber of Secrets. Someone dies. Life is so fragile, and you think again, if only you could live forever. Chapter 329. The Scottish Highlands. A rich village? Nelson shook his head, crossed his paws, supported Meg's head, and sat on her shoulders. That's right, a rich village. Meg didn't seem to resist Nelson, who had turned into a cat, sitting on his shoulders, and even moved his hands around the corner, as if seizing the opportunity to squeeze him. Before I came here, I looked through books about the history of this place, whether they were written by wizards or muggles. The books said that, although the Scottish Highlands are sparsely populated, the residents are united, brave, hardworking, and enthusiastic. It is a beautiful and rich place, Nelson said. I haven't seen muggles yet, but the history books of wizards are indeed not updated enough. Sorry, I haven't seen anything related to being rich at all. Look, can't this side of mountains and rivers guarantee one side's prosperity? After getting rid of the unpleasant disturbances, Nelson finally had the opportunity to appreciate the unique scenery here. The glaciers and ice sheets tens of thousands of years ago have left indelible marks here, and the endless grasslands are neatly arranged for several kilometers. White glacier scratches, smooth stones piled up into hills, can be seen here and there, which are not arranged by human beings, but from glaciers struggling to melt halfway through their movement. Looking further away, the ocean is like a piece of royal blue silk, gently covering the boundary between the sky and the earth. Mountains, grasslands, oceans, deserts, these landforms that should be arranged in different climate zones have been hastily pinched together. It seems that they are not so harmonious, but they exude an unspeakable beauty. What are those purple ones? Is it related to those wizards just now? The cat's paw lifted, pointing to the dull purple dots on the ground in the distance. What did you say? McGonagall narrowed her eyes and looked in the direction where Nelson's paw was pointing. After a while, she suppressed a smile and replied, "You don't have to be so sensitive, Nelson, it's heather. If you earlier, the grasslands here were all purple, and now they have passed their flowering period, but some tenacious ones are still blooming." Nelson nodded, and Mag stepped on the ground under her feet, making a creaking sound like tearing paper. She continued, "Look, we also have this kind of tweed under our feet, but they are completely dry." Meow. Nelson felt that he had made a fool of himself, so he had to pretend to be a real cat, and meowed, which made Mag laugh out loud, and Nelson also managed to get away with it. It's not like London here. The produce is very single. In summer, there are almost no other flowers in the field. No matter how beautiful it is, it will get tired of looking at it for so long. Mag's tone became a little melancholy, but it became high in the second half of the sentence. Dad gave me this kind of flower at the beginning, and he also told me that the flower language of bristle heather is loneliness, but it can also represent sincere love. Why are muggles so boring? What kind of images are arranged by flowers? It is really boring. Mag's voice became a little choked, and he turned his head to the other half of his shoulder. Nelson patted the back of her head and said, in fact, the interpretation of loneliness is also very suitable for you. The growth conditions of this kind of flower are very harsh, and it is often the only one around when it blooms. McGonagall suddenly felt her shoulders sinking, and she couldn't help turning her head. She saw Nelson stuffing a book with the cover of the Encyclopedia of Flowers into the fur of her chest with her cat's claws. At this time, there were even tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. But when she found that the faint pattern on Nelson's body was more and more like a pocket, she laughed through tears, shrugged her shoulders, and threw Nelson to the ground. What are you doing? Nelson dexterously rolled on the ground, shivered by the cold moss, and changed back into a human form. He carefully stuffed the books on his chest into his pocket, turned back into a cat, and jumped onto the wheat on the other shoulder of Grid. Pay attention to your image, Professor McGonagall. It doesn't matter. McGonagall smiled. Minerva, who let down her hair and turned into herself, was completely different from the rigorous and fair Professor McGonagall in the school. I'm just a muggle girl today. Girl, did you know, Nelson? Minerva said darkly, I know cats very well, and I know 1,000 ways to make a disobedient cat feel pain. You know a lot. Nelson pulled a few centimeters away and asked, how far are we? Let's go another hour. Can we choose to apparate? I think the biggest difference between wizards and baboons is that wizards can use magic. But I'm a muggle girl today. The two put the unhappiness of the Highland Hero village behind them and walked forward. Before you learned to apparate, did you walk this far every time you went to Hogwarts? No, sometimes my mother will send me to London to take the train. McGonagall shook his head. Sometimes it's my father, although he doesn't ride a broom like my mother, but he can drive a carriage, even in the muddy grassland. It can also run fast and stable. There are dense dark clouds floating in the sky, but no matter how thick and dense it is, it cannot cover the sky and the sun in such a vast wilderness. A few bright light spots appeared on the continuous dark green grassland, like verdant gemstones, which contrasted with the sapphire-like Scottish lakes scattered all over the grassland. They were translucent green and clear blue. Those stars dots of sapphires reflect the rolling and relaxing clouds above the sky, making it hard to tell whether the sea of clouds is under your feet or the wilderness above your head. A ray of skylight stood out from the gaps in the clouds and sprinkled on the top of a cliff in the distance. There, a small and old church stood quietly. The colorful glass shone with dazzling brilliance in the sun. Nelson squinted eyes, looking far away. The church can't tell the age, as if it exists in a paradise where time and space are frozen. The low clouds kiss the sculptures on the top of the church like flocks of white doves. Here, it's right there, Mag said, pointing to the church on the top of the cliff in the distance. Not bad, the place my father was looking for. She stroked the fur on Nelson's back with some pride, but she was easily dodged by the dexterous Nelson after only touching it. Mag had no choice but to retract her hand resentfully and continued. At the beginning, he took his mother and the newborn I fled here, a place where no acquaintances existed. It was a paradise for me when I was a child. Even then, my father often came to the Highland Heroes. The people in the village are very friendly, and I have always struggled to understand how they became what they are now in just 10 years. It's a beautiful place. Nelson agreed with Mag from the bottom of his heart. When sending me to school before, if my father met people in the village on the way, they would take me directly to the village to take the flu network. Mag said sadly, I don't know why they became like this, son. You just said people like them. I can knock down 10 of them in a second. But they used to be very good people. They're not anymore. Nelson shook his head. Once some filth is contaminated, it needs stronger people to wake them up. In the years when I left Hogwarts, I really saw a lot of similar things. How was he in the past? Such words. Minerva, do you remember how I was? The same as now. Really? Nelson was at a loss for words. Your answer makes me a little confused. Is it because of those magics? Nelson, you forgot again. It is wizards who use magic. Dumbledore told me that you are still the same you before. I not only believe in Dumbledore, but I also believe in you, McGonagall said. It must play a role this time. Let me trust you a little more. Then please think clearly for yourself. Nelson said solemnly. Do you want to end this experience, or do you want to get back together with Mr. Dowg? I just want to tell him why I left. McGonagall shook his head. But I don't know what Muggles will think. I don't know if he will be upset by it. I don't know. Didn't you ever think that you would violate the Secrecy Act? It came out of your mouth. Really, I'm not very good at this kind of thing myself, and the advice I give you may even be more outrageous than you think, but I can call Tom, and I have a double-sided mirror, Nelson said, but he is also a dullard, a person who thought of selling the love letter he received as waste paper. Don't expect him to have any high-level remarks. Nelson, please help me. Mag was not amused by Nelson's joke at all, and the closer she got to home, the more worried she became. Looking into her eyes, Nelson's cat face was wrinkled with bitterness, like an Egyptian cat. Well, to tell you the truth, I used to be called London Cupid, crack our relationship expert. I'll just say it. Mag's sudden cuteness made Nelson feel uncomfortable, and he even wanted to test whether she was under the confusion curse. But before you arrive, I think you'd better think about what you really want, Nelson repeated solemnly. I at least need to be responsible to myself. Mag hummed lightly and fell into silence while Nelson took out a book from the hidden pocket pattern on his body and began to flip through it. After a while, when Mag could already see the shadow of the cliff where the church was located, Nelson suddenly spoke. I found it. Highland Hero Village. Highland Hero Village originated from a beautiful mistake. In the era when Godric Gryffindor was active, many people admired the hero and wanted to follow in his footsteps, but Gryffindor his whereabouts were uncertain, and few people could find him. So when some enthusiastic wizards learned that Gryffindor came from a swamp in the Highlands, they began to search for his hometown in the whole of England, hoping to bask in his glory. TSK. Nelson closed the book and said, unfortunately, Godric's Hollow is in the southwest of Britain, but here is in the northwest. The wizards in the village used to be Gryffindors, and most of the little wizards who went to Hogwarts to study here were sorted into Gryffindors. McGonagall agreed with Nelson. I think they maybe it became what it is now, because of the influence of other wizards. I'm not very familiar with the Scottish grasslands. Is it convenient to talk about it? There are a lot of pure-blood lunatics here. Mag shook his head. Actually, my mother also came from a pure-blood family, but because she eloped with her father when she was young, she was expelled from the family. Even now, her family the talents are withered, and they are unwilling to call back the best daughter of the year. I know, just like the Black family, the names of those who sullied their blood would be burnt off the tapestry embroidered with the genealogy. Nelson echoed. Minerva, to put it bluntly, the Black family did this to me. It's understandable, because they are indeed powerful, and have the capital to do this kind of thing. But here, they have nothing but blood, McGonagall said. I have investigated before, although the results of the investigation are not even as much as you asked in a few minutes, but I know that some wizards in Knockdown Alley extend their evil claws arrived here. I didn't expect that there would be new discoveries here. Before, I thought that the shady industries of Borgenbok started from Professor Sykes, and they were linked by the venom of the winged demon and the second Salem. Now it seems that he should have started very early, but I have clearly sent him into Azkaban with my own hands. Nelson realized he had slipped his tongue and stopped the conversation. Mag didn't seem to be aware of the problem with this sentence. She was smart and quickly analyzed Nelson's blind spots from the fragmented information and continued following his words. What that person said just now confirms that Borgenberg's business is very extensive, and it is not ruled out that his client may be a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic, and he can escape any penalty at will with the exclusive medicine. But what is this drug? Nelson said with a pensive cat face. I think I'll have to check it out sometime. You don't want to. You want to graduate honestly. McGonagall shook his head. I will tell Dumbledore, and he will definitely solve this matter. Before that, I can test the results of your apparition. What? You don't want to climb a mountain, do you? Aren't you a Muggle girl? Can't a Muggle girl appear as a follower? Okay. Nelson put away the shrunken book, his claws firmly grasping McGonagall's shoulders. Sit tight, Muggle girl. With a sense of oppression in the darkness, McGonagall breathed the familiar air of her hometown. She looked in surprise at Nelson, who had turned back into a human form, and stood beside her. She never thought that he could actually disapparate people in the state of animagus. This is a deserted and quiet village with few houses and even fewer houses smoking. A small middle-aged woman with exquisite appearance stood under the tree at the entrance of the village, looking at the two people who suddenly appeared. Her face was full of surprise. Oh, Minerva. She stared at Nelson and quickly walked over to McGonagall. Mom. Ruan rushed into her mother's arms like throwing herself into her arms, hugging her tightly. Long time no see. Not long ago. The witch gently stroked Mag's hair. I saw you in the newspaper not long ago. It's been a long time. McGonagall let go of her mother, grabbed her arm, and looked up and down. The thing about Doug that you wrote to me last time has not been finished yet. How is he now? Chapter 330 The Priest and the Witch. Minerva, why don't you take your friend to your house first? The woman rubbed Mag's hair and said reproachfully. Then, she looked at Nelson, pursed her lips and smiled. My name is Isabel, and I'm Minerva's mother. Isabel has the same alert and bright eyes as Mag. Her eyes are sharp, and Nelson, who is under scrutiny, feels like he is back in the first grade. The first time he saw Mag sitting on the tree stump by the Black Lake, she is even shorter than her daughter, but she can hold Mag tightly in her arms. She has slightly curly long brown hair hanging behind her back. Although she is not young, her waist is still straight, and she wears an old-fashioned style. The cleanly starched clothes were matched by her, and they also gave off a sense of fashion. It seems that she is much younger than her actual age, even though her skin has been blown dull by the cold wind in the Scottish Highlands, even though there are many wrinkles on her face, even though the silver threads hidden in her long hair can no longer hide the sun's rays. Reflective, but she still retains a young Ravenclaw heart. This is a woman who lives in a difficult life, but takes her time and does not give up her exquisiteness. Mrs. McGonagall, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Nelson Williams, and I'm Minerva's junior. Nelson stepped forward and nodded slightly at the woman. Minerva often mentions you to me. You are indeed a lady as beautiful as she is. Mag turned his head and gave Nelson a strange look. Oh, so you are Nelson. Isabel raised her eyebrows, with a look of surprise on her face, let go of McGonagall, and greeted Nelson to the village behind her. When she told me about my life at Hogwarts, I always think of you too. Really? Nelson followed Isabel, and walked into this quiet village. Not far away, the stained glass of the church reflected the sunlight leaking through the clouds, dyeing the whole village in fairy tale and dreamy colors. Mrs. McGonagall, Minerva has already scolded me often. How could that be? Isabel covered her mouth and smiled. She likes to praise you. According to him, you are the student with the best talent for transfiguration at Hogwarts after Dumbledore. Of course, seeing after your animagus, I think her evaluation is a bit conservative. You're overrated. Nelson scratched his head with a blushing face. He looked like a first grade pupil who was praised by the teacher. He was staring at the backs of the two of them in shock at the expression of Mag, who was left behind. Nelson was connected with the guy who called the professor by his first name every day in school and threatened others like a black wizard not long ago. She followed up blankly, just hearing Nelson's extremely natural compliment. Actually, I was always mischievous at school. Thanks to her teaching, I was able to avoid being expelled safely. And speaking of it, when I was punished to clean the honor showroom last time, I saw the trophy with your name engraved on it. Really? Isabel asked in surprise. She looked several years younger when she asked this sentence. Is it the Quidditch Cup? That's right. Nelson clapped his hands and said, you used to be the captain of Ravenclaw's Quidditch team, didn't you? Actually, when I first went to Hogwarts, I heard about Minerva. She plays Quidditch very well, but it's a pity that I didn't have the chance to see it. But now I finally understand where her Quidditch talent came from. It turned out to be your inheritance. Hehe. Isabel covered her mouth and laughed again. This witch, who was squeezed into thinness by the life of hiding and heavy burdens, now glowed with youthful vitality. A gust of wind blew her long hair. At this moment, she had looked like she was galloping in the sky on a broomstick. She waved her hand and said modestly, Minerva's Quidditch is much better than mine, and there was even a team that wanted to ask her for a trial training. It's a pity that I was knocked off the broom by you Slytherins. McGonagall squeezed between the two and gave Nelson an indistinct look, as if he was getting angry at him for stealing his mother's attention. He said, otherwise you will have a chance to see the style. Minerva. Isabel rubbed McGonagall's hair approachfully, looked at Nelson and said, so you are from Slytherin? I always thought you were a student of Ravenclaw. I'm Slytherin, but I've always felt that every house is the same, except that the Slytherin lounge is a bit too humid. Nelson shrugged. You see, Minerva is a Gryffindor, but she's smarter than most Ravenclaws I've ever met. What a good boy. Isabel smiled and nodded at Nelson, and Mag was also a little comfortable with this flattery, and narrowed her eyes like a cat. Suddenly, she noticed a little loophole in Nelson's words. Wait, you said most we're here. Isabel interrupted Mag's questioning, and the three stood still in front of a cozy stone hut. We're here. The chimneys on the roof were emitting smoke, and the two of them caught up with their meal. Nelson looked at this small but full of life atmosphere. Several onions were planted in the gaps in the garden, and the soil was just turned over inside. A row of flower pots were placed on the windowsill in order from small to large, with a few heather that are still in full bloom look like they were picked up from the meadow at the bottom of the mountain, but they are neatly inserted and just watered. The purple color adds a touch of color to the single colored house. In the corner of the garden was a crooked kennel, like a building block built by a child. It was very clean, and it seemed that its occupants were no longer there, but there was no dust on the kennel, and someone should have cleaned it frequently. A string of blue wind chimes hung in front of the wooden door of the hut, and two rusty coats of arms hung at the bottom, which were the red Gryffindor and the blue Ravenclaw, which should be treasured by the mother and daughter school days. I haven't been to a wizard's place for a long time, Isabel said to Nelson apologetically. Minerva didn't even say that friends are coming, so we can only entertain you with some ordinary things. It doesn't matter. Nelson happily touched a cane that climbed up the small garden gate. You don't know, when I used to cook and eat by myself, when I was in London, my sense of taste was almost destroyed by myself. Seeing Nelson's exaggerated expression, Isabel covered her mouth and smiled again. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes became more and more obvious. If Mag had a funny friend like you, she wouldn't be like this now, looking like a little adult all day long. I'm already an adult, McGonagall said with a puffy face. I'm a teacher now, Mom, and Nelson is still a student. In the eyes of Mother, you will always be a child, my dear. Isabel pinched Mag's face affectionately and pushed open the garden door. Nelson should be graduating soon. Maybe you can still be a child in the future, colleagues. Nelson gave them an envious look. Child, do you want to be pinched too? Isabel smiled and stretched out her hand. No, thank you. Nelson waved his hands again and again, and Isabel was stunned by the speed of the jumping back. I'm already the professor of transfiguration. What should I do if he comes here? Actually, my job application intention is to be a professor of the history of magic. Isabel, Melon's boots turned out to be history of magic. Do you think Professor Binns will retire? Looking at her daughter who was so teased by Nelson, Isabel smiled gratifiedly. She was really worried that Mag would get sick if he kept holding it like that. Jingle bell. The wind chime rang. Some old door hinges creaked strangely, and a thin man dressed plainly appeared behind the opened door. Just seeing him for the first time, Nelson had a slight liking for this strange man. He showed a sense of responsibility struggling under pressure. He had the same smell as Jonas, belonging to taste of a father. Hello. The man stretched out his hand and didn't say much. The silver cross necklace hanging around his neck swayed as he walked out. Robert McGonagall. Mr. McGonagall. Nelson held Robert's outstretched hand. Nelson Williams. Welcome to the humble house. Robert glanced at Mag, nodded, and looked at his wife with a smile, then turned sideways and said, please come in. Nelson followed him into the house, followed by McGonagall and Isabel. Robert arranged him and McGonagall by the fireplace in the living room, filled the tea, and returned to the kitchen with his wife. You obviously don't know Quidditch at all. You can't even hold a broomstick firmly. Nelson, don't learn the hypocrisy of Slytherin. McGonagall curled her lips and looked at the closed door of the kitchen. You see, my mother is so happy. You really wronged me. Nelson raised his hand and yelled, there is no law that stipulates that you can't be a fan if you don't know Quidditch. If you don't believe me, you can ask Newt. I often discuss Quidditch with him. Topic of. He looked around the furnishings in the room. It could be seen that Robert was a devout priest, but the furnishings of these believers were hung together with the witch's broom, creating an inexplicable sense of absurdity. On the desk by the window was a stack of the Book of Exodus, was half copied by hand, and in the cauldron next to it, the purple potion was bubbling and bubbling. What's the matter? McGonagall stretched out her hand and shook it in front of Nelson. Are you satisfied that you have made me humiliated? Now they must be laughing at me in the kitchen. Minerva can't control her students, ha ha ha, or something. How come? They just think you are gentle with students, Professor McGonagall. Nelson asked, noticing the 4 rooms upstairs. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Yes. McGonagall nodded, seemingly unwilling to say more. Their grades are not high, and they basically can't meet you. Oh. Nelson understood that she didn't want her younger siblings to receive special treatment in school, so she didn't ask anymore. It's just that I think there is something wrong with your previous description. What? Mag tilted his head. Sorry, this is a bit out of place, so I need to cast magic on your house. Okay. Seeing Mag nod his head, Nelson stuffed his hands back into his sleeves and lifted them slightly. The sound in the kitchen suddenly disappeared. Tell me, McGonagall said. Well, I've pieced together a very wrong conclusion from what you've said about your parents. Your father has been tortured by your mother's identity as a witch, and the whole family has been torn apart. Nelson held out with one finger. A mayfly with 8 slender metal legs flew out from behind him and held down a looking glass that was just about to start spinning, glowing, and roaring in the ashes of the fireplace. Raising his eyebrows, more and more mayflies flew out from behind, controlling more than 10 early warning magics. After doing all this, Nelson spread his hands and said, your mother's vigilance is really high. We close her to home. Do you think, if your parents had a really bad relationship, would they give birth to your younger siblings? But I've seen Dad when he's sad. McGonagall shook her head. I'm not saying that their relationship is bad, but their love did bring them pain. But he is enduring. He is trying to solve it. Minerva, the reason why he is suffering is because he loves your mother, at least in my opinion. For them, love is more than those costs, and a lot more. Nelson said, you may be blinded by your own eyes when you are in it. Think about it. Is it because your pessimism about relationships makes your parents' love dark in your perception? Mag lowered her head, curled up on the sofa, and hugged her knees with her hands. She was so smart that it took only a second to figure out what Nelson pointed out. She raised her head and looked at her brother's room. Her thoughts drifted so far away that she didn't notice when Nelson removed the magic. After a while, she finally looked up. Do you think what's the matter, honey? Isabel raised her hand and shook it in front of her, which made Mag swallow the second half of the sentence. Why are you ignoring Nelson? Minerva is thinking about the transfiguration question I just raised. Nelson stood up and helped Isabel fill the teacup on the table with water, and the two began to show the art of socializing again. Mom. Mag suddenly raised his head and asked, how is Doug? What? Who? Doug? Isabel looked up in astonishment. Mag's sudden question made her a little unresponsive, but she quickly said, oh, he is married. I didn't dare to tell you last time. I'm afraid you will be sad. She is the daughter of the farmer in the village to the south. Oh, Mag said softly. She raised her head and looked at Isabel and suddenly found that her mother's eyes were dodging points. She keenly sensed something was wrong and said loudly, no. What's wrong with him? Honey, you have to accept the reality. Dad never lies. McGonagall turned her head to Robert, who came out of the kitchen, and asked, Dad, what's wrong with Doug? Robert's expression was a little stiff, and he didn't speak. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Empty Village. Minerva. Isabel stretched out her hand, but missed it. There was nothing beside Nelson, only the knitted sofa cover that Mag sat on wrinkled was slowly rebounding. What happened? Mr. McGonagall? Nelson looked at Robert with a stern expression. Did something happen to Minerva, sweetheart? That's not a sweetheart, boy, said Isabel with an unaffected smile on her face. That's just a little villain who made Minerva sad. Has he been captured by those wizards? Will he be sold to Borgenbok as a raw material for medicine? Or is he dead? Nelson pieced together what he saw and heard after he arrived in the Scottish Highlands and got a not so good guess. He asked questions like cannonballs, but he didn't expect to get an answer. He grabbed the coat that Mag had put on the sofa, chased out the door. She apparated. You can't find it. Isabel called after him. Don't bother you. I'm sorry for leaving in a hurry, and I will come to your house to bother you after I solve the problem. Nelson raised his wand and looked at the sky. An exquisite metal silver falcon model swooped down from the clouds with blade-like wings. When the silver falcon was still some distance from the ground, Nelson suddenly flew out of his robe. Hundreds of buzzing mayflies were gathered in neat formations, taking the shape of a larger bird in flight, and as the falcon swooped, lifted, and passed Nelson, they followed, changing shape, was spliced to the body of the silver falcon, and within a few seconds, a bird big enough to carry people appeared in midair, taking off from the muddy flats to meet the oppressive sky. Nelson jumped up and waved his wand. He disappeared in midair and appeared on the back of the iron bird in an instant, standing upright, holding Mag's coat, and rushing towards the sky not far away. After 40 days, Noah opened the window of the ark and let out a raven. Robert held the cross and walked out of the house, squinting his eyes and looking at the sky. Can you find the corresponding sentence for this? You remember it really well. Isabel followed behind him and said with a smile, not appropriate. Robert shook his head, leaned on the doorframe, looked at Nelson's disappearing back, and asked with concern, will he be our son-in-law? No. Isabel shook her head and said regretfully, I can't see it, but I like this young man very much. He should not make our precious daughter sad. That guy Doug is actually okay, but he's not a wizard like you. Honey, how many times have I told you, I really don't mind at all, and Minerva and her brothers don't mind at all. Isabel picked up the brown leather coat on the hanger at the door and draped it over the clothes looking at Nelson's back. He sighed. He is indeed excellent, and he is very good at talking to ladies, but he is still too young and too impulsive. Is Doug gone? Honey, you still don't believe me. Isabel slapped Robert's shoulder lightly and said, I have made him forget about Minerva, and I just want to take my family to London to find a job in the short term. He may have sold the family land by now. May God bless him. Robert pursed his lips, looked at the position where Nelson disappeared into the clouds, and silently crossed himself on his chest, not knowing whether he was staring at the sky or looking into the distance. I don't know whether I'm blessing Doug or Nelson. Minerva will figure it out. Isabel patted her husband on the shoulder and walked back into the house. There's still a pot on the stove. They should be back before dinner. Robert responded lightly, leaning against the doorframe, his eyes lost, and he took out a box of matches and a local cigarette from his arms. Isabel walked into the living room and accurately found every looking glass and every alarm that had been turned off by the mayfly. She had a doting smile on her face and seemed very satisfied with Nelson, a young man, but after cleaning up all the alarms, she first spread out the sofa cover on Mag's position, then pulled away the sofa cushion Nelson was sitting on just now, took out a delicate silver second-order Rubik's Cube from below, and pressed the buttons on it in a certain order. Nelson's voice came from it comes out clearly inside. There is no law that says you can't be a fan if you don't know Quidditch. Isabel listened to Nelson's speech with a smile. It's because he loves your mother. The smile on Isabel's face became stronger, and she liked the young man who came to her house more and more, until the sound of matches hitting the outer wall magic from outside the house drove away her smile, and she walked out the door with a straight face. Robert, does your God allow you to smoke? God will punish me. Robert pressed his thumb to his palm, parted his mouth, and said with a smile, I'm willing to accept the punishment. Isabel ran up to Robert angrily, crossed her hips, and stared at him. "You have a bad voice, don't stay here." Robert looked at his wife, and when he saw her go one step further, he helplessly pressed the cigarette butt on the wall. "Okay, don't blow the wind. Let's go back. It's so cold." Nelson, who was standing on the bird's back, shivered. He raised his hand to look at Mag's coat, shook his head, and took out a green scarf with N embroidered on it from his pocket, and wrapped it around his neck. "Anyway, tell me where I am. Is this the attitude of asking for help?" Nelson narrowed his eyes and moved his fingers deftly like playing a piano. A few mayflies with big eyes detached from the silver falcon, flew in all directions, sank into the clouds, and disappeared. Several round water spheres soon appeared in front of him. At first, the water spheres were filled with clouds and mist. After a while, pictures of different areas lit up among them. Only the oppressive thick clouds above the head can prove that they are all in Scotland at this moment over the high ground. Like a general overlooking the sand table, he has a panoramic view of the vast wilderness. Soon, the mayflies locked onto the settlements below and approached them one after another. The images sent back became clearer, and Nelson was a little confused. Logically speaking, such a sparsely populated place shouldn't be too poor, but it is impossible to find a suitable reason for the worry that hangs on almost everyone's face. Really interesting. Nelson rubbed his tears from the high altitude wind and stared at one of the water polos. A young man wearing a newsboy cap stood in the middle of the village and looked at the mayfly above his head. The two looked at each other through the water curtain. Christian aesthetic? Nelson quickly looked away, but Mag was not there. After flying in the sky for about 10 minutes, Nelson found Mag's figure. His whole body was tense and his expression became serious. There is almost no cooking smoke in the village where Mag lives, and the surrounding wasteland is covered with weeds. The houses and windows are broken, but the old doors are locked with expensive looking locks. A group of dirty the shady wizards who looked exactly like the drug addicts in the Highland Heroes village surrounded Meg standing in the middle of the village. They held up their wands and pressed forward step by step. The half-collapsed church cannot be retreated. Nelson inserted the wand on the silver falcon's back, and its temperature rose instantly. The metal feathers on the tail were even burned red by the temperature in its body. Nelson clasped a protrusion on its neck tightly with his hands, and then, the wings with a strong slap, the clouds twisted together. Through the water curtain, he saw that Mag was still saying something to the wizards who surrounded her. The silver falcon's tail burst out with bursting magic power, and under the reaction force, it, together with Nelson on its back, was launched towards Mag like a spring. "Why are you still talking to a lunatic?" Nelson waved his fist vigorously. He was extremely anxious, fearing that Mag would be killed before he arrived, so he could only increase the magic power injected into Silver Falcon, and the magic power burst out. The sharp wings pierced the surrounding air. "Where's Doug? Where did you take him?" Mag yelled loudly at the wizards in front of her. When she saw the devastated village, her heart suddenly turned cold. How could this be a place where she just got married? She understood that her mother lied to her. She walked towards the collapsed church along the small road into the village. A few months ago, her father even came here to visit another priest, but now they are gone. She heard faint crying from the direction of the church, and couldn't help but hasten step. What catches the eye is a series of frightening scenes. The houses that have lost their owners are full of pig-like civilians. They are naked, and have numb eyes. The expensive magic lock is like a reed pierced into the bottom of her heart like a thorn. It shouldn't be like this. She repeated this sentence sadly, even forgetting the purpose of the village in the future. Severely distracted, she didn't even notice that empty wizards were surrounding her from all directions. "You guys are doing this wrong. It's a violation of the Secrecy Act." Mag leaned against the wall that kept dropping scum, still trying to understand it with emotion, but the wizard in front of her was like a walking dead. I couldn't hear what she said at all, let alone answer her, and didn't attack her, but kept shrinking the encirclement. As the last gap was filled, Mag only felt a suffocating sense of powerlessness. Just like the sky at this moment, black clouds overwhelmed the city, and the gaps that revealed the light of the sky everywhere were submerged by thicker and thicker clouds. The sun is difficult to fall on the earth, just like entering the night. The coastline in the distance was also slammed fiercely by the rapid waves, and they took the opportunity to continuously erode the living space of human beings. "Where's Doug?" Mag asked feebly, but still got no response. After waiting for a few seconds, the sadness on her face suddenly disappeared. Her back straightened. She gently shook her hand and gracefully pulled out her wand from her pocket. The weak Muggle girl disappeared, replaced by Nelson's impression the tenacious, brave, and meticulous Minerva McGonagall in the novel. Although she is young, the perseverance that belongs to Gryffindor is already a ripe fruit. "It seems that I'm whimsical to communicate with you." Mag raised his wand and pointed at the wizard closest to him. His complexion was grey and his eyes were sunken. "I don't think I can ignore it. Nelson is right. People like you, I can knock down 10 of them in a second." There were tears in the corners of her eyes, and her lover was still missing, but she put all these aside for the time being, and chose what she should do more. This may be the biggest difference between her and another cat. She has never been a selfish person. The group of wizards surrounding her were like ghosts, and they didn't react much. McGonagall raised her wand high, and swung it downward. The ground under their feet suddenly cracked. The soil on the ground quickly buried the people who fell into the pit. Only their heads were still exposed. No more, no less. Exactly 10 people. The moment they were attacked by the spell, they moved as if activated. Regardless of the controlled companions, countless murderous spells rushed towards Mag like raindrops. Nelson, who was still flying, watched this scene anxiously. He knew McGonagall very well. He knew that she would never use any lethal spells. He even wanted to control them and find the Ministry of Magic in the future. But it's not realistic at all, and it's not a fair fight when your hands are tied and your enemy is intent on killing. The development of the matter was exactly as he thought. When he was finally able to see the village with his naked eyes, Mag had already been beaten into the crumbling church, and bricks and tiles were constantly falling from the top of his head. Mag looked at the gloomy sky, eyes full of bitterness. Suddenly, it was dawn. The sun rushed out of a sudden vortex, burning Mag's eyes, and a silver falcon as bright as the sun swooped towards her, and she finally got help. Numerous sharp feathers spun off from the silver falcon and shot at the wizard on the ground covering the sky. Nelson jumped in midair and disappeared into the steel storm. In the next second, he appeared on the back of the bird again, with the petite Mag in his arms. "I knew that Tom would be brought along for the deadlift." Nelson smiled at the weak McGonagall. He likes this kind of big scene the most. "It doesn't mean that there are too many people is a big scene." Mag raised his hand and twisted his ears. "Don't make trouble for yourself, but they are indeed sinful." "I see." Nelson nodded and jumped off the bird's back. Mag propped up his body and looked at Nelson's phantom-like flickering figure. The imaginary giant did not appear, and Nelson held 2 wands and continued to apparate around the church like a dance. Every time his figure appeared in a new position, it would be accompanied by as many silver mayflies as an army. Those uncooperative wizards could not touch the hem of his clothes with the unforgivable curse, but were tied up one by one, falling down tightly. His appearance at this moment reminded McGonagall of Grindelwald that Newt once said, and like the boy who danced with Myrtle in his arms at the ball that day. Chapter 332 Happiness. Avada Kedavra. Nelson squatted on the ground, lowered his head, and a green light flashed over his head at the right time, as if arranged by the director. Unfortunately, there were no audiences in this one-too-many performance. The imprisoned Muggles stared numbly at the battle outside. For them, this was not the dawn of salvation. They had suffered too much, and every wizard was equally ominous and evil in their eyes, even if someone turned their backs to them, facing countless enemies. "Accept your weapons." Nelson raised the wand in his left hand and yelled at the tall witch behind the broken wall not far away. The witch who heard the shout couldn't help but clenched her old wand that was full of cracks because it hadn't been maintained for too long. But the promised red light didn't come. Instead, a steel claw stretched out from under her feet, dragging her into the ground that suddenly turned into quicksand. The quicksand swirled and sucked her into the ground. Only the eyes, nose, and hand holding the wand were exposed. A red eye flashed in front of her eyes, and then there was a sharp blade rubbing against the flesh with a loud sound. A witch who was crawling and trying to save her collapsed to the ground. She heard the sound of bubbling water behind her, but she was completely unable to turn her head because she was imprisoned by the mud. Although the air was filled with a strong sweet smell, She understood that it was the sound of blood flowing, and within a few seconds, buzzing the sound of turning appeared in the back of her head again. The mayfly's rotor threw away the blood stains on the blade, and a few drops of still warm liquid dripped onto the witch's head. Hearing the sound of mayflies getting closer, she closed her eyes in despair. But the pain didn't come quickly. She forgot the time and the self-enclosed five senses. When she opened her eyes again, the mayfly had already passed over her head, and the unscrupulous rotor broke the wand in front of her. The witch felt there is no difference between myself and those muggles who were still being tortured a few hours ago, and my expression became numb. Mayflies glistening with blood flew from all directions of the village and surrounded Nelson, forming a circle that could no longer be standard. Their indifferent red eyes were unanimously outward, and Nelson in the center held up his magic wand, waving it selflessly like a conductor holding their hands together. Beams of high temperature beam shot out from the mayfly's eyes, cutting everything they looked at. Nelson crossed his arms, raised them above his head, and turned his closed eyes to one side as if intoxicated, and another green light passed through the gap between his arms and his head in due course, rubbing his ears, and flying into the sky. The buried witch had a terrified expression on her face, which was as dull as Muggles. She watched as Nelson, who was almost attacked by a sneak attack, easily stunned her with his right hand wand with his eyes closed. Companion. The next second, Nelson lowered his head, opened his eyes, and looked at her. I'm ready to die. The witch opened her eyes, ready to face death. But what appeared in front of her was just a white cat, which lightly stepped on top of her head and rushed towards more corners of the wizard with the mighty mayflies around it. The witch's eyes went dark, and the scene of herself licking the leg of the bench and begging the woman for medicine appeared in her mind. A faint blue flame rose from the top of the half of the wand in her hand, quickly devouring the dry wood below, and within a few seconds, the wand was reduced to ashes under the burning of fiend fire. But her hand was not burned in the slightest. After destroying the wand, the cold surface and intense flames disappeared by themselves. A gust of wind blew by, and the ashes in her hands were lifted high. At this moment, there is no difference between the empty-handed witch and those imprisoned muggles. Seeing their companions fall down one by one, the wizards stationed in the village suddenly panicked. They finally had expressions on their faces, shouted each other's names, and groped forward towards the church in the center of the village. This did not make them feel at ease. Even though it is daytime, the place they can see is like white night. The sudden rising of thick fog obscures everyone's vision, and they can only distinguish it through the sound and orientation. The screams that came from time to time made them even more nervous. The most frightening thing was that these screams were almost front and rear feet, but they came from completely different directions. They only felt as if they were in a game of wizard chess. The disciplined chess player looked down at them, gently snatching pieces off the board one by one. Finally, someone's frail heart completely collapsed. This thin, tall and crooked old wizard found two other companions early. He thought that being in a group would make him safer, but he didn't expect that this was the beginning of the nightmare. At first, he and two other wizards lined up and walked quietly through the alleys of the village. He led the way, and the other followed behind. But the moment he walked to the front of the team and turned around to confirm, he found that the person behind the team disappeared. It's like being stolen by a thief while walking in the street. He hurriedly ran back, grabbed the remaining man's arm, and excitedly released spells around him indiscriminately. These inaccurate spells made him feel better. The next second, wailing came from the far west. It seemed that the devil had gone to the west to wreak havoc, and he should be safe. He watched helplessly as the air behind his companion suddenly became distorted, and before he had time to remind him, a vague figure appeared behind him, and then his companion disappeared together with that figure, without a trace, as if he had just found the experiences of the companions are only hallucinations. He blinked his eyes, trying to construct a story of everything as an illusion in his mind, to repair his fragile will, but at this moment the wand that lost its owner began to fall, and a flower-like flower burst out from the tip of the wand. Blooming blue flame. It seems to be really a flower, spinning and blooming, wanting to return to the earth, but the life of the candle in the wind cannot support its return home. Unfortunately, the wand is in midair. It turned into a handful of ashes. The wizard blinked again, and the burning sensation woke him up as the ashes fell onto the back of his hand. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. He let out an ugly laugh like a stuck gramophone, raised his wand, aimed it at his neck, and murmured with hollow eyes, "The devil, this is devil." With the wail coming from the south, his lips trembled, and he uttered the mantra for the first and last time. Avada, it's not easy to eat big melons at this time. Nelson suddenly appeared beside him, and gently pushed his wand away with his hands. The memories of half his life flashed in the wizard's mind, and he felt that he was now far away from death, even closer than the killing curse. Nelson's voice echoed softly in his ears. "It seems that all of you know this spell, but with all due respect, you don't have the energy to end your life." A thin figure appeared in the wizard's eyes, as well as a sharp female voice, and what she said was exactly the same as at this moment. "Your strength can't even kill a muggle." Nelson savored the interesting scene he had just seen with great interest. He took the wizard's wand and gently pulled it out of his hand. The last of his magic, but he soon lost all strength, and the wand fell to the ground with blue flowers. The wizard looked at the figure for the last time, like a civet walking among the trees, elegant and alert. He hugged his head and knelt down on the ground. His knee was smashed by a stone on the ground, bleeding profusely, but he felt no pain at all. "I can't count you as a good person. After all, you also participated in it, didn't you?" Nelson's voice still echoed in his ears, but the wailing sound came again from a distance. This time, he couldn't tell where he was. "That doesn't seem fair to the good guys. Bullying. Weak. Inability. Bent." Nelson's scolding voice appeared in every corner of the village. "Seriously, your level is far worse than that of real dark wizards. Real dark wizards can operate at least twice as fast as me. If you change, here he is, and when you fall, you won't even feel the spell hit." The wizards who are still conscious have completely lost their will to resist. Under Nelson's scrambling harassment, the remaining 3 melons and 2 dates can't even play the role of stragglers. On the platform in front of the church, although they finally fulfilled their dream of huddling together for warmth, they couldn't even stand still after seeing their companions' wands burning. The wizard with the most normal expression fell to his knees with a plop, raised the wand in his hand, and mercilessly folded the wizard's most important thing. The unicorn hair in the center of the wand burst out with lightning. "This is its last cry." Someone took the lead, and the remaining 4 followed suit. They were tired, and didn't want to be played with anymore. At this point, the 17 people who controlled a village of muggles completely lost their pride as wizards. "Who are you?" the leading wizard asked wearily. "Is there anything we can do for you?" "Good question." Nelson appeared in front of the 5 people. He just went to change a pair of new shoes, and waved his hand. A mayfly holding a bunch of magic keys flew from behind him, and hovered in front of the wizard. "Go open those doors. The door locks are broken by your power. Well, go and open them." The wizard took the key, propped himself up with the help of his companions, and staggered away. "Azkaban is busy now," Nelson said with a smile, looking at Mag who appeared beside him. "I don't know if the prisoner is eligible to get the wand. Otherwise Ollivander can get more business. If I were them, I probably would never want to touch the wand for the rest of my life." McGonagall looked up at Nelson's side face with a complicated expression, and said, "Your use of apparition. Did you learn from Grindelwald? What else?" Nelson shrugged. "Or should I use it for bludgers? You guy." McGonagall laughed, but his tone soon became gloomy. "I didn't find him among those muggles. Maybe. I didn't find myself among the muggles either. Maybe. I'm joking around at this time." McGonagall's mood eased a little. She heard the hint in Nelson's words, clasped his arm, and asked, "Do you know what? Did you use legilimency? Read it?" "I'm not sure, Minerva." Nelson shook his head, "But I think it's time for you to go back." "What? I haven't seen anyone yet. How could it be Minerva?" Nelson said sincerely, "Leave it to me. You are not suitable for this kind of thing. I'm a teacher." A red beam of light from behind Meg interrupted her speech, and Meg, who was stunned by the stunning curse, fell softly into Nelson's arms. "Mrs. McGonagall, you shouldn't use this spell on your daughter." Nelson turned his head and looked at Isabel who appeared at the entrance of the village, his tone full of reproach. "Didn't you block it for her?" Isabel leaned on a thick cane carved with golden beetles and walked slowly towards Nelson with a hunched waist. "It seems that you also agree with my handling method." Watching her approaching step by step, Nelson carefully helped Mag on the silver falcon's back, directing it to take Mag away. When you read the first memory, you should stop, Isabel said briskly, but she didn't stop what Nelson was doing. She walked up to Nelson and stood still, took off the hood, revealing a picture that looked better than when she first saw him, with a much older face. You feel the same way, don't you? It's hard. Nelson shook his head stiffly. Relax, dear, you can hit so many evil dark wizards. Her tone suddenly rose, and then fell slowly, full of sarcasm. Indeed, they are far from the real strong. Nelson nodded. But you are different. You can really talk. Isabel chuckled lightly. It's a good thing you didn't tell Minerva, otherwise I would have to give you a happy one with tears in my eyes. I don't think that with Minerva's intelligence, she won't be able to figure it out. Nelson didn't lose the slightest bit. Short-sighted, there are so many ways to make her forget about it. She's not the confused type. You will ruin the happiness of our whole family. Is happiness just a fig leaf for two honest people to weave a set of lies? I'm doing it for their own good, and for our own good. Isabel had a happy smile on her face, but this smile only terrified Nelson. Do you know how long it takes to take a person apart? She turned her back to Nelson. Her stooped back was like an arch bridge, and her high shoulders were like two humps of a camel, which made her head smaller with little hair left. Do not know. Come, read my memory. Not interested in. I'll let you read it. Isabel suddenly roared, and the silver mist overflowed from her eyes, rushing towards Nelson forcefully. Her manipulation of memory has become so perfect that Nelson can't escape her magic. Ouch **. Nelson was stunned by the scene in front of him, and even swears. This is the most outrageous thing he has seen in the past few years. Even the atrocities that were strangled in the cradle in the concentration camp in Krakow are not justified. Maybe crazy muggles have far beyond the imagination of ordinary people in terms of sadism, but after all, they do not have the assistance of magic, and they have never been able to perfectly present those crazy and ugly ideas. But wizards can easily do those with magic. You are venting your anger. Nelson, who was free from memory, frowned. Get rid of all those who laughed at your family, and the residents of the Scottish Highlands will all have high moral character, thanks to your imagination. Otherwise, do you really think that Rob has done a good job of keeping secrets? Isabel asked back. From the day my father tried to kill my husband and my father-in-law called me a slut, I have been committed an unforgivable crime. Nelson, you are worthy of my daughter, and I ask you to continue to guard her happiness after my death. Those medicines? They're happy too, aren't they? Do you still think so now? Everyone is so unfortunate, even those muggles. When they feel the sweetness of pain, when they are swallowed whole, they must feel happiness. I met a crazy person a few days ago, but I didn't expect there to be a crazier one. Don't you like happiness? Isabel was a little disappointed. I thought you were a smart person. Coincidentally, I thought so before. Chapter 333 Happiness? I understand. You were also forced. Nelson said sincerely, covering his forehead, and slowly moved his feet towards the low wall on the side. Don't worry, child. I won't attack you. Isabel smiled. If you really understand me, you won't be so afraid, will you? No. I just have a headache. Nelson felt that his brain was about to explode. Isabel's memory was not huge, but it was mixed with the life fragments of the wizards he had read before, and strong emotions were in the story, they rippling and bursting out, causing Nelson's mood and magic to rise and fall like them. You are joking. I understand, but I think you should realize that you have made a little mistake in solving the problem. Arrogance. You haven't experienced what I have experienced. How can you judge what I have done? Isabel shook her head disdainfully. She raised her wand, and the flashing silver memory was like a liquid. Although Nelson tried his best to avoid it, his skin was still occupied by them. He staggered close to the low wall, and held it drunk. Everything in front of him was divided into 3 parts. The double images sometimes overlapped and sometimes separated. A feeling of dizziness and nausea welled up in his throat, and at the same time, longer stories were turning in his mind like pages of a book. Don't worry, kid, I won't attack you. Isabel looked like a mother who put her child to sleep with a bedtime story. She looked at Nelson with tenderness in her eyes, as if she was singing an out-of-key lullaby with Meg for the first time. In the year before Mag was born, Isabel and Robert met, a handsome and down-to-earth handsome boy and a smart and lovely lady. In most vulgar love stories, or in real life, They will be blessed by everyone, right? But their stories are more cruel and bloody sweet than the storybook, and the root of everything is that little wooden stick, the magic wand. Isabel is faced with the same choice as McGonagall, choosing a lover or choosing a family. The differences and conflicts that should exist are extremely intensified when facing her father and McGonagall Emma. Ross, a Ray hot-tempered and stubborn wizard, his prejudices are more difficult to shake than the tempered rock formations under the Antarctic ice sheet. For him, it is more reasonable for his daughter to marry a house elf than a muggle. After all, elves have at least some magical powers. Like most self-centered fathers, he chooses strong control. The obedient, dark basement next door to the house elf will be the future abode of the disobedient daughter. Unlike McGonagall, Isabel chose a lover, which made her immersed in the happiness of being a husband and raising children for the rest of her life. At the same time, this was also the beginning of the bloody legend in the Scottish Highlands. She is as good as McGonagall, accompanied by the broomstick named Silver Sword that her mother gave her on her 11th birthday. She left the hellish home that had controlled her for 17 years. Since then, he and Robert have gone far away and found a church where they lived in a Muggle settlement next to the hero village in the Highlands. At first, what disappeared was her neighbor, a long-tongued old woman, who vividly told the story of the pastor's wife and the devil trading eternal youth at the entrance of the village saved her health. Isabel endured the different eyes from the villagers, but she was happy with it. In her view, these setbacks were just God's test of her love. Until 2 weeks later, that nasty old woman knocked on the door of her house again and said triumphantly, "Take out your baby. You shouldn't want Mr. Robert to be expelled from the church for marrying a devil." The undisguised greed in the old woman's eyes made her oppressed pain completely explode. The loneliness of living in isolation, the abandonment of her family, and the incomprehension of her rigid husband. The words of the old woman were like a crowbar, easily dispelling these small pains. The huge mountain that had been built was overturned, but the people who were affected by the mudslides will always be the people living at the foot of the mountain. The next day, the old woman insisted on going to London alone to visit friends. 2 weeks later, the police came to the village with her swollen body and a rotten piece of paper with her name and address written on it. It was the first time Isabel had smiled so brightly since she had been away from home for many years. After tasting the beauty of revenge, she began to intensify. Her husband's mean colleagues, the village tyrant who invaded her vegetable field, the parents who let their son bully Ziroj, the old classmates who laughed at her husband's paw, these people who may have only met once, because of my gaffe, are left this beautiful world forever. Is it rare that Isabel doesn't know what she did wrong? She has a faster brain than most people in the world. From the very beginning, she knew that she had embarked on a road of no return, but she was also good at whitewashing the piece for a happy family. This simple reason became her convince yourself of your strongest excuses every day. Later, those potential dangers that might harm her family members became big troubles that had to be solved in her eyes. Her genuine concern for her family has made her magic more powerful than ever. But her heart became empty and urgent as she became stronger day by day. There were too many things in the world that would hurt Robert, McGonagall and her 2 sons. How could she clean it up by herself? Under the ravages of black magic, her appearance is beyond the past, and she can only barely maintain it by absorbing the vitality of those liquidated muggles. This is the first time that medicine was born in the world, and she felt that her life was leaving her body. But it's all worth it. Robert goes back and forth devoutly between church and home every day, thanking God for giving him such a happy life. All 3 children have gone to Hogwarts, and they will become beautiful and powerful wizards. But Isabel always felt that there was not much time left. Thus, a special guest appeared in Nocturne Alley. On that day, Galacticus Bork shook the crystal bottle in his hand, staring at the charming purple light of wealth reflected by it. Looking at the subordinates of the Black Wizard, who was paralyzed by the test medicine behind him, but whose eyes were so happy that they were about to rise, he asked intoxicatedly, "Ma'am, what do you need?" "I don't need anything." "Then you must want a lot." Galacticus put away the crystal bottle, carefully hid the formula Isabel gave him in his arms, and said, "No matter what you need, I believe that compared to your for all that it brings me, it will never cost more than I imagined. This is just a failed product." The real finished product can save your youth without destroying your will. Isabel believes that, although the result has been achieved, the finished product she takes is the most precious. No, ma'am. Galacticus stared obsessively at the subordinate who only had the word medicine in his mouth, and said with a smile, "For me, this kind of medicine is the best. It has name? No. How about power? Or control?" Galacticus crossed his hands, nervously convulsing. No. How can these vulgar names be worthy of such a great invention of yours? Just call it medicine. It can cure everything. I don't quite understand what you mean. Isabel vaguely understood what he wanted to do. It can heal my desires, and the map in my heart will be completed with its assistance. To tell you the truth, I already have abundant raw materials that cannot be enriched. Galacticus waved his hands excitedly and sent out epilepsy. Subordinates maintained the same frequency. "You will be my benefactor." Isabel didn't answer him, and she left. The memory that was forcefully poured into Nelson's mind by Isabel was constantly washing away Nelson's thoughts, and the grief and misery that filled him almost turned into a real flame, devouring him. What followed was emptiness, but that emptiness was quickly filled with a sick sense of morality and satisfaction. In Nelson's heart, those remaining emotions that belonged to peeves that had not been cleaned up were aroused, and his expression constantly changing, from laughing to crying, from crying to anger. Nelson is a little tired of coping, not because these memories are difficult to entangle, but because of the restlessness of those emotions. When he closed his eyes, he sank into the white city, where his soul was, and there were churning black slime everywhere. They gushed out from the sewers, and galloped on the streets. A large metal hand reached down from the clouds, and Nelson jumped up, was caught by Alexander, and carefully placed on top of his head. The black sniffed and approached Nelson, and even spread to the soles of Alexander's feet, but Nelson quickly pulled out the invisibility cloak, and put it on himself. After entering the sewer, the street returned to its former cleanliness, as if nothing had happened. Only the huge silver ball buried deep in the ground was moaning on the verge of breaking, and mayflies fell from Alexander's body, sank to the ground, turned into chains, and flickered into a torrent of magic power, constantly strengthening the silver ball. In the empty village, Nelson tried his best to open his eyes. At the same time, Isabel's last memory was played. Looking at Nelson, who seemed to have lost his soul, Isabel raised her arms and looked at her palms. She didn't even think that those memories would bring Nelson such a great stimulation. The effect of this magic was amazing. Seeing Nelson opening her eyes again, she asked with a smile, "Do you understand?" "I don't understand it, but it's really shocking." A terrible thought suddenly rose in Nelson's mind. Maybe I can just leave and pretend nothing happened? He felt more and more that this plan was feasible. At the end of his memory, Isabel's plan surfaced. When a terrifying legend took shape over the Scottish Highlands, everyone would be cautious in their words and actions out of fear. At that time, no matter what others thought, her family will not hear any bad words, and she can even go home and let the drug-addicted Ross family accept her family again. What a blessing that would be. Except for those wizards whose brains are messed up, only Nelson and herself, two sober people, know everything. If they don't say it, no one will know what happened. McGonagall and Robert will only think that the people in the Scottish Highlands are of a much higher quality. Even if Isabel passed away, as long as the drug was still there, the chain above the head would exist forever, and no one wanted to disappear for no reason. But soon, the conscience in his heart slapped him awake, not to mention that it is a big mistake to almost return to the form of primitive religion. Just looking at this plan, it is also full of loopholes. Such a place, where the sky is high and the emperor is far away. Will Borgenbok really follow Isabel's plan and only capture those who break the rules? He will only intensify his efforts driven by interests, and eventually turn this place into a hell like Second Salem. It seems that you have figured it out? No. Nelson suddenly replied loudly, startling Isabel, but Nelson just woke himself up. I'm really in a daze, and I'm actually affected by you. Think about it, child. At least here, Minerva is your closest person. Isabel was still trying to persuade Nelson. Those people have nothing to do with you. She also noticed that the four wizards were rescuing the Muggles, but she didn't intend to interfere. She just wanted to let Nelson make his own choice. The wind blew from the entrance to the end of the village, but it still couldn't wash away the blood stain soaked into the soil. Mr. Robert, he is an honest and upright person. Nelson swallowed and spoke with difficulty. That's right. Speaking of her husband, Isabel's eyes were full of happiness. He must not want you to deceive him like this. So far, do you still think it's a deception? Isabel's tone was a bit stern. Nelson knew that, no matter what he said, he would appear too frivolous in front of Isabel, and in her eyes, there were too many tacit meanings. But he was still stalling for time. The mayflies in the village kept feeding back information telling him that the 4 wizards who had not been infected with the drug were indeed fulfilling their orders seriously. They opened and detained the Muggle raw materials. The gates of the cell, despite the brutal methods, are still trying to drive them away. More and more people leave the village and are driven away like a flock of sheep. If you tell Mr. Robert all this exactly, I think you know better than I what he will do. Maybe you can listen to what I said. These words hit Isabel's weakness. Indeed, she knew very well what her husband would think of her. How dare you use him to blackmail me? I'm not threatening, but I really can't do anything about you and your happiness. Nelson's hands were hanging by his sides, and his 2 wands were shaking in righteous indignation. All I can do is raise my wand. Damn it. Seeing that the persuasion was fruitless, Isabel waved her wand angrily, and the green poisonous cloud rolled in like a tide. Chapter 334 Suicide. At the beginning of the battle, Nelson crossed his 2 wands on his chest, bent slightly, and performed a wizard salute popular in the Scottish Highlands. This unexpected politeness made Isabel a little happy. She always had a heart that belonged to a wizard. I will still give you a chance, and I can help you with everything you want, even including the wealth of Bog, Isabel said sincerely, and she smelled her appreciation in Nelson. You may living in misery and not understanding the true meaning of happiness. I can help you. I've been offered more attractive terms, but I'd say they're not for me. I may know who you are talking about, but unlike him, my gift has no price. Isabel decided to end the conversation. Hurry up, those little things have about half an hour to escape. If you don't know how to repent, I can only use more brutal methods to convince you. No, you look at it, you can't use it. Feeling the sound of the furnace coming from his ears, Nelson lowered his head and said to himself. When the last Muggle was taken away by 4 wizards, his eyes were completely clear again. The tremor was subsided again. The collapsed high-rise rose up again. Alexander was hidden in the mist. Only the gaze cast from the Crimson One eye spanned time and space, paying attention to the Lone Master. Rushing briefly after Isabel nodded, Nelson disappeared in place, replaced by a cluster of white and flawless light, which quickly expanded and filled into a white mist covering half of the village. Gently moving towards the green poisonous mist that was close at hand like a tide go. Soon, the lost mist and the poisonous mist met. Isabel raised the cane in her hand and prepared for Nelson's attack, but the imaginary explosion or collision did not happen, and it just drifted into the poisonous mist lightly. In the picture, white and green seem to exist in 2 dimensions that are not connected to each other. Isabel looked at the gradually thinning poisonous fog around her, picked up a smear with her fingers, and put it in her mouth. She blinked and said strangely, I think your magic may have failed, but my baby doesn't seem to be weakened in the slightest. Nelson remained silent in the fog of confusion, and her chain shot towards Isabel replaced his answer. Isabel's body, which had been eroded by black magic, and was dying of illness, could not respond at all. She did not make any effective resistance, and was soon imprisoned. Locked securely, like a regular old lady. The chains on her body tightened, the air in her lungs was squeezed out of her body little by little, and even the sternum and ribs groaned, but she didn't care about the pain, just squeezed with his last breath, remembering his youth. When I was playing Quidditch at Hogwarts, your spell would not be able to hit me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The disarming curse, stunning curse and petrifying curse was shot at her from 3 directions in no particular order, as if 3 wizards had been rehearsing this move for a long time. The red light was directed at her as a hood, and the petrification spell hit her legs precisely, holding her firmly in place. These 3 spells were like 3 slaps that said you are old, and they were slapped heavily on her face. When the stun spell hit her, Isabel closed her eyes, but the tightened chains and petrification the curse did not allow her to fall. The cane spun into the sky and fell into the hands of Nelson in the mist. Even though the opponent seemed to have completely lost the ability to resist, Nelson did not easily get out of the fog. How could McGonagall's mother be such a character who fell down so easily? The poisonous fog, that is still expanding, is the most powerful evidence. Okay. Isabel's cheeks twitched, and she opened her eyes again. Nelson swore that this way of self-awakening is absolutely unique in the wizarding world, using the pain caused by the poisonous mist released by her own hands to corrode the skin. To get rid of the stun spell, this method may not be possible for anyone except Isabel. Nelson just held the cane she threw, and the suspended water film on the surface of the palm was quickly rendered emerald green. Come the burning pain. This kind of pain penetrated into the bone marrow, and it also made Nelson pay more respect to the witch who had been in the poisonous fog in front of him. Isabel's eyes were full of vigilance. She thought that Nelson should also hide somewhere to mediate with her. In reality, however, a heated discussion was taking place not far behind her. The emerald golden beetle cane was inserted into the ground in front of Nelson, shining like a layer of metal coating. Most of the cane went deep into the ground, revealing only the beetle waving its mouthparts and small feet. The poisonous mist was being sprayed, and the ground with a radius of 1 meter around the cane had turned dark green. A transparent barrier stood around Nelson, sealing him off from the outside world. He waved his wand, and a dung beetle that was diligently digging holes in the ground pierced the soil and flew out. Nelson placed it next to the green ground, and it dazedly touched the ground with its tentacles in a new environment. Green. It was his last thought, before turning to ashes. People who love dung beetles expressed strong protest. At his feet, there was a burst of teasing from the double-sided mirror facing the cane, followed by a serious evaluation. It's so poisonous. What's this made of? 8 eyes, a poisonous spider? I would like to use penguins, but the conditions are limited. There are only dung beetles around here. If you really like it, I can dig some for you when I go back. There is nothing on the grassland, just a lot of dung beetles. Nelson shrugged. As for what kind of poison it is, you really think too highly of me if you ask me this kind of question. No, aren't you the first student to lock the O in potions class this year? Tom laughed. How can it be difficult for you to be a mere venom? You can make 2 more jokes, but Minerva's mother will probably poison herself with 2 of your jokes. Okay, well, I would have followed if I knew it earlier. Tom's tone returned to seriousness. Why don't you just knock her down? I think this kind of thing should be easy for you. Of course, and then beat her to death along the way, and make Minerva cry every day. Nelson said. A binding spell can break her ribs, and I don't think she can withstand a punch from Alexander. What about apparition? The tactic we tried in the secret room before is the one that flashes around. Tom suggested. You start from the front. Tried it. Nelson interrupted her, but she has been standing in the poisonous fog. Do you know what is the way she breaks free from the stun spell? It hurts. I can't imagine that it can be used. How severe the pain of the spell for the operation is. She may be really strong inside, but her body is also much more fragile than you imagine. Nelson was silent for a moment, and then continued. She seems to know me very well. When sharing her memories, she even deliberately included all her thoughts after her death. Although I don't understand why, I think she already has death in her heart. ZHI. You might as well just resign yourself to fate and just cast her spells to see the effect. Tom gave up thinking. As far as spells are concerned, he is more attracted to powerful magic than Nelson. In these aspects, the two are almost equal. If it is true as you said, she has committed a serious crime, then even if you accidentally beat her to death, no one will say anything, including Minerva. But I think it should be her choice. Minerva? Tom laughed. You're a pervert. Stop the boring temptation. Isabel's voice spread from the green poisonous mist. I read in the newspaper that you should have a powerful and incomparably giant follower. Tom and the mirror shrugged. Let's just leave it to fate. Let's resign ourselves to fate. Nelson stood up, took the double-sided mirror back into his arms, removed the surrounding barriers, and returned to the battlefield. The white mist of loss suddenly became more active, and they burst out much stronger than the beginning. Imposing, ruthlessly besieging the diluted poisonous mist. As the green color faded, Isabel understood that she had made a big mistake at the beginning, not to mention the legendary giant follower. She had long since lost her youth and youth. the capital against which people fight. Poisons might kill everything, but in seawater they don't even have the resources to make waves. You are Minerva's mother, and I'm not qualified to make decisions for her. I remember that you tampered with the oath that Shafik told you when you accepted the order of the Garter Order. Isabel's tone softened when she heard Mag's name. You said you were willing to protect everyone. Could it be that Scotland don't these innocent muggles in the Highlands deserve protection? Do you think they are innocent too? I don't think so, but don't you think so too? Isabel let out a heart-piercing roar, and the corners of her eyes, mouth, nostrils, and ears overflowed with dark green blood. The blood was so viscous that it could hardly flow. Her body was already full of her own blood. Medicine, perhaps for Caractacus Spock. Isabel's medicine did not produce the dependency expected, but for Isabel herself, she had already become addicted to an inescapable addiction. Come on. Let me see your skills. The venom burst out from her body, tearing out small wounds dripping with venom on her body surface. Isabel, who had lost her wand, drove the magic power with the purest emotion, allowing them to mix with the venom in her body to form a continuous monster that exerts its own will, a green pus flowing all over its body, like a monster that just crawled out of a swamp, with despair written all over its body. This reminds Nelson of the obscure that he had just confronted not long ago. Isabel hit Zio. Zio is a normal wizard, but the pain caused by her stubbornness still distorts the magic power after she gets old. This is different from obscure, but very similar. The undiluted venom rooted out of the village and returned to the body of their owner. Isabel's final form surprised Nelson. Except for the color, she was almost exactly the same as Salem. Before he had time to think about the relationship, the jets of water sprayed with venom had already hit in all directions, including Nelson's direction naturally. Having rich experience in this kind of thing, he understood that Isabel's collapse was inevitable, so he dodged out of the village helplessly, looking at the dancing green and the white mist with complicated eyes. He still didn't understand why Isabel made such a choice, what the emotions and memories mixed in her conveyed to him wanted to explain, and what kind of secrets were hidden in her tacit eyes. Nelson sighed, looking at the empty village that had been vandalized. He feared that he would never know the answers to these questions. This is the biggest failure Nelson has tasted so far. He wants to keep a damned person alive, but he can't interfere with her own will at all. Isabel in the mist stopped for a while. She felt that the village was empty. She knew that her opponent had withdrawn, but instead, she erupted with stronger magic power, destroying the empty buildings in the village, as if venting her anger. Suddenly, a hand was on Nelson's shoulder. He turned his head. It was Mag. Sorry, you have nothing to apologize for. McGonagall shook her head and said, I already know what she did, and even if you don't stop her, I will report it to the Ministry of Magic. But she, oh. Nelson took a deep breath, and did not speak again. Let me give her a ride. There were tears in McGonagall's eyes, but his tone was extremely firm. She should have disappeared under the Dementor's kiss. At this moment, Isabel's last madness had come to an end, and she, who looked like an ordinary woman, fell weakly into the poison pool, and the surrounding fog quietly dissipated. Isabel, who fell on the ground, heard her daughter's final conclusion about her coffin. A trace of misery and incomprehensible loneliness flashed across her face, but her eyes were soon relieved, and the hand that was deeply pressed into the ground relaxed, letting go. Green venom spewed out of the dirt and devoured itself. Mag couldn't bear to turn around. She had been practicing her own justice all her life, but she never thought that her mother would do such an outrageous thing. Isabel's mouth opened and closed, but her broken vocal cords could no longer make any sound. Her body was completely destroyed by her own poison. Even if no one did it, her life had already come to an end. She is wishing you happiness. Nelson sighed, but Mag could no longer see the last words on her lips. Hearing Nelson's reminder, she turned around, tears flowing wantonly, dyeing her light makeup an ugly mass of flowers. All that can be seen is a green swamp, and her mother has disappeared. Boom. The venom exploded, but none of the splatter flew out of the village except for the one that landed on Nelson's face. Nelson wiped his face. The cold venom did not burn him, but had a sweet smell. His eyes widened suddenly, the venom from his fingertips quickly evaporated into silver steam and poured into his temples. Remember my appearance. Watch out for the eyes behind me. He turned around suddenly, and behind him was the endless grassland. Chapter 335. The Black Tower hangs again. The Scottish Highlands are famous for their vastness, but Nelson, who is in the vast world, feels extremely oppressed and cramped. Isabel's shape resembling salamander dying words are always echoing in his mind, tearing his 5 senses in a daze. He saw an eye staring at him on the grassland. With both hands raised high, spells of various colors were shot at that eye like a gust of wind and thunder, and countless mayflies appeared behind them at the same time, lighting up their red one-eyed eyes, and swaying an airtight laser net towards the eye mask go. Mag, who was beside him, was taken aback, and held Nelson's arm, but this small movement gave the nervous Nelson even greater stimulation, and another round of indiscriminate bombardment seemed to make this. The grassland was smashed to pieces. "What's wrong with you?" Mag, immersed in grief, put his emotions aside, and asked with concern. "It's okay." Nelson rubbed his eyes, and looked into the distance after the gunpowder smoke dissipated. There was an ugly scar on the grassland that was originally filled with purple, and the muddy lake was boiling on the damaged land. Nelson raised his head, and the sun was shining on the lake there. "Oh, it's the sun." Nelson closed his eyes. He actually saw the lake water and the reflected sun as one eye, smiled self-deprecatingly, and raised his wand again towards the damaged ground. "What's wrong with you?" Mag asked again. "It's nothing. I'm allergic to the lake recently." A green light burst out from the tip of the stick and broke into tiny light spots in midair, flying towards the lake like a group of little fairies flapping their wings. "I hope you don't fill up the Black Lake when you go back." Mag didn't believe it, but she didn't say much. She just looked at the green spell and asked, "What is that?" "A black wizard who taught me to call God to protect me taught me a spell, which is very suitable for promoting plant growth." Nelson shook his head. "But that's all I can do. Some wizards who are proficient in magic plants can even make the forest grow for themselves." "War. How can a black wizard summon a god to protect him?" "Yeah, why would a black wizard call for a guardian?" Nelson repeated Mag's question, but there was a touch of exclamation in his tone. He turned around and gave the last wizard salute to the empty village, covered with green venom. "Let's go, it's all over." He walked towards the sun non-stop, wanting to escape this depressing place quickly, but Mag didn't follow for a long time. He turned his head and saw Mag with his back to him, covering his face with his hands, trying to control the trembling shoulders. A sob was very obvious on the grassland, and the wind in the wilderness couldn't blow away this kind of back. No matter how strong McGonagall is in front of others, no matter how much she believes in justice, no matter what wrong things her mother has done, no matter how harsh her evaluation of her mother is in the end, but now she is just a girl without a mother. This is her own choice. Nelson stepped forward, persuading her conscience. She did do some wrong things and caused some irreparable and serious consequences, but I think that at the last moment of her life, she must it is repentant. I know. As Nelson approached, McGonagall could no longer maintain her strength. Her voice was intermittent, and her words were full of sadness overflowing the words. "But I still dare not believe me. That green thing is mine. Woo woo woo. It's my mother. She's not." Nelson felt that his vocabulary was so scarce that he couldn't even think of a decent word of comfort. He stretched out his hand, wanting to pat Mag on the shoulder, but he finally withdrew his hand, stood at a loss. "Your mother is Isabel McGonagall. She is she is my mother. The mother who taught me to be upright like my father. The mother who taught me to ride a broom. The mother who used to shine. But she..." McGonagall choked up. "She is also an evil black wizard. You don't need to persuade me. Before I came, I went to the Highland Heroes village. I know what she did better than you. Everything she did is beyond words. I really don't know. I don't know how to face it in the future for my family. I really don't know." Nelson couldn't say it. He didn't dare to share Isabel's memories with McGonagall. He was afraid that these memories would bring her more stimulation. "Sorry, if it wasn't for me, your happiness should continue." At this moment, the word happiness became extremely ironic, and Mag couldn't hold back any longer, and burst into tears. "Feel sorry. You don't need to apologize. I would rather let my mother accept the trial of the Wizengamot than the happiness of being kept in the dark. Let's go." Nelson held Mag's shoulders, trying to take her away from this sad place. Yeah. Mag nodded. Just let everything disappear. I have to tell dad. Thinking that he might have to take over his mother's sins and begin to deceive his upright and kind father. Mag couldn't help feeling sad and wept even harder. Fiend fire. Nelson helped Mag away from the village, and the blue flame gushing from the tip of the staff was left here. The faint blue fire added a bit of coolness to the already bleak village that no one felt. After the two left, fiend fire devoured everything in the village greedily, and it quickly spread to every building. The ignited buildings immediately gave birth to new flames. These scorching monsters entangled in the village like vines. Together, bursting out more and more bursting energy. More than 10 seconds passed, and the church in the center of the village was burning like a torch. The tongues of flames were entangled with each other, roaring towards the cloudy sky, and the rising heat pierced the dense clouds above. The sky was pulled down. In the center of the flames, the poisonous marsh left by Isabel was quickly evaporated to a piece the size of a palm. A white-haired man wearing a black coat suddenly appeared in the flames. This violent and fiery energy seemed extremely docile when facing him. Inside the huge flame monster, tongues of flame broke away from the group, like superstitious primitive people creeping around the man Grindelwald. He was able to apparate to the center of the village with perfect accuracy. It seemed that he had been there before. He walked to the side of the poisonous swamp, straightened his clothes, knelt down on one knee, and stretched his unprotected hand into the poisonous swamp under his feet among the sound of the venom corroding the skin was extremely ear-piercing even in the middle of the bursting flames. Although there were large drops of sweat dripping from his forehead, and the muscles all over his body were tense due to pain, Grindelwald still maintained the most solemn expression. He bit gritting his teeth. He reached out his hand to the bottom. The poisonous marsh covered half of his forearm, and his cuff instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke, which was sucked into the flames and disappeared. It's a bit early, but you are much more determined, and better than I imagined. Grindelwald seemed to have touched something in the poisonous swamp, and holding it in his hand with pain, said intoxicatedly, yes, the smell of love, the magic of emotion is really touching. Miss Rose, I hear your love. He withdrew his hand from the poisonous swamp. It had been eroded and scorched black, exposing rotten flesh, but Grindelwald didn't pay attention to his injury, just stared at the thing in his hand fascinated. It was a stone-like, emerald green crystal clear eye. It was so similar to the black stone that Salem had left, and the blue eyes of Borgenberg that had been given to Tom that, if they were artifacts of any kind, they were by the same craftsman. The third eye. Grindelwald straightened up, letting the last remnant of Isabel grow on Fierce Sapphire, and solemnly paid attention. What thing has 3 eyes? Or more? Fiend fire also burned the last stones in the village at this moment. Just as Grindelwald was about to extinguish the flames, curling clouds and mist rushed to the top of his head. Misty drizzle fell, and fiend fire was extinguished like ordinary fire up. It doesn't leak water. Grindelwald chuckled and disappeared in place. These victims, what should we do? Looking at the murky muggles with numb expressions and the 4 wizards kneeling in front of him, Nelson was in trouble. Minerva, let me come. McGonagall's mood eased a lot. Although there were still tears in the corners of her eyes, she had once again become a meticulous Professor McGonagall. I will contact the Ministry of Magic. Then I leave me alone for a while. Mag shook his head. Go and accept your honor. Nelson nodded. He understood that McGonagall didn't need his company at the moment, and comfort would make her more vulnerable, so he left a mayfly under his feet and disappeared. But instead of going directly to London, he appeared over a town he was flying through. During the free fall, Nelson found the shop he was looking for. Sir, how much is this suit? Nelson walked out of the fitting room of the clothing store and showed the owner the suit that had not been untied. At this moment, he had changed his appearance, with black hair and black beard, with a look of contempt on his face. Even his height, the figure has also changed, and the thin body can be perfectly tucked into this brown striped suit. The old tailor rubbed his eyes. He was really confused. He even forgot the guest he was receiving. He hurriedly put down the needle and thread in his hand, trotted to Nelson with his waist supported, and looked carefully at the suit on his body. £35. This is the best suit in our store. By the way, sir, is your shirt also in our store? He narrowed his eyes and looked at the shirt on Nelson's body and then looked down at the leather shoes under Nelson's feet. I always feel that they all look familiar. I have to say, it really fits you well. That's right, I grow according to the fit of this suit. Nelson agrees with his argument about fitting. After all, it is the case. The shirts and shoes are from your store, and you just recommended them to me. Have you forgotten so quickly? How much are they in total? You are very humorous, but for a tailor, it is indeed a very lucky thing for a customer to find a suitable ready-made garment. The old tailor only took him as a joke and replied, "It's £42 in total, sir. Let me cut it first. Untie the cables on your body, and I will match you with a suitable tie later." "Thank you." Nelson nodded, dropped a few banknotes, and lifted the paper bag in his hand. "Do you know where the nearby police station is? I have something to do." Okay. The old tailor was busy holding up the scissors. "You walk 2 intersections in the direction of the pawn shop, which is opposite the green post office." "Thank you." Nelson twisted the tie button and walked out of the clothing store. The old tailor was a little confused again. Is the speed of removing the stitches so fast now? Name. Reason for visiting. A fat man wearing glasses like beer bottle bottoms sat behind the consultation desk in the lobby of the police station. When he heard someone coming in at the door, he asked without raising his head. "Igor Karkaroff," Nelson said with a thin face like a goat. "I want to find my relative, but she doesn't seem to be in the house. I heard that she is missing. May I have a look? Her dossier, if it can be found." "German?" The fat man raised his head, glanced at Nelson who walked to the table with disgust, and said angrily, "What relatives do you have in England? You're joking. I've lived in London for a while." Nelson put his hand into his pocket and said with a smile, "I really miss her. Can you accommodate me?" "What are you going to do?" Seeing Nelson put his hands into his arms, the fat man stood up nervously and knocked the seat under his butt to the ground. I understand. You have to turn in your weapons when you come here." Nelson stretched out his hands from his arms with a smile and presented a thick stack of pounds in front of the fat man. "Look, I've always cooperated like this. Yes, let's be flexible." The fat man's eyes, which were already squeezed by the fat, were even smaller, even like mung beans. He glanced behind him in a panic and saw that the door leading to the police station was closed, so he raised the eyes to his throat. The heart was put back and then burst out at a speed that was completely inconsistent with the figure, snatching the pound from Nelson's hand and quickly stuffed it into his pants. Nelson raised his eyebrows. Money can indeed make people happy, but there is no need to stuff it in the crotch. This kind of dangerous goods should be better preserved. The fat man's tone softened a little, with a smile on his face, and he explained in an intimate tone, "Of course, for the citizens who cherish their families, we have one reasons to satisfy them. Demand, don't you?" I couldn't agree more. Ahem. Originally the file room was not open to outsiders, but since I'm the only one on duty in the police station today, even if the location of the missing person file you are looking for is not confidential, it is illegal for you to see it. The fat man rubbing his hands together, he said, "But in order to serve the citizens of the British Empire, I'm willing to make this exception." "I understand." Nelson nodded slowly. "Mr. Inspector does a good deed without leaving a name. I definitely won't publicize it everywhere." Yes, as long as you understand." The fat man closed the door of the police station and led Nelson inside. "Can this door be closed? They have nothing important to do." The fat man replied casually, "The file room for missing cases is upstairs." Half an hour later, Nelson finally found the file he wanted. Cola Jones. Well, it should be her. The time of death was from the end of September to the beginning of October 4 years ago. He thought that Isabel started to attack those who offended him a long time ago, but now it seems that she did not commit crimes intermittently for more than 10 years, but started her revenge with high frequency 4 years ago. Why, 4 years ago? Nelson fell into confusion. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in his mind, connecting two things that shouldn't be related, which made Isabel's alarm even more confusing. That was the time when he disembarked from the Icarus, entered the illusion for the first time in Nuremberg, and met Grindelwald under the hanging black tower. Chapter 336 Role-playing. Do you think Lord Grindelwald's plan will come true? In an underground subway station in London, a blonde young man wearing a long coat and holding a straight cane inlaid with amber stood beside the railway tracks, playing with a cute penguin doll in his hand, and casually asked a young man beside him road. The subway in this era is very different from what you imagined. There are no glass guardrails on both sides of the platform, and it looks like an underground train station. The tunnel is full of pungent sulfur smell. He is covering his mouth and nose, and he looks suspicious figure. There had been an underground in London long before he was born, but Nelson never used it, not only because there were no lines near his home, but also because of the smoky tunnels created by steam locomotives. With a guitar on his back and 2 long braids braided together, the suddenly accosted Muggle looks like a wandering singer. "Sir, what did you say?" The young man scratched his head. The sound of the steam locomotive in the tunnel made him unable to hear Nelson's words. He said with a confused expression, "Who is Grindelwald? What did he do?" "It's nothing." The blonde young man waved his hand. "The Antarctic ice cap was not formed in a day, and I also need to work hard." The young homeless singer ran out of the subway station with his beloved guitar in his arms. "It's really unlucky. I finally found a warm place. I didn't expect to meet a lunatic." The vagabond singer didn't understand what the strange guy was saying, but the moment the 2 weird men heard the name Grindelwald, they put down the newspaper in their hands and hid in the crowd and approached this side. Ugh! The sound of the train whistle echoed in the narrow tunnel. The blonde young man approached the platform and said to the 2 people who were approaching behind him without looking back, "Gentlemen, didn't the Aura office give you camouflage training? You may no idea, the average person wouldn't wear a pair of pink Hawaiian shorts under a suit." "Who are you?" Although the 2 Auras were dressed strangely, they were at least well trained. They surrounded him from left to right and surrounded him in the middle. The one with the slightly pink underpants warned in a low voice, by mentioning Grindelwald in front of Muggles, "Are you defying the secrecy law?" "Secrecy? I mean no offense, but your Hawaiian shorts have ripped it up, and who am I?" he said, turning around, with a smile. "My name is Nelson Wertling. I hope you remember this name. I know who you are, and I warn you, isn't British coal even willing to do the simplest desulfurization?" The blonde young man turned around and waved to the 2 Auras with a smile. "Gentlemen, I hope to see you next time. You can have a uniform attire." The steam was coming slowly from a distance, blurring the Aura's vision for a moment as they watched as he lay back and disappeared under the train's wheels. A flash of bright light flashed. The front of the car seemed to have hit a wall, and it stopped abruptly, halfway inward, and the carriages behind were derailed under the action of inertia and squeezed together. A spell shot from under the car and hit the face of the pink shorts Aura, and an orange bird's beak slowly took its place on his face. The sound in the air was silent for a moment, and even the sound of the train situation turned into a buzzing noise. The 2 Auras gritted their teeth and turned around, only to find that all the Muggle passengers on the platform were looking here. "Ah! Monster!" There was a scream from the crowd. "Broken." The 2 Auras looked at each other, thinking something was wrong in their hearts. It was too late, and then too soon. The one with reddish shorts disappeared instantly, while the Aura with pinkish shorts quickly drew out his wand and pointed it at the Muggles on the platform. "You are passed out." Red light flickered in the small space underground. A few minutes later, when the wizards from the Twisting Memory office arrived at the scene, only Aura was left standing in the subway station, and his companion who had just left ran towards him holding a photo. "Yes, that's the man." The Aura in pink shorts pointed at Nelson, who was charging at the basilisk with a sword in the photo, gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "Although he looks a little younger than in the photo, it's him." "Hey, Nelson." At this moment, after finding out the dossier, Nelson appeared at the door of the leaky cauldron. As soon as he appeared, several Auras stepped forward and blocked his way. Vaguely, he heard bursts of chant-like roars coming from the back door of the bar. After so many days, the group of marchers were still so energetic. "Sir, there is no way here. I'm not going to Diagon Alley," Nelson explained. "I just need to borrow the fireplace and go to the Ministry of Magic. Sorry, the flu network is down at the leaky cauldron." "Okay, I'll take the night bus." Nelson shrugged and asked curiously, "Didn't the magic here be restored?" The Aura stopped talking, just stood erect at the door of the bar, short of sticking a no comment note on his forehead. Nelson didn't dare to apparate to the Ministry of Magic. He heard that the Ministry of Magic had added some construction on the basis of the engineering team. He was afraid that he would accidentally apparate into the wall. In desperation, Nelson had to leave the bar and came to Charing Cross Road. He stood there for a while until a familiar shout took his attention away from the messy clues in his mind, turned his head and looked through the smog sharpened the traffic, and he saw the girl across the road who was waving vigorously at him. Martha? So, you have been in the United States all these years. Sitting in the cafe opposite the Central Bookstore on Charing Cross Road, Nelson stirred the teaspoon in his hand, staring at the sugar cubes gradually melting in the water, and said, coincidentally, no, to tell you the truth, I have also been in the United States for a long time. Looking out of the corner of the window, he suddenly noticed a head retracting from the corner of the street. Nelson frowned and stared at it carefully. Soon, a head sneaked out from the corner of the street again. Their eyes met in the air. When they met, the person who was so frightened to peep quickly shrank back. That's such a pity. Martha stared at Nelson. The spoon in her hand had already stirred the coffee onto the tablecloth, but she didn't notice it at all. Mrs. Cole told me that you went to a school called Hogwarts. I didn't expect it to be in the United States. We are in the same country and we didn't meet. It makes me feel sorry. No, the school I attended is in the UK. Nelson shook his head. The US is huge, several times the size of the UK mainland. Even if two people live in the three islands all the year round, they may not meet each other in their lifetime, let alone in a bigger place. Yes, when Mrs. Cole handed over the ticket to me, she told me that the outside world is very big. I didn't believe it at the time. How could there be a place bigger than London? If so, that can only be England, haha. She grinned generously. What did you study in that school? Why did you go to England again? I learned some car repair, mechanical manufacturing and other technologies. Later, because I broke the principal's car, I had to transfer to the United States. Nelson observed more and more pedestrians on the street outside the window. Maybe he was involved in something. The scene where the Black Wizard was captured. He immediately looked at Martha, who might be affected, and casually confused her question, asking, what about you? What are you doing in America? Mrs. Cole has a middle school classmate whose uncle owns a tailor shop in New York, on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. She asked that classmate to write a letter to Mr. Ruger and ask me to be an apprentice. Martha raised her sleeves, showed it to Nelson, then stood up and turned around. The hem of the clothes drew a beautiful arc, and recalled happily, at first, Mr. Ruger thought I was a girl and couldn't make this kind of custom clothes, but it was conquered by me. You see, my clothes are made by myself. Very beautiful, it suits you very well, Martha. Nelson carefully observed Martha's dress. The red tartan coat was more avant-garde than the current popular style, and she wore a brown beret on her head. The brass rivets are shining, and the black skinny jeans are bold in this era, which perfectly outlines the advantages of the girl's figure. A pair of hard leather boots exude a wild atmosphere unique to America. He nodded and sincerely said, no wonder you wear a painter's hat. I remember you were fond of needlework and thought France would suit you well. A stern-faced lady pushed past the cafeteria and walked in. After she sat down, a group of people like a tour group filed in. Yeah, the fashion capital, but it's a pity that nothing is left. Martha didn't notice the more and more people around her. She shrugged. A painter's hat is a painter's hat. When it's on a painter's head, and it's on my head, it's just a beret. Maybe it could be called a fashion hat, laughed Nelson. You're going to be a fashion designer, aren't you? Oh, fashion, you mean Coco Chanel? HMM. Nelson narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, could it be that the dark wizard they want to arrest is in this cafe? But why didn't I notice it? He is really a cautious black wizard. No wonder so many people are arrested. But aren't they afraid to startle the snake? Martha, where do you live now? Do you want to accompany me to see Mrs. Cole and everyone? Nelson was worried that Martha would be affected, so he offered to leave or go buy some gifts first. Okay, Martha readily agreed. Can you go out first? Nelson put down the teaspoon, and he was going to ask what happened to the aura. I'm a little curious about the origin of the coffee beans, and I want to ask the owner. Oh well. Martha looked at Nelson's Intershade coffee, picked up her bag, and left the cafe without saying anything. The moment Martha walked out of the cafe, the door was locked behind her. She turned her head, and the glass was covered with mist at some point. In the cafe, all the customers stood up, drew out their wands, they all pointed at Nelson, and the witch at the head shouted, "Nelson Wertling, you are under arrest. Please hand over your wand, and come with me to the Ministry of Magic for investigation." Nelson didn't speak, but his expression seemed to say everything. In order to avoid irritating the auras, he remained motionless and asked helplessly, "Aren't you here to catch the Dark Wizard?" "What? You actually admitted that you are a Dark Wizard?" The witch took a step back and leaned her back on the bar counter. She was used to sitting in an office. Today, she heard that the target of arrest was only a student, so she asked, trying to get some grades, but she didn't. "Thought he was a Dark Wizard. Did you make a mistake?" Nelson's face was filled with speechlessness. "I'm indeed going to the Ministry of Magic today, but your Minister Rich invited me to accept the award, and he didn't inform me that I need to be proud." "Rob back. It looks like you're ready to fight." The witch's throat groaned. She had seen that photo and heard some Nelson's legends from colleagues who had participated in the security work of the Triwizard tournament. File. At this moment, she was very uncertain. If Nelson wanted to do something, would these people be able to take a punch from that thing? "What's the matter with you?" Seeing that these auras couldn't beat a fart with several sticks, he gradually lost his patience. "Is Nobby Rich going to renege? Even if he doesn't want to pay, there is no need to kill them all like this, right? With so many auras here, don't we need to guard the leaky cauldron?" Sure enough, what happened at the leaky cauldron also has something to do with you. The witch trembled, but a sense of responsibility gave her enough courage. "How many of you are there? Are these plots by Grindelwald? Is the attack on the leaky cauldron also part of your plan? What stupid things are you talking about?" The anger in Nelson's heart, who was not happy at first, was ignited by the inexplicable questioning of the official. "What are we and you? Is Nobby Rich demented? Recruiting a group of auras like you?" The witch's face was blue and white. She turned around and called a wizard in a suit who had been covering his mouth. He trotted up to Nelson, his eyes full of resentment, and then he threw away his hand. A penguin's mouth sat squarely on his face. "What is this? Is a funny transfiguration also to be blamed on me? You still don't admit it?" The wizard was so ashamed and angry, he stretched his hand to his belt. "What are you doing?" Nelson hurriedly stopped, but he was still a step too late. The wizard's suit pants piled up to his feet, and a pair of pink Hawaiian shorts appeared in front of Nelson. "Didn't the Aura office give you camouflage training? You probably don't know that the average person doesn't wear a pair of pink Hawaiian shorts under a suit." "That's him." The wizard pointed at Nelson's face and shouted excitedly, "It's exactly the same as what I just said." Chapter 337 Penguin's Balloon. "Don't you know me? Even if you are a popular figure, everyone is equal before the law." It seemed that the leading witch said with her neck stuck. She looked like a righteous person who stood by her beliefs, but her continuous swallowing movement still exposed her. She said sternly, "I'm Alan Wordsworth, Department of Legal Enforcement, Ministry of Magic. You're really making me laugh. How can anyone tell themselves when they come up?" Nelson shook his head and took a step forward. All the wizards in the room took a step back, as if they were performing something that had been rehearsed many times, dancing. He glanced around in the crowd and found a thin and unremarkable witch shrinking behind the wizard in pink shorts, looking at him timidly. "Huh, ma'am, I remember you should be in work in the International Affairs Department. You handled the formalities for my return to the UK." The witch didn't admit it, but shook her head vigorously and continued to hide behind the wizard in pink shorts. The wizard was a bit short, and she was a bit tall. The appearance of trying to hide looked a little funny. In fact, there are only 3 serious auras in the coffee shop except for Wordsworth, who was a little confused about the situation when he opened his mouth to law and shut his mouth to subdue the law, and only met Nelson in the subway station, but they didn't look like any smart people. Nelson eased from the anger of being interrupted, scanned the auras present, and suddenly understood the situation. "You are not auras," Nelson said decisively. "You are too unprofessional. I even saw several familiar faces. Most of you are staff members of the Department of International Affairs, right?" Wordsworth's expression management is not in place, and Nelson even read from her face. How did he find out? It's terrible. This kind of sentence with a clear subject, predicate and object. Even if my colleagues are not real Laura's, you cannot be allowed to get away with it. Wordsworth was still stubborn. I don't mind playing role-playing with you, but I do have something to do, Nelson said anxiously, but his tone became lighter. He pulled out a wand from his pocket, and this action made the air in the store half cold. But he didn't say any spells. Instead he put his wand on the table with a smile, and said, first of all, when so many people are dispatched to arrest suspects, you shouldn't put them all in one room like playing wizard swear, but let the clever people touch the object, and the others hide. I don't need someone who uses magic in front of muggles to teach me how to deploy troops. No, you do. Nelson shook his head and said patiently like a teacher, you see, I'm not the one who uses magic in front of muggles. In fact, you are. Look at your wands everywhere. Frightened the poor shopkeeper, and I wanted to ask him the recipe for his coffee. After finishing speaking, he turned towards the back of the bar counter and followed his gaze with a group of wizards. The upturned corner of the door curtain immediately fell down, shaking awkwardly in the air. Also, don't follow the dark wizard's gaze. I mean, if I'm really a dark wizard, then you'd be under my spell by now. Nelson's voice was very close to Wordsworth, and she panicked. Turning her head, she saw Nelson's eyes that were only a palm away from her. Those eyes blinked, showing a smile that made her feel extremely humiliated. Don't risk your colleague's life, nor be rich, since almost all the auras are concentrated in the Ministry of Magic and Diagon Alley. You should get closer to them, instead of seeing some possible news, while all the capable people in the office are out of the field. For a little it's a ridiculous feat to come out to handle the case without investigating anything. And bring a group of colleagues who have been negligent in their work so far to give you momentum. Confusion curse? Don't let me catch you. Nelson stared at Wordsworth's cloudy eyes, already had an answer in his heart, and a dangerous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You. Wordsworth's heart trembled, although she didn't want to admit it, but she really thought so. A minor but complex wizard. The minister was in a bad mood these days, and everyone knew that the fugitive Hogwarts professor he may have already run to the moon, and he will definitely make a fool of himself. If he can catch a prisoner who can divert public attention at this time, the minister must be very happy. Nelson's face was getting closer and closer to her. Wordsworth always felt that his eyes were foggy these days, and now he couldn't see clearly. She blinked, and her eyes miraculously became much clearer. You may not know that I came to London today to go to the Ministry of Magic and ask your Minister Rich to receive the award. If you stab the basket at this time, your dream of promotion will be shattered, Nelson said softly. Not to mention I just arrived in London. You should be used by people with ulterior motives. How do you know? Look, I've put my wand there. It's enough for you to go back to your errand. I'll go to the ministry later. Please make sure to protect it. Nelson leaned forward and leaned into her ear and said, okay, it's convenient, ma'am. I have to chat with your minister later. Why do you know Aura so well? Wordsworth asked a question that had nothing to do with the case and the conversation just now, and she had already convinced herself, regaining her senses. I have a younger sister whose dream is to become an aura, Nelson said from his pocket. It seems that you have a set of opinions about exams. I may have to bother you in the future. Ah, yes. Wordsworth nodded and said in a loud voice, it seems that we have arrested the wrong person. I'm sorry that I look so much like the bad guy. I've caused you trouble. Nelson scratched his head, looking like a sunny Hogwarts student. He turned to look at the wizard in pink shorts and asked, sir, did you read it wrong? He was wrong, Wordsworth said. Thank you for cooperating with our investigation. Nelson nodded, walked through the wall of people, and left the cafe without saying a word. Martha stood outside the door stomping her feet. It was cold outside. When she saw Nelson coming out, she asked with a smile, did you find out where are his coffee beans? Siberia, Nelson said casually. Do coffee beans grow in Siberia? Fuck, they grow in the greenhouse, and use hundreds of pots to boil water in the greenhouse every day to keep the room moist. When you want to maintain a lie, you need thousands of lies. Okay, shall we go back now? Yes, go back now. Do you remember the way? Martha asked as she walked, like a curious baby despite her age. I carved a map of London on my knee. Nelson's mouth had already begun to run the train. Even if I close my eyes, I can find the way to the West End. Really? Can you show me? Isn't it good to roll your trouser legs in the street? After a few words, the two of them seemed to have returned to their childhood days, and the chat became lively. It's easy to go back to that time. I met a strange person before. She seems to know you. After walking for a while, when the two approached the West District, Martha said suddenly, I just returned to London a few days ago, and I wanted to go to the currency exchange office to exchange some money. Pounds. A strange woman gave me a lot of money. Strange woman. Nelson couldn't help saying, seeing someone wearing a penguin leather suit as tall as a person at the door of a newly opened toy store on the corner of the street, sending out balloons to passers-by. There are too many strange people in London. How weird is that? Martha looked around and found that there were no pedestrians nearby, so she took out a small note from her small bag and handed it to Nelson. What is this? Nelson opened the note, which was just an empty torn piece of paper. She gave me a wad of pounds and told me to put them in the bank quickly, and I was careful, said Martha, approaching Nelson mysteriously. Before that day, this note was a sheet of £50 banknotes. Huh. Nelson narrowed his eyes. What I want to say is, Nelson, I know I was injured when I was a child. Although the memory is very vague, and you keep telling me that it was a dream, I always feel that it happened for real, Martha said timidly. He raised his eyelids, rolled up his sleeves to reveal an unusually conspicuous scar on his forearm on his fair skin, looked at Nelson and said, I have a scar constitution. This is the scar I left when I was an apprentice, so when I grow up, I have already some believe it was just my nightmare, but when I returned to London, I saw people who could turn money into white paper, or maybe turn white paper into money. She said she knew you, so when I was a child, is the experience as magical as this piece of paper? You may be a little uncomfortable, Martha. Just stay in London for a few more days. Nelson shook his head and put the note in his hand. This should be a bank deposit slip. You know, they are good at using something that fades easily, which is better for dead money. Nelson. What's her name? Nelson evaded Martha's question. She said her surname was Sykes. Martha was a little annoyed. She can't be your girlfriend, can she? The age gap is a bit big. Hiss. Nelson shuddered after a little imagination. I don't know anyone with the surname Sykes. It's even the first time I've heard of this surname. Will there really be someone with this surname? He slowed down and followed Martha and began to seriously consider whether it was necessary to cast the Oblivion charm. From a statistical point of view, Muggles who had anything to do with magic would not end well. But Martha turned around and stared at Nelson walking backwards. What are you doing? I'm looking at your size, and I'm going to make you a dress. Really? Thank you. Nelson put the note into his pocket and said, well, you can do whatever you want, and I will try my best to grow into the size your clothes fit. You are really a qualified customer, Martha praised, but then I'm not a qualified tailor. Do you know what size you are? Do not know. Okay. Martha curled her lips. I actually want to help everyone make a body, but many people can't find it. I know Tom's is 20 yards. Nelson said after a moment's thought, but I don't know much about the others. You are so strange. Yeah, didn't I just say that? Nelson laughed. There are too many strange people in London, such as him. Nelson and Martha were walking to the toy store on the street at the moment when the person in the penguin leather case rushed up and stuffed a handful of balloons into Nelson's hand. Thank you. Nelson was a little puzzled. He always felt that this person was a little familiar, but it was hard to pull out his leather case to see. I just happened to be going to the orphanage, and the children should like your balloon. The penguin jumped up and down, waving its two short fat wings. He seemed to want to clap his hands, but his belly was too big and his two short hands couldn't touch each other. Are you hot? This must be very hard, right? Martha asked curiously. The penguin turned its stomach, and Nelson understood what was going on. He wanted to shake his head, but the doll costume didn't have a neck. He waved his wings and signaled them to wait at the door of the store for a while. After a while, he ran out with a lot of balloons and stuffed them all into Nelson's hands. Nelson felt that these balloons were about to drag him away. I thank you on behalf of the children. Martha thanked again and again, and the penguin was bouncing around in place, looking very happy. After saying goodbye to the penguins, the two continued to head towards the orphanage. Nelson, holding a bunch of balloons, attracted the attention of most people on the street. Martha, holding a cherry-colored balloon, exclaimed, "He is such a generous man." "What? Is this thing expensive?" "Quite expensive," muttered Martha. "It's made of rubber. It's a very luxurious toy." "Is rubber expensive?" Nelson was puzzled. "Didn't you study mechanical manufacturing and auto repair? How could you ask such a question?" I learned manual work, not purchasing." Nelson, who exposed his lack of knowledge, was a little embarrassed, but fortunately those numerous balloons blocked his expression. "Then he is really strange." "You can't say that about him. He gave the balloons to the children in the orphanage." Martha poked the one closest to her, causing all the balloons to collide and dance. "Haha, but this kind-hearted mister is indeed a bit strange. But I think the biggest problem is you." "What? You've always attracted strange people," said Martha, "starting with the purple man who came to you and Tom." "You're right." Martha kept poking the balloon in Nelson's hand and walked on the familiar road. They seemed to have returned to the days when they were urged by Mrs. Cole to return home after church in the orphanage in Westside. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Penguin. I feel like my life is meaningless. At least until I was 25. It was like that. When I was born, it was a time of war. Both muggles and wizards were at war. My father was an ordinary wizard, of course. So was my mother, but I had no impression of her. But I'm very grateful to her for bringing me to this boring world. In this world, at least let me know what the word boring really means. From the time I was born until I was almost 10 years old, my father had been setting up a small stall in secret, or doing odd jobs, repairing broomsticks or something, supporting the two of us with his handiwork. He was not like a novel like in the movie, or a gambler, or likes to hit me. He doesn't like to do any of that. He's just a man of few words. He wants to teach me the craft of broom repair, hoping that I can make a broom that can engrave our surnames, but I'm not interested. There are too many master broom makers in the world, and there is nothing left in this industry. But I can study it. So in the end he failed to pass on his skills to me, leaving me with only his silence. That year, Grindelwald escaped from prison, and he and his henchmen in black clothes made a big fuss in Paris. I looked at the sky next to the Pythia sculpture, and there were two people, a man and a woman. They may be husband and wife or lovers, just like my father and mother. They and Grindelwald have a hard time, but the tragedy is that they are only two people from beginning to end. I watched helplessly as the building, where they were standing, was blown down by a black guy. At this moment, the statue next to me touched my head. I don't know why, but maybe that's how mothers feel. I later learned that it was mercy, and that Pythia was a prophet in ancient Greece, but I don't know why a statue can also predict the prophet. Sure enough, my poor father, on his way to deliver a repaired broom to a client, was hit by a blocking spell. The spell didn't kill him, but a splinter of the broom went into his lungs, and by the time the old witch in the alley took me to claim him, he was dead. Maybe from pain, maybe from suffocation, dead, who knows. I left him in the Ministry of Magic, and they told me that the auras had cast a spell that killed him, but I didn't hate them. My father used to say, don't go where there are many people, because the flying demons, the curse might hit you. He is right. But I have been alone since then, but it is no different from before. He is often away from home. I'm used to it. The Ministry of Magic wanted to make it up to me. They arranged a whole set of policies for me to last until adulthood, but I refused. My father's blood is in those galleons. Although I don't feel sorry for him, I can taste it too. The smell of blood. I hate being programmed. It's as boring as something that's been researched. But the price of rejection soon followed. Button, who was hit hard, reduced the number of admissions that year. I didn't receive their admission letter, but I didn't care. I was ready to live like those squibs. Dignity means nothing to me. Fortunately, I received an admission notice from Durmstrang on August 17th. The reputation of this school is not very good, because they have cultivated Grindelwald who provoked chaos, but I actually felt at first it doesn't have much to do with schooling, as Grindelwald was dropped out early. But later, my classmates all fell into his arms. I think the outside world's evaluation of Durmstrang is still reasonable. There is no difference between me and them. I have no interest in all the courses. Since someone has already studied charms thoroughly, why should we study it? So my grades are mediocre, my manner is mediocre, and even my physical strength and appearance are mediocre. Even in terms of life experience, there are many people who were worse than me in the war years. If I have any characteristics, then it must be ordinary and outstanding. Like my classmates, I threw myself into Ermengard's arms. Although Grindelwald's boring elitism and race theory can't arouse my approval, people always have to find something to do, don't they? I was doing a nondescript job in Ermengard, and I had been living an ordinary life, but somehow, I always met Grindelwald in various places, and he was familiar with me, so that he arranged me to a young man works under him. My life has changed since then. My only advantage is seriousness and responsibility, which is a trait that most people have in Ermengard, but when I was transferred to the center in Krakow, everything was different. Don't focus too much on work, there are too many interesting things in life that you need to explore. This is exactly what the man, Master Nelson Wertling said, there are endless jobs in the world, but every one life only once. I think so, and thought about living as he said, but somehow, my life is not what he said, or maybe work is my life, so I can only work harder, and put all my energy into it. Throw it into work, hoping that way you'll find some breath of life, as he calls it. The strange thing is that despite the passive slowdown of almost everyone, the construction of the center has not slowed down, and it is even much faster than scheduled, but it has a lot more content that I did not see on the drawings, some strange facilities and strange equipment, and some magic of unknown purpose. Sadly, I seem to be the only one who discovered this in the whole of Ermengard. Those people not only can't read the blueprints, they can't read the blueprints. But I didn't report it. He is my direct supervisor. What he does always makes sense, but I just can't figure it out. For the first time, I was curious, what did he add to my ordinary working life? So I started to observe him. Fortunately, I have a pair of sharp eyes and good hearing. I watched him go to Alvermorny every day from the first teleportation array, and come back to work after class. I see the alchemy furnace in his office is open almost all day, and these alchemy furnaces are only used to produce the parts of the alchemy furnace. I don't know where he moved those things, but after so many years, the alchemy furnace he took away, it is almost possible to open an alchemy factory. Speaking of which, this concept was also proposed by him. I saw him often chatting with people in a mirror, and the content of the conversation was always related to Grindelwald. Does he want to defeat Grindelwald? Does he find Grindelwald as boring as I do? Doesn't he value the job? But yes, a person like him should be able to easily find a satisfactory job, no matter where he is. The person in the mirror seems to be his friend. The two of them talked almost everything, even sharing the content of the course, and I overheard countless whimsical ideas, which are not something wizards or muggles can come up with at all. These are areas that no one has ever explored. Magic that can travel through time, combining muggle technology and magic, how to kill a person who can't be killed. What is the nature of magic? He's different from everyone. He's not a boring guy. Wizards are used to waving a wand and reciting spells to get everything. They have been turned into idiots by the convenience of magic, let alone think about what magic is. Although his emotions are a bit ridiculous. No emotions like me. Why do people still have magical powers? As for the time travel magic, I'm really interested. If I can go back in time and save my father and mother, what would it be like for me growing up in a normal family? Gradually, I kind of figured out what kind of private goods he had mixed in the center of Krakow and those magic factories built by him. If you want me to say, just by looking at the leopard, I also think that's really too much. Cool. He also often brings different people to the office as guests. The tea I make is the best, so I can always see something that I shouldn't see. I don't know many people, but I still remember the man who captured Grindelwald. Those who have seen the photos, but everyone turned a blind eye to them. They knew Grindelwald's connivance to Mr. Wurtling. They were afraid of being punished, but I was willing to keep the secret for him, just because of the sentence I heard. I don't think anyone's fate needs to be decided by others. Even if he is as humble as dust, he still has the right to choose to fly into the air, or get mixed into the mud. I totally lost the idea of reporting all this to Ermengarde. Nelson Welting is more interesting than all of them put together. He really knows what a person needs. It's not a illusory power. It doesn't always lose. Power is not a short-lived wealth. He wants everyone to live like a human. He doesn't want anyone to be a supporting role in other people's legends. I don't know what it feels like to live like a human. I have been like a magic factory since I was born. Parts on a lathe, but I thought, this thing I have never heard of must be wonderful, otherwise Mr. Wurtling would not have spent so much effort. I even heard the argument between him and Grindelwald, and I heard Grindelwald sigh afterwards. This is the point, that he is not as good as Mr. Wurtling. The adult will not be seduced by mean guys. He will not be tempted by those boring guys no interest, but Grindelwald claims to be smart and wants to use him. Maybe he has this ability, but he always looks a little boring, doesn't he? For example, when he was talking about emotions and eyes, he didn't find a pair of eyes staring at him in the corner. It's a pity that one day, I was found out about eavesdropping on the adult's conversation, but he didn't punish me. Instead, he arranged for me an interesting job, because of my serious work going to Antarctica to study magic penguins. This is even the case in New York. This is a field that no master of magical beasts like Tescamander has touched. This is a field that no one has studied. As long as I do it, any discovery is brand new, future, epoch-making, and meaningful. In the frigid Antarctic, I don't feel cold at all. When I can see my research report getting thicker every day, and one step closer to an epoch-making discovery, I'm very excited, and I even feel so hot that I want to go to the ice. Rolling on the floor, of course. This practice is not worth advocating. I was in bed for 2 weeks after that, but I was still happy. There are so many undiscovered treasures on this uninhabited continent. Those ice layers, the strong magnetic field, those sea creatures with intelligence no less than humans, and the seabed under great pressure all have infinite treasures belonging to wizards. I'm working behind closed doors, but I can also feel myself getting stronger every day. This is the first time I'm interested in being strong. But after I left Ermengarde, my former colleagues there told me that the construction of magic factories and projects had been stagnant for a long time, and the sole figure, Lord Wurtningen, had also disappeared. Newspapers from all over the world are ordered on the island, and the penguin picks them up every day, hoping to find out what he is doing. I've researched everything about penguins. There's nothing new and interesting. It makes me panic and anxious. I want to know what he's up to. I'm not good enough to follow in his footsteps, but I need him for I guide the way. Soon, just 3 months ago, Grindelwald came to Antarctica suddenly and found my igloo accurately. He installed a water curtain for me that could play pictures, and told me that when the Black Tower showed his, when the light is on, I can go look for Mr. Wurtling. Until the Triwizard tournament started, I saw the Dark Tower, but I couldn't see the light. I was even a little annoyed why adults should waste their energy on this kind of boring game that only children value. The champion comes and goes, and only the eternal flag flutters in the wind. I can't hear his arguments with his friends, and I can't hear those whimsical ideas, which makes my heart infinitely empty. After many years in Antarctica, I realized that what attracted me was not the content of his conversation, but the star that didn't belong to him. The heart of this boring world. The greater interests are interests after all, and we have the greatness itself to pursue. I wanted to be funny. I sealed my memory in the ice cap, imitated every day, and wanted to be closer to adults. When I first saw the huge titan in the water curtain, I was intoxicated. This is the simplest and most feasible idea that an adult told his friends, a self-sufficient eternity that combines Muggle technology and magic, a weapon of war, a god who can stop all disputes. It may be weak, but these boring guys must not want to see it become stronger and overwhelming for a day. He also said that when the world's view changes for me, Tom, we are no longer simple wizards. I don't care who Tom is, but my heart can't stand my imagination anymore. Will those greater ideals be presented to this group of boring people one by one? I couldn't wait to imitate my golem with the years of solid ice under the ice sheet. The time promised by Grindelwald has come. I tried to use apparition to leave this continent for the first time. To Krakow, the so-called distance across half the world is only mediocre. I rushed to London non-stop and wandered around the place where he grew up for a long time. I was a little confused. How could such an ordinary Connor give birth to such a detached person? The elder who passed away was an extraordinary person. Maybe his energy came from here. Unfortunately, I have no way of knowing. I finally met Master Wurtling in London, but he seemed to be slack, indulging in the boring love of children and magical adventures that only children like. I want to help him get back his enthusiasm. I want to wake him up. I have fully understood his plan. Let me be the catalyst of greatness itself. When the world's views change for him, he will no longer be that simple wizard. I remember these two witches. Let's start with these two boring guys. When the laws we abide by are broken, when the two separated worlds merge into one, how will people change? When power is overwhelmed by a greater name, is it still power? Master Wurtling likes to eat pastries, although they need to be purchased across the ocean, but the taste is indeed unique. What's my name, you ask? I study penguins, so you can call me Penguin. Maybe when the adults let me study magic cactus, it will not be too late for you to call me Cactus. Chapter 339, The Old Judge. Nelson, the kids love these balloons. Martha and Nelson sat on the roof, looking at the children running wildly with balloons in the yard, and said cheerfully, "Don't you like it too?" Nelson looked at the balloon floating above Martha's head and sighed. "It's been a long time since I sat here. You used to like sitting on the roof basking in the sun." Martha took Nelson's words. "But how many days can you see the sun in London? So at that time we all thought you were very strange. Do you think I'm weird too?" Nelson asked with a smile. "Of course, I'm the one who thinks you're the weirdest." Martha pulled down the balloon and flicked it back and forth in her hand. "Especially after that time. You're a strangely nice person, Nelson, and I think all of you, except for Mrs. the two weirdest people are the best people here. Tom, he wrote to me before, asking me how to sew clothes." Martha covered her mouth and told me not to tell you and Christina. "Speaking of which, is that little girl with you too?" "Yeah, she's Tom's younger sister." Nelson shrugged. "It's amazing. The two people I met in the orphanage turned out to be brothers and sisters. No bloody novel would dare to write like that. It's so good." Martha was quite moved. She hugged her knees and curled up on the eaves, raised her head, looked at the sky where the sun could not be seen, and said, "I can find my relatives, me and most people here all." She closed her eyes and said nothing more. "Isn't it the same?" Nelson laughed. "I thought you thought Mrs. Cole was your mother." "Of course, but it's different," Martha argued, but after thinking about it, she laughed. "Yeah, what's the difference?" There was a sound of flapping wings suddenly behind them. Nelson turned his head, and a grey owl was flying towards him with a letter in its mouth. He reached out to catch the envelope, and in Martha, when he turned his head, the owl had already flown away. An owl. Well, but I seem to be scared away. Nelson shook his head and stuffed the letter into his pocket. "What is that?" "It's nothing." Nelson stood up supporting the tiles. "I have something to do. Let's take a step first and come to see you in 2 days." "What?" Before Martha could ask, Nelson had already jumped into the house from the wooden ladder and left a small stack of cash where he was sitting just now, with a note on it, "Deposit for clothes. Come on." What an abstract smiling face. Martha burst out laughing. She didn't get up and chase after her to find out. Instead, she sat on the spot with her knees hugged and murmured, "I know, that man came that year." A few days later, an owl knocked open the windows of you and Tom, and then you disappeared. The man didn't come back later, but the owl took Christian away again. Where did you go? Standing at the corner of the corridor, Nelson opened the letter, summoned by the Wizengamot, and shook his head as a flame consumed the letter. "Stupid." He shook his head and smacked his lips, like an old father whose son failed a test, and took out a pair of mirrors from his pocket, and shouted into it, "Tom Riddle, listen, can I see you?" Whoosh, Tom's voice quickly came from the mirror. He seemed to have just finished a strenuous exercise, and was panting heavily. In the background noise was the roar of the basilisk, the sound of spells passing by, and many cheers. Did you start war on Hogwarts? Is there something wrong? Tom responded quickly, I'm dueling with Ludwig, and they're leaving soon. Don't tell me, this kid is really tough. He is indeed a tough guy, Nelson agreed. It turned out that Tom was fulfilling the agreement with Ludwig. I will go to the Wizengamot later. If I can't make it in time, you may still have to collect the bonus. Are they going to give you medals again? No, they accused me of violating the secrecy laws. Then I can't miss it. Tom became interested. You tell them to slow down. I will pass right away. But the duel, it's okay. Although he is hard, it's not enough. Riddle. Why are you distracted during the duel? Ludwig's iconic roar came from the mirror. Can't I even make you serious? I don't have time to play with you anymore. There was a bang, and Tom said I'm off to the mirror, and cut off the communication. Nelson shook his head helplessly, raised his wand, and disappeared in place. If you insist on my evaluation, I can only say that it's a bit funny. Patchy unrepressible laughter resounded sporadically in the hall of the Wizengamot. This situation was unimaginable a few years ago. The dignity of Judge Shafik is the majesty of the Wizengamot, but when the one he favored, when the young ministers became more and more inflated by power over the past few years, these red-robed judges have begun to belittle the prestige that has taken thousands of years to accumulate. After all, when the Ministry of Magic needed manpower the most, an order like transfer all the auras to the Department of International Affairs did not sound like a normal person could issue, but the minister was already crazy about that fugitive, and no one dared to his fault. As the head of the Wizengamot who promoted Nobby Rich, Judge Shafik could only bear the venting of anger from these people. And Judge Shafik is also old. Compared with the time when Dumbledore was publicly tried, his back has been bent down visibly to the naked eye, and in the depths of the silver hair, you can see the newborn. Old with such fragile hair roots, he had to be helped up to the bench. Silence. Judge Shafik tapped the gavel in his hand, but only made an insignificant sound. Although his heart was not old, his hand was indeed just an old man's hand. The gavel was on the table. After knocking a few times, it slipped from the dry palm and fell powerlessly to the ground. Boom. Dang dang. Boom. The real sound of the gavel burst out after a few crisp cracks, and even though it was stained with dust, the majestic sound of the law still quieted the Wizengamot courtroom. You put it away. Judge Shafik watched silently as the young man standing in the middle pointed his wand at the gavel, controlled it to fly slowly towards him with a levitating spell, and landed gently on the table. Boom. This soft sound was extremely loud in the absolutely silent courtroom, much louder than every sound just now. Nelson Wertling Williams. Judge Shafik looked away from the gavel and cleared his throat. Please answer my question carefully. Response. Isn't it funny? Nelson replied in a loud voice. I took the time to come to the Ministry of Magic with the idea that you have the ability to find the real criminal, not to answer repeatedly. I have answered many times question, but your statement does not remove your suspicion. I have shown you 3 times with flashback spells. The only spells my wand has used during this time are apparition and unlocking. Do I want to use these 2 magics to plan a murder in the subway station? A magic leak? It's not impossible. I have nothing to say. Nelson shrugged. If you insist on thinking this way, then I can only obey you, but I hope you can give me a contact friend to extradite before sending me to Azkaban opportunity. The red wizards of the Wizengamot were noisy again. Judge Shafik, the case is clear. Yes, it has nothing to do with him. Why are you so stubborn? Do you have to be with Nobby enough? Judge Shafik picked up the gavel on the table and slammed it vigorously on the table. Don't disturb the order of the trial. Look, Judge Shafik, most of the adults in the Wizengamot agree with my statement. Nelson looked towards the auditorium, and almost all the wizards in red robes nodded. I have witnesses too, but you seem to I don't think what she said has any effect. What does a Muggle's testimony say? She doesn't understand magic, but she can see me. She can see me right next to your auras when a nasty guy makes a fool of me in the face. Don't Muggles even know the time? Nelson responded loudly. Would it be more convincing for a group of Ministry of Magic staff who undisguisedly pulled out their wands in front of Muggles? Could it be that you are planning a magic leak with apparition and unlocking charms? Reasonable. Is it unreasonable for a normal person To sit with another normal person and drink coffee? I'm not targeting you. I didn't say you were targeting me. Nelson shook his head. You just think the testimony of Muggles is meaningless, and you don't even have the idea of subpoenaing her for verification. Even now, you haven't found that Ms. Waswazi. It's Wordsworth, Mr. Williams. The clerk at the door reminded him in a low voice. Oh, thank you. Nelson nodded and continued. Even now, you haven't found that Ms. Wordsworth as a witness has been under the confusion curse. So how can such a person's testimony be used as the basis for handling a case? What about auras who are controlled by the confusion curse for no apparent reason and do some funny things? How many are there in the Ministry of Magic? I didn't. Wordsworth in the witness stand weakly spoke the first sentence of the trial. What? Judge Shafik turned his head, stared at the witness stand, and ordered, go and test. Then, he turned his head, looked at Nelson with complicated eyes, and asked, why didn't you say it earlier? You didn't ask me, Judge Shafik, Nelson said, spreading his hands. Isn't that what the Wizengamot should be doing? Why don't you let the gentlemen of the Wizengamot start voting? Nelson suggested politely. I think everyone is tired. For the vast majority of people here, the awarding ceremony of the Order of the Garter took place yesterday, and they are full of affection for this young man full of potential, plus the video that was released to the public. Nelson is protecting the scene of the silent battle between the classmates, and the second Salam is also deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. None of them are fools. In this special period of getting back together with Nermengard, why would they make things difficult for an outstanding young man who might stand behind Grindelwald? Don't say that his self-defense is much more complete than the fragmented testimony of Wordsworth and her men. Even if he really did this thing, is it really necessary to wait for Nermengard to extradite him? Shafik. An equally old voice sounded from the red-clothed wizard. I understand your distrust of Grindelwald, but this distrust should not implicate an innocent young man. When Wordsworth summoned Mr. Williams, we already expressed our dissatisfaction. Do you still insist on going your own way when things have developed to this point? I'm just performing my duty. Judge Shafik gave Nelson a deep look and didn't continue to argue. He shook his head feebly. Let's vote. Whoever thinks he violated the secrecy law, please give hand. There was a rustling sound from behind Shafik. He turned his head suddenly, and a fat wizard was scratching his neck. Noticing that Shafik was looking at him, he smiled awkwardly and put his hands down. Nelson, remember who you are. Shafik left the last sentence to Nelson, walked off the trial seat with a wry smile, and instructed his subordinates, take Wordsworth to the Law Enforcement Division. Nelson nodded politely to the wizards around him and walked away from the Wizengamot. Did you laugh? Is this the trial of the Wizengamot? Tom leaned against the door, took the backpack handed by Nelson, and sneered. I suggest they learn from Hogwarts castle management. The officers are better than they interrogate prisoners. It's just a cutscene. Nelson said, it's very clear that someone used my image to use magic in the subway station where Muggles gathered. This Judge Shafik was the one who hunted Andre back. Grindelwald has deep prejudices, and he is also the strongest opponent when the Ministry of Magic communicates with Nermengard. For people with an unclear background like me, naturally we should seize the opportunity to beat them. I read the dossier, and it's much more boring than the scene where you teased that old man. Tom yawned, but it's really stupid. If I can, I really don't want to come here for the rest of my life. I might have to come back in a few days. What are you doing again? Tom's words were full of curiosity. I didn't do anything. I came to follow Minerva to solve her personal problems this time. Do you remember? Well, what happened? It's a long story. Minerva's mother is a dark wizard. Nelson sighed. If you have time to listen, you can know what happened. Did you catch her? That's a long story. Nelson asked without wanting to say more. Are you free today? I'm already here. What do you think? Tom raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? Who are you going to beat? Don't be so violent all day. Nelson waved his hand. But this time you are right. Help me find someone. The guy who does bad things in my face. Chapter 340 The First Prophecy. Let me find someone out of millions of people in London who used to pretend to be you? Tom rubbed Nelson's forehead with the back of his hand. Did that Shafik use Veritaserum on you? What? Don't you know? Veritaserum can make people stupid. Tom shrugged, explaining. We don't know whether he is male or female, old or young, or even human. Why don't you sleep now and make a prophecy? Didn't you use the magic of finding people before? Are you dead? Tom said helplessly. Only blood can find it. I'll think about it again. I already have some doubts. If I don't find out this guy, I won't sleep well. Nelson nodded and said, today's trial is very problematic. Yeah, big, said Tom, taking Nelson's words. If I were to plant a crime on you, I wouldn't let you off so easily. Look at this trial. I can only see if it is the prejudiced old man who is trying to argue, but he is obviously the one being used, and his embarrassment is only because you did not move after committing a crime in the subway station. If there is follow-up evidence, then in this tense they're enough to knock you out of the dust when you're there. When you're nervous? Nelson scratched his head. I'm a little tight. I don't know what happened. Is the situation serious? Not serious. Tom smiled and handed over a newspaper folded into the size of a wallet. It's serious when the incident is about to happen, but it's not the case now because it has already happened. Nelson took over the newspaper, which was a Muggle tabloid founded after the war. People just need it to relieve anxiety. On the first page of the newspaper, an article called Magician Found in Charing Cross Road. Is our world held by deep forces? The lace news was published in a dignified manner. Can this kind of news be reported? Could it be that the working ability of the amnestic write-off office is so bad? Nelson took a breath and said happily, fortunately, only this kind of tabloid published this news. You see, it fits perfectly in a silence, and if the wizarding world were really revealed to the world at this time, I can't imagine what would happen to the residents of London. Nah, have you ever thought that only the tabloids publish the news? It may not mean that only the tabloids know the news. Before I came here, I talked with the doctor who stayed at the school. St. Mungo has admitted thousands of Muggle patients, and this number is still increasing. I believe those big newspapers must have noticed something. If they think it is just a joke, they will keep you silent. Tom chuckled and said, what's more, isn't this what you said? Expected? Isn't it just right? Shh. Keep your voice down. Nelson nervously pulled Tom against the wall of the corridor, looked around, and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no pedestrians in the corridor, but he still took out his wand and drew around, then whispered, but I don't expect this way. I don't want the first contact to be like a passerby in the zoo who strays into the penguin house. I understand, said Tom, pulling himself off the wall and taking Nelson's wrist. This is the Ministry of Magic. Yeah. Nelson straightened the folds on his collar and walked back to the corridor again. There is no way to go directly to the Wizengamot on the ground floor. Tom and Nelson walked side by side in the narrow corridor. Fortunately, no one came from the opposite side. The space is quite ample. Walk along the corridor and pass several doors with similar styles. The two finally reached the stairs. Do you know what's up there? Asked Tom coquettishly, his quivering eyebrows saying ask me. Ask me. The Department of Mysteries, a newly established department, or rather, a department with an office for the first time. Nelson replied helplessly, they are researching in the mysterious magic, and there are some strange things. Tom, don't forget, I've seen the blueprints for this building. Well, Tom curled his lips in disappointment. Do you know what they are doing? The wizards who work here are called the Silent People, and nothing about their work will be disclosed to others. Nelson looked at the excited expression on Tom's face and thought that this was really suffocating for the child, so he could only say with a smile, don't you know, Tom? I'm all ears. I only know the contents of one of the rooms. Parkinson's father told me yesterday when he came to pick him up, Tom said happily. It's full of prophecy balls. The prophecy ball? Nelson shook his head. That thing. Just have fun watching it. If you really believe it, you may be played to death by yourself. After all, he set foot on the stairs leading to the upper floor. Tom chased after him and said, I've been curious for a long time. You are obviously a prophet, but why don't you believe it? I've explained it many times. Nelson said, what the prophet sees is not the complete future. Destiny will always leave life for those who can't see through it and set traps for self-righteous people. If you are familiar with the history of magic, you will know that none of the famous prophets in history will end well. Including Grindelwald. Did you see that? Seeing that Nelson was silent, Tom asked again, including you? So I will never be swayed by those phantoms that I see. In this world, there are too many forces that make us daunting. Nelson shook his head and walked up the top stairs. Tom, do you know? I do know a lot of things, but more things have changed because of my heart. Fate is the strongest thing in this world. The more you believe in it, the stronger it is. But if you scoff at it, well, it will always be a weak joke. Tom has doubts about all authority, but he is superstitious about fate. Nelson understands that this may also have something to do with him, but this kind of thinking is undoubtedly dangerous. There is a proverb circulating in Alvermorny: when you are curious when the spider spins its silk, you are already in the web. Nelson stood at the top of the stairs, looking at Tom below, with a blue light in his eyes, which was very conspicuous in the dark corridor. Tom, I would like to share with you the future I see, but we can see if it will be changed. He smiled and changed into a serious tone. The Dark Lord will use his thoughts and unparalleled power swept the world and changed everything, and the only one who could fight against him was his bloodbound lover, but his resistance failed, and the two parallel worlds will be squeezed together by the Dark Lord's hand. Tom stared wide-eyed and looked at the back of Nelson's head, where the light of fate seemed to shine. His eyes were a little enchanted and full of trust. You mean Grindelwald? Even the somewhat superstitious Tom rejected this prophecy. Tom, don't you think that everything I do is meaningless? Don't you think that the goals you set a few years ago will not be achieved? Nelson was very relaxed. He was talking nonsense at the beginning. The point is not prophecy content, but whether we can change it. Very good. A Drake-like male voice suddenly sounded behind Nelson. Tom looked in the direction of the voice and saw the light of destiny behind Nelson's head tremble suddenly and then gradually separated from Nelson. Luminescent flashes. Tom shook his wand silently and it illuminated a man behind Nelson with a mournful face holding a crystal ball. The so-called light of destiny was emitted by that crystal ball. He walked out from behind Nelson and said with a bitter face, "Sir, you have increased our workload for nothing." "You are?" Nelson took a step forward, leaping down the stairs, wand raised. "Let me introduce myself," the man said, holding up the crystal ball and spreading his other empty palm. "My name is Boggart. This is not a fake name, but my father gave it to me. I don't know why it is not important." His dejected face was in stark contrast to his chattering way of speaking, and he took a closer look at Nelson, who was even more sad, with a cry in his voice. "Mr. Williams, I'm the silent man you just said. What did you hear?" Nelson put his other hand behind his back and swung the other one from his sleeve. "I've heard it all since the Department of Mysteries," he said, holding up his hands, "but the reticent will keep silent about everything. But I have to say, your attitude towards prophecy is simply wonderful. Am I right?" Nelson pouted at Tom. "The problem is here." Boggart's voice became more sad. "I can reveal a small part of the purpose of our research is indeed related to what you said. We have done countless experiments. After King's verification, I finally got a result. Your attitude is very brave, but you may be wrong." "Wrong?" Nelson suddenly panicked. "Then why do you say it's good?" "I think you should understand." Boggart raised the prophecy ball in his hand, and the soft silver mist in the crystal exuded a gentle white light. "Mr. Williams, you made an amazing prophecy." "Nah," said Tom softly, swallowing. "What did you say?" "I didn't say anything." "You can't pretend that nothing happened just now." Tom's expression was very complicated, and almost all emotions could be found on his face at the moment. "I said it casually." Nelson scratched his head. "To be honest, I was just kidding you." "Mr. Williams," Boggart said, "let me say a digression. Most of the prophets in the world make their predictions inadvertently. Look, the prediction ball is lit. It's just a glass ball. Okay." Nelson's voice echoed in the corridors of the 10th and 9th floors underground. Boggart shrank his neck and pinched the prophecy ball with 2 fingers, like a hot potato. "You are the silent man. Well, you should be silent." Mr. Williams." Boggart carefully put the prophecy ball into his pocket, realizing that Nelson was asking him to leave at the door of his office, but he didn't refute anything, just took off his hat and asked Nelson, deeply bowed, and then quickly walked into the darkness behind him. It was a very simple corridor, but it made Nelson panicked. "My son is also studying at Hogwarts. Thank you for saving him. You're welcome, Nelson said to the darkness with a straight face and without any ups and downs. He realized that the lie he just fabricated might cause unexpected big trouble. Come on, Tom. Nelson patted Tom on the shoulder and said, you see, superstitious people end up as delusional as he is. Tom followed him up the stairs expressionlessly, staring at the darkness deep in the corridor leading to the Department of Mysteries. Under the guidance of the lighting spell, the two quickly found the elevator leading upstairs. Tom went in and tapped his wand on the landing next to the elevator door. Visitor Mr. Nelson Wertning Williams, hello, said an emotionless female voice from the elevator. Please inform your entourage, destination, and reason for your visit. Tom Riddle, Nelson said towards the top of the elevator. Call on Minister of Magic Nobby Rich to receive the Triwizard Tournament bonus and the reward for defeating Second Salem. Destination, the basement floor, the minister's office. The female voice said calmly, welcome and wish you a good day. Thank you, but you already said it once, when I came here. Nelson leaned weakly against the inner wall. The suggestion has been stored. Thank you for your interest in the work of the Ministry of Magic. I wish you a good day. Nelson ignored her. At the top of the elevator, the counter on the left flipped to 1, and the counter on the right quickly decremented from 9. Tom's week's workmanship is not bad. Nelson patted Tom's shoulder, which was motionless, and said with a dry smile, let me tell you, although he may make trouble for me, if I want to build a house in the future, I still have to do it. We have to find him. Yeah. Tom replied. I heard that Nobby Rich is still waiting for Professor Sykes to go to the Department of International Affairs to take the flu network. Nelson said again, if you ask me, Professor Sykes has predicted his prediction this time. Sentence. Yeah. Tom replied again. I asked Martha to help us make clothes. She has been studying tailoring for the past few years. I don't know how the craft is, but I think it should be pretty good. Nelson continued. I heard that you asked her how to sew clothes. Yes, for Chris's hat? Yeah. Tom still only responded. Seeing that Tom became only HMM, Nelson panicked. He raised his hand and waved in front of Tom, but Tom still didn't respond. Fortunately, this journey was very lucky. No one else took the elevator, and soon, the emotionless female voice sounded again. 10th floor, here we are. I wish you a good day. Tom, it's here. Nelson raised his hands and patted Tom's ear vigorously. 300 galleons, and an extra bonus. Don't you want it? Nah. Tom suddenly raised his head, his eyes glowing red. You only predicted Dumbledore's defeat, didn't you? I don't think Dumbledore will necessarily fail. Swearing to the chocolate frog card, Nelson was confident at first, but after what happened just now, he also began to become uncertain. So, Tom rubbed his eyes. His whole body suddenly returned to normal, so the follow-up plot is still unknown, isn't it? Oh. Let me see who's coming. A warm greeting came from the front, and Nobby Rich had actually been waiting outside the elevator early. He grabbed the shoulders of the two of them from left to right, interrupting the conversation. Chapter 341 Fan Meeting. Minister Rich. Nelson and Tom bowed slightly, saluting the person who represented the highest authority of the wizard. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Seeing you makes me feel like I'm back when I was young. At that time, I was studying at Hogwarts like you. It's a pity that things are different. Now the headmaster is already deng-upping. Professor Bullido. Rich held the shoulders of the two men and led them towards the office. I'm sorry, I'm just like this. I always like to recall the past. But he was still young, but he was infected with the unique problems of those old guys. It was really hard for Nelson to connect the Nobby Rich in front of him with the vigorous unknown who dared to publicly impeach the then minister a few years ago. Although his face was still young, he had a pot-bellied figure and a raised chin. However, his gait was already the same as that of those who wield power, but the power fell on him. But there was a sense of disobedience. When Judge Shafik was not present, his eyes were always looking around, without a foothold, like a little boy who steals his father's clothes. Nelson even felt that his ears were full of the legendary harassment gadflies, and Rich's undisguised emotions were pouring out into the air. Being independent, standing out from the crowd, and reaching a new level of stupidity, combined with the level of the previous minister, Nelson had to wonder whether the most important requirement for the Ministry of Magic to appoint a minister was stupid enough. But Nobby Rich doesn't seem to be a stupid person in my impression. On the contrary, in the first few years in Krakow, Nelson, who had a decent working attitude, often read the internal reference documents distributed by Nermengard to various stations. Nobby Richie is certainly one of the wizarding leaders most in need of attention in the files. Backed by the Shafik family, and supported by the Wizengamot wizards who did not support Ritual resigned voluntarily, because they could not bear the fact that Muggle-born wizards entered the Ministry of Magic. Nobby Rich, the British Ministry of Magic, which was overwhelmed with officials and soldiers under the rule of the previous minister, has formulated many excellent policies even in Nelson's opinion. By opening the door of convenience, the Ministry of Magic attracted many outstanding wizards who were underappreciated due to their blood. It not only injected vitality into the decadent wizarding world, but also made the British magic that had disappeared for a long time. It was recognized as the rotten among the rotten. The ministry became active in international affairs, and in the first 2 years, this too young minister quickly gained everyone's recognition with his own ability. Even when Nelson completely lost his work attitude, cared about Hogwarts, and fled from Nermengard, the internal reference documents still attached great importance to Nobby Rich. But I don't know what's going on. In just half a year, he suddenly became like this. It's almost like a different person. The reason for this 180-degree change has never been figured out by Nelson, even though he was either in Albania or Hogwarts. The news is blocked, but this is too fast. Faster than a change of heart. Although his mind has drifted to outer space, Nelson still maintains a sunny smile and walks with Tom in compliments such as "You are not old, you are a role model for the Hogwarts juniors" into the minister's office. As soon as the door was opened, Nelson was blinded by a bright light comparable to an enhanced lighting spell. He raised his hand to cover his eyes, and the overwhelmed sound of the shutter came into his ears. He felt that Nobby's hand around his shoulder was getting stronger, so he raised his hand and waved towards the white front with a smile. "Great, lad." Rich's voice sounded in his ear. "That's it. Even if there is nothing in front of us, we have to pretend the road is smooth. Ha ha ha. Everyone is welcome to the Triwizard Tournament prize distribution ceremony," Richie said in a loud voice. "I didn't expect everyone to be so concerned about the Triwizard Tournament, but everyone knows that we have been in trouble recently, so we have to keep everything simple." Gone. Even if Nelson was temporarily dazzled and couldn't see clearly, he could still imagine a 30-year-old man with a 40-year-old face, a 50-year-old belly, and a 60-year-old style from Rich's ups and downs. Make yourself look as respected as you are years old. The minister takes the lead in thrift. It is the luck of the United Kingdom. That's it. My Lord Minister really attaches great importance to our warriors. That's it. Nelson blinked, and the spotlight finally dissipated. He saw reporters filling half the office, and two auras standing at their desks. All the reporters here should have been arranged by Rich in advance. He cheerfully put his arms around the two of them, and walked to the reporter. First kept posing for them to take enough shots, and said loudly, "But don't worry, although the ceremony is simple, we will definitely reward the warriors." There was another wave of compliments full of moisture. Rich arranged Nelson and Tom to sit on the two wooden chairs in front of the reporter, smoothed out the wrinkles on their bodies, and sat back behind the desk. The Prime Minister was just a cigar short of a formal spiel. Tom was interested at first, but when he realized that Rich was just reading tomorrow's headlines, he fell asleep immediately. When Nelson saw Rich, he nodded to himself with a smile. He thought he was implying that he should hurry up and go to bed. Anyway, with his back to the reporter, they might not be able to see it. Master Wordling. Just when Nelson was about to close his eyes, a head suddenly protruded from behind him like a ghost, and said faintly, "Long time no see." The voice sounded both familiar and unfamiliar. He thought about it seriously for a moment, and the memory was like the key to Pandora's box, opening the painful experience deep in Nelson's memory that he didn't want to recall. "My lord, this is the construction situation today. You need to sign in person." "My lord, the third group dug an extra 30 feet when digging the foundation. I think this will affect the final effect of your design." My lord, the muggles you released today were captured by those muggles again. This matter should have been taken care of by the 5th group. Unchanging tone, boring content, rigid and suffocating attitude. The content of this familiar report work hit Nelson like a ghost, and his soul seemed to be caught back to the deepest room in Krakow's basement. In the vault, the stacks of reports on penguins surrounded themselves like a maze. If a person's autobiography can be summed up in 100 pages, then almost every penguin in the world has written about it. Books, biographies, not only that, but prequels, back sequels, origins, The Amazing Penguin, Days of Future Past and so on. And the reports, they are collapsing, burying themselves in the middle, overwhelmed. Nearly bouncing off his chair, Nelson turns his head in surprise and sees the young man behind him holding up a camera with a cute penguin pendant, but it makes Nelson shudder. What's even more frightening is that even though Nelson made such a big move, everyone in the office didn't seem to notice him, no matter whether it was Nobby Rich who was talking behind the desk or the penguins holding cameras around him. The reporter, and even Tom, who sat next to Nelson, were within reach. Nelson looked around, trying to find out which cabinet Grindelwald was hiding in. Few people can achieve this level of interference perception. He suddenly remembered the magic that Grindelwald used at the Triwizard Tournament Ball. Even if most of the people present are magic idiots, Tom will not be easily deceived unless Grindelwald himself is here. Nelson even looked under his stool, hoping to find a Grindelwald lying on his side there. My lord, you don't need to look for it, Penguin said humbly. I really hope to find a chance to chat with you. They won't be able to hear our conversation. It's you? Nelson raised his eyebrows and began to look at the man who had been tormenting him in Krakow. When did you become so powerful? Thanks to your gift, my lord. Penguin's voice rose, with a hint of fanaticism in his voice. Did I teach you magic? How come I don't remember? You are always like this, giving silently and not expecting anything in return. Penguin supported Nelson's chair and said with a smile, you sent me to the South Pole just to teach me? Although I'm so stupid that I haven't understood your theory on the relationship between magic and emotion, I have realized that when a person has a goal, he will be infinitely powerful. Penguin took his hand from the back of the chair open. He bypassed the fellow reporters, clenched his fist, walked up to Nelson, clenched his right hand to his chest, and bowed deeply in front of Nelson. My lord, you gave me what I want. No one has ever set foot in the field, and when I really started to study, I found that I didn't know anything about magic, about magical animals, about geography, about weather, about the ocean, about everything, but these were extremely difficult for me. Knowledge became so simple after I became interested. My lord, you have truly mastered the power to make people powerful, although this is not worth mentioning to you. Did I say that? Nelson was startled by the nagging guy in front of him. He had actually noticed some penguins' paranoia in spirit, but he always eavesdropped on things he shouldn't, so out of protection he also protected his purpose and sent the penguin to the Antarctic. Although he considered whether the isolated environment would hurt his psychology, Nelson did not expect the penguin to deteriorate so quickly. He raised his head and asked, by the way, aren't you supposed to be in Antarctica? My lord, thanks to you, I'm back. Come back? Nelson was speechless. Shouldn't it be Krakow? Or Nuremberg? It's just my journey or residence. I'm used to serving you before, so I naturally want to return to you, isn't it? My lord, I feel your test on me. Penguin suddenly raised his head and said with burning eyes, are you still satisfied with my performance? Performance? Nelson's heart tightened, but he quickly adjusted and took out the unscrupulous attitude that penguins are most familiar with in Krakow, propped his head on the armrest, leaned on the back of the chair, and said softly, tell me, how did you behave? My lord, I have seen your and Lord Grindelwald's plan to show wizards the malice of muggles and the power they possess, and alert them, Penguin said excitedly, but this is not enough. For the so-called stable life, I would rather take the initiative to forget everything I saw, and after a few days of chanting those slogans, I will be tired. So what did you do? I aroused the anger in the hearts of those parading idiots, the penguin said in a deep voice, lowering its head. You always teach us, the purpose of stupid people is to be played by smart people, but we are different. We have to guide them. They will eventually know the value of wisdom. So although they are too stupid to be worth mentioning, I'm still willing to bring your guidance to them, my lord. When did I say such a thing? In Krakow, my lord. What you said, when you number 14 released the prisoners of war captured by those Muggle troops 3 months before the center was built. Nelson thought about it carefully, even though he almost forgot. He did say such a thing, but that time his original intention was to find an even more absurd reason for his absurd behavior of releasing the prisoners of war. He never thought that someone would make this statement. Violence is the norm. More and more memories came to my mind. Nelson had a Cold War. When he was in Krakow, the image he showed to the outside world was moody, and he often said some outrageous things. They are all remembered by him. Then Nelson can hardly imagine what kind of person Penguin will become. Practice has proved that for a wizard, strong enough emotions will make him powerful, but no one has ever tested what a pervert can become. But with the sensory interference, Nelson is enough to judge that the penguin in front of him is no longer the only one. A clerk who can make tea, but a dangerous person. Go on, he said softly, holding his breath. Those demonstrators can't make a difference, and there is a weak point in Diagon Alley, which is no. Diagon Alley, the leaky cauldron. Penguin said proudly. A witch who may have the same idea joined forces and provoked the battle. My lord, I have visited in the past few days. In London, there are already more than 1,000 muggles who know the existence of magic. Believe me, this number will be even higher many, but they still can't make a difference. The most ancient part of a power organization like the Ministry of Magic is that they will always recruit other elites. Penguin became more and more emotional, but he didn't seem to notice Nelson's hand supporting his head. It has turned into a gradually clenched fist. My lord, who is the most famous wizard in London and even the whole world now? When Lord Grindelwald spreads the water curtain all over the world, you are the hottest person. So I'm sorry wasted a hair you handed me in your letter of evaluation report. You. Nelson said quietly. What's the matter, my lord? It's like this, you go to a place and wait for me. Nelson narrowed his eyes and handed a card to Penguin. In Diagon Alley, there used to be a pet store. It's easy to find. Chapter 340 to help. Looking at the penguin that disappeared in front of him, Nelson leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. What's his name? At this time, Nobby Rich's speech spanning the rights of wizards and world peace has come to an end, and his voice is full of emotion, which is completely worthy of the position of Minister of Magic. Although there is no public audience, the textbook-like speech, the process of apology, analysis, blaming, commitment can already make Nelson imagine how public opinion will be reversed after it is published in the newspaper tomorrow. Although almost every reader of the magic newspaper is a wizard who has mastered magic, they, like muggles, lack the ability to independently obtain information and analyze it, which makes most people feel like blindfolded by posters. This means of mobilizing public opinion has been around the world since the birth of the orator in ancient Greece. Nelson shook his head and gave a wry smile. Now, please warmly welcome our warriors, the heroes who protected our children. Applause accompanies Rickner's grotesquely endless parallels. Tom finally woke up from his dozing dream. As expected of a man who had been trained in history of magic class, his sleeping posture was almost exactly the same as his sitting posture when he was awake, as if he had been listening carefully to the lecture just now. As I said, you are really good at finding things, especially people. Tom kept weighing the heavy gallon in his hand and admired Nelson's special talent. I've been trying to modify that magic just now, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, you have already found it. I didn't look for him. He happened to be among those reporters. Nelson said helplessly. He was just waiting for me there. This is the pinnacle of finding things. Tom thought deeply, and after number 20 tossed the galleon bag, he finally stuffed it into his pocket. Isn't that how you found him? That and the man with the same name as me. Anyway, now I feel that it is really not difficult for you to find a man among the millions of people in London. After all, he will come to you by himself. Stop making sarcastic remarks, Tom. I've sent him to your secret base, and we'll find out later what's going on in this guy's mind. You mean the facade in Diagon Alley? Tom raised his eyebrows. I remember you put a lot of interesting trinkets there, and I didn't even dare to go there easily. Don't worry, they will recognize the owner here. A simple spell of belonging. Nelson patted Tom on the shoulder, and the two walked into the elevator side by side. If you go in, there are probably only a few alchemy dolls to help you make tea, but the ashes in the teacup may have to be figured out by you. I've always found this kind of stuff unreliable, Tom said. Visitor, Mr. Williams. Hello. The indifferent female voice sounded again in the elevator. Please inform the entourage, destination, and reason for your visit. Tom Riddle. Nelson raised his head and said towards the top of the elevator. I just came out of your minister's office, and I have to leave now. Destination, the 8th floor of the basement, the main hall, the female voice said after a pause. I wish you a happy mood. Thank you, you finally changed the word. Thank you for your support, and wish you a happy mood. Nelson shrugged his shoulders, and did not speak. A sense of falling quickly hit him. A few seconds later, with a ding, the elevator door opened, and an empty hall came into view, except for a security check counter and a flight counter. Outside the fireplace of the road network, there is nothing here, just like the rough house. Nah, to be honest, that Zweig's construction team only pays attention to practicality, Tom said, looking at the facade of the Ministry of Magic. If possible, I suggest installing a fountain or sculpture or other scenery here. Or simply build a fountain sculpture and add more portraits to make it more lively. Now it looks like a department store that is on the verge of bankruptcy because it was built in the suburbs. Maybe you can donate one when you have money in the future. That makes sense, Tom nodded, but I don't have any money. You have no money? Nelson just found this inconceivable. The two walked towards the fireplace, and Tom's sophistry sounded in the middle. In fact, I feel anxious about my double poverty of wealth and spirit every day. I almost believed it, but I don't know if Slytherins believe it or not. The two stepped out of the fireplace. Due to the closure of the leaky cauldron, they appeared at the back door of Lehen Bookstore. After cleaning the ashes from their bodies with magic spells, the two walked into the store. Are there students coming to sharpen their guns again? An impatient shout came from behind the bookshelf. The owner seemed to be fighting with several fierce books, notes, real questions, and exam syllabus. The title of the book is also easy to recognize. For example, the 3rd grade potions is called I'm Potions 3rd. 15 sickles can be recycled here. Don't think about sneaking around. I'm watching you. Ah. He seemed to be slapped by the book. Nelson and Tom approached the door holding back their smiles, and then heard the shopkeeper yelling, mail is still available. Why don't you guys choose mail order? Our owl on the day of the exam they will also come to pick up the goods, which is much more convenient. Also, why don't you study hard? As soon as the exam is approaching, the business in our store will be better than the start of school. This owl was accompanied by a strong cracking sound, which was heart-wrenching. No, thank you, Nelson replied, laughing. We just came from the ministry. Let me borrow it. So it's from the ministry. When are you going to finish Tom's shabby bar? Soon, soon. Nelson and Tom walked to the door. He shook the wand in his hand, and a curse of imprisonment swirled and flew from the bookshelf to the shopkeeper. Oh. Thank you so much. I was caught by these broken books. Oh, damn. Gorgon, you tied me with them. Haha. Tom ran out of the bookstore with a smile and said to Nelson at the door, it's like going back to the time when I was buying books in the 1st grade, but the books at Lehen Bookstore were not so violent back then. There is a price to pay for mastering knowledge. Nelson raised his chin in the direction of the original pet store. What should we buy next? Pet. It's a pity that the shopkeeper was caught for smuggling magical animals. Tom curled his lips. It's a pity for my bar-headed owl, whose temper is as violent as those books. We wouldn't know Nagini without it, would we? HMPH. Nagini. Tom walked ahead with ease. She has disappeared since she transformed back, and I haven't even seen her for a long time. The two chatted and walked, and Nelson saw many magical items produced in Nurmengard in the critical shop window, and introduced them to Tom more familiarly than the shopkeepers. Diagon Alley is not big. After avoiding an old witch selling vampire amulets, I finally came to the pet shop on the corner of the street. In stark contrast, Tom stepped aside and stood behind the door, arms dropped, staring warily at the street, his wand hidden in his sleeves. It's time to find someone to clean up. Nelson took a deep breath and walked to the door. He didn't know what to do. After all, it has been a long time since the defensive magic mechanism was installed here. He closed his eyes, and there was a humming sound like a dragonfly flapping its wings in the air. Then, he held his breath and pushed open the door of the store. The unexpected crisis did not happen. The penguin sat upright on the chair facing the gate like a primary school student. 16 mayflies surrounded him with wide-eyed eyes. A red beam shot out from the one eye, tangent to the penguin's body, completely squashing all his room for action. "Sir, you are here," Penguin said with a smile, but even the simplest movement of his mouth deformed his facial muscles. A beam of red light that was close to his cheeks instantly cut his cheeks, and a straight blood stain suddenly appeared. Seconds, accompanied by the scorching smell that filled the store. The scar was instantly sealed by high temperature, and the blood didn't even have time to flow out. Even so, the penguin endured the pain and said, "My lord, your creation is really beautiful. Even if it cuts your face, do you think it's beautiful? Just like emperor penguins, my lord. They are the biggest and fiercest penguins. They can even hurt me when I study." The penguins still have a smile on their faces, but they change from yellow-orange to the pale yellow gradation of feathers is so beautiful, like a solar eclipse during polar day and the sun at polar night. Sounds really good. After confirming that the penguin's route was completely blocked, Nelson moved a chair and sat across from him. "Wand. In my left pocket, the same place you like to keep your wand." After saying this, there were a few more scars on the penguin's cheeks that had just been burned. Nelson waved his hand expressionlessly, and the mayflies controlling the penguin's head and chest scattered a little and gave him some room to breathe and speak. "The wand is flying." Nelson picked his fingers, raised his wand slightly, and a bright yellow wand flew out of the penguin's pocket with a swish. What he said was true. Even the angle of inserting the wand was exactly the same. "Do you know why I called you here?" Nelson asked. "I know, my lord. You want to catch me. I have to say that the anti-apparition spell you deployed in this small space is wonderful. The grid-shaped space can prolong the time for alchemy to set magic, and also it can make some self-righteous guys dare not act rashly." Penguin's left arm trembled, and Nelson saw a penetrating wound with a regular square incision, but he still smiled. "But you don't have to. If I understand wrong against your will, I will punish myself." "No." Nelson shook his head. "You seem to have completely misunderstood me." Complete. The smile on Penguin's face suddenly disappeared, and strong sadness filled his facial features. "I thought about it, and I never seem to imply that you do all the things you did in London," Nelson said softly, crossing his legs, crossing his hands above his knees, leaning over his head. "I hope you can. All it seems to be doing is studying penguins in Antarctica. But you have more important things to do. You need help." Penguin eagerly poked his head forward, but was knocked back by the waiting mayfly in an instant. His head hit the back of the chair and fell powerlessly. "Nah, I found a few thieves in the basement." Tom, who had been standing on the sidelines, said suddenly, "I'll go down and have a look. I don't know when the thieves came in. Don't starve them to death. Then it's too bad luck." "Well," Nelson nodded. "Do you remember the defensive spell in the basement?" "Remember." Tom waved his hand and walked into the shop. Nelson looked back at the penguin and asked, "Do you know why I sent you to the South Pole? Because you want to protect me?" "Yeah, you've heard too many things you shouldn't have heard and seen too many things you shouldn't have seen. I may not care, but I can't guarantee that others don't. You are a smart person, but not a smart person. Dealing with people who think they are smart is not your forte." Nelson shrugged. "It turns out that you are at home in Antarctica. Why did you come back?" "Grindelwald summoned me," he said. "You need my help." "Do you really think I need help? Especially this way?" "You don't need it." Penguin nodded and shook his head again, as if in a state of confusion. His expression suddenly became terrified, full of self-blame, full of self-loathing. I did what I hate the most. I did what you hate the most." "What do you hate the most?" "What do I hate the most?" Nelson himself was a little curious about the answer to this question. "You hate anyone making decisions for someone else." "Continue." You have taught us time and time again that each of us has the right to make our own choices. Penguin ignored the burning of the mayfly's beam, but I interfered with your plan in my own way and dragged you into trouble on my own initiative. Goddo. I did this to you. I screwed up everything. The scorching lasers kept sweeping on Penguin's body, increasing the wounds and healing them quickly, but he seemed to feel no pain at all, immersed in the annoyance of self-abandonment. I'm glad you figured it out. Nelson tapped the top of the penguin's head lightly with his wand, resting the tip of his wand on his forehead, and pushed him back out of the way of the mayfly. You could have done better. An expression of expectation and regret appeared on Penguin's face. But it's not too late. Chapter 343. This is a tasteful story. Is there anything I can do for you? Penguin asked eagerly. Do what you want to do. Nelson lightly tapped the top of the penguin's head with his magic wand, and the mayflies waiting around disappeared into the gaps in the shelves. Apart from penguins, what else do you like? I like. Penguin choked, and he couldn't tell what he liked for a while. I see that you look quite harmonious with the camera. Nelson poked the camera hanging on the penguin's chest with his wand, and soon it melted into a piece of rapidly melting ice, dripped onto the wooden floor, slipped through the cracks, and disappeared without a trace point. So he took out a bag that had been closed for a long time from his pocket, took out a delicate camera from it, and handed it to the penguin. It's called the desire camera, Nelson explained. A person may not have ideals, but he must have desires. I haven't known what I want or like for a long time. Maybe you can use it to see. Think about your own answer. The penguin fiddled with the camera, scratching the inscription on it with his hand. Nelson watched his behavior and saw that the precise camera became a piece of parts under his hands, and the magic words hidden in the corners and even inside the parts emerged. This scene is really shocking. Just by looking at the leopard, you can feel his extraordinary magic. What's even more outrageous is that these things are all developed by studying penguins. Nelson even wanted to catch two exchanges. Wait, give me the film. Nelson thought for a while, stretched out his hand, and the next second, a half-used roll of film fell into his palm. He held the film in the palm of his hand and stroked the center with his magic wand. The half roll of content fell into his hands, and then he handed the film back. At this moment, Penguin has reassembled the camera. The rune is restrained, but it can definitely run smoothly. My lord. Penguin asked expectantly, can I take a photo of you? Nelson nodded. A flash of bright light flashed, and a picture slowly spit out from the top of the camera. This is a sock factory, Nelson said, glancing at the contents of the photo, nodding. My dream is to be a sock tycoon. You are really different from others. Penguin complimented. Sorry, my previous memory is not very good. Nelson tapped his forehead with his knuckles. I was attacked by a curled winged demon for a long time before. So my name is Penguin. Penguin replied excitedly. In his opinion, it is normal for an unknown person like himself not to be remembered. You can also call me a reporter now. Reporter? Have you thought of what to do? No, my lord. Since I can't interfere with your plan, then I have nothing to do. You can do what you want. How you understand my ideas, you can accomplish it in your own way. Nelson chuckled. I don't mind if someone misinterprets me, and I don't mind if someone makes their own decisions, as long as you do what you want. For the sake of the greater you, I understand. Penguin excitedly fished out a press card from his collar. I got a card when I went to the Ministry of Magic. From a pragmatic point of view, it might be worth throwing it away like this. It was a waste, and I thought maybe I could start a newspaper and give that stinking minister some space. Go on. My lord, you must have seen those reporters today. You may not know that Nobby Rich doesn't want them to report, as he said. Penguin sneered. The last one was a boring person, but those boring purebloods, the British side seems to respect purebloods. They support them on the surface, but they are evil behind the scenes. Since that Nobby Rich wants to inject new blood into this boring Ministry of Magic, and they started doing it. Oh. They spoiled him, but touted him in the newspapers, making him a person who loves vanity and loves power. Penguin's tone was full of ridicule. He is about to be tortured crazy, and those people are touting him. How did you know? Legiliancy, my lord. When I was bored, I used to chat with penguins like this. The penguins clap their hands like penguins. He needs help too, and it's too easy to grasp other people's sights, especially those who are boring. People who can only read newspapers. Interesting. I'm going to start a newspaper. Do you have a name for it? That's your own business. Go ahead. Nelson waved his hand lightly. Let me see what you can do. To make a boring guy unhappy, I have to play the naysayer. The penguin's body twisted and disappeared in place. This guy isn't the gridded anti-apparition spell making it impossible for him to move. Nelson shook his head. Boom. I don't know when Tom, who changed his clothes, came out from the back of the shop, covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief in one hand and holding a watering can filled with green liquid in the other hand. Nelson squinted at the watering can in Tom's hand, and a strong smell of spices hit his face. Time extract? He asked with a smile. You cook in the basement? The matter is settled. Tom's voice shifted from behind the handkerchief. He put the watering can down on the shelf beside him, raised his wand, and used his magic power to draw a clean handkerchief and float it in front of Nelson. Well, he's a talented young man. Nelson smiled and reached for it, but the handkerchief turned in the air and flew back. What's wrong with you? It's not safe enough. Tom shook his head, picked up the watering can on the side, sprayed the handkerchief green, and manipulated it to float towards Nelson again. Young boy, from the tone of your voice, I thought you were better than today's Shafik, even older. It's okay. I'm actually 230 years old this year. Nelson nodded, took the handkerchief, sniffed the scent of thyme, and covered his mouth and nose with it like Tom did. What's this for? Stand back. Tom waved his hand, and Nelson flew up smoothly with the chair he was sitting on, and then backed away slowly until it touched the door, and then landed lightly. Tom stepped forward quickly and stood beside Nelson. Be prepared. What? But Tom's raised wand has answered this question perfectly, and Nelson instantly understood why Tom changed clothes. Several people bound by familiar yellow chains slowly floated through the small door that Tom walked out of in the depths of the store. In an instant, there was a stench of 20 years of survival in the wilderness. These people seemed to have been fermenting in the basement for a long time. After 20 years, it will be seen again. Huh. Nelson, who smelled the smell, jumped up from the chair, as if his tail had been stepped on, and raised his hand to cast an obstacle spell. The spell of the emergency was not very delicately controlled, and an air cannon as thick as a tree trunk it shot out, and the wind brought it overturned the shelves in the store, and the bottles and jars were scattered all over the floor. Just when the curse was about to reach the person in front, Nelson came back to his senses, and raised his left hand like a left and right hand. Like fighting each other, a barrier appeared above the man's head. Tom watched all this speechlessly. The barrier spell hit the iron armor curse, but the hastily pushed barrier was not as powerful as the barrier spell under panic. It was quickly crushed, but it effectively prevented the wizard from being killed by a magic spell. He was killed by the curse, but the aftermath of the obstacle curse still affected him. He flew out backwards like being hit head on by a dump truck, hit the people behind him, and flew back into the basement like a sandbag. Tom, Nelson taught, still in shock. Even in war, we must pay attention to the bottom line. Under normal circumstances, we should not use biological and chemical weapons. What are you talking about? Tom shook his head helplessly. I managed to get them up lightly, but you just broke the smell off them. What smell? Who are they? Thief. Tom spread his hand and waved his wand vigorously. All the openable windows in the store opened, and the strong wind pressure tried to expel these terrible smells. The thief caught by you. The thief I caught? Did you forget? Yes, you must have forgotten. Even I forgot. Tom smashed the watering can in his hand on the ground, pointed at the puddle of liquid on the ground with his wand, and the green mist filled the shop. The set of defensive magic setup captured all the people who invaded this store, and threw them into the basement. You even prepared enough food and water in the basement after disarming them, but since you are so humanitarian, well, why not add a shower head to them? Ouch. Nelson remembered what was going on, and couldn't help laughing, but the movement of bending over caused one end of the handkerchief to curl up, and the smell immediately made him retch. I think we need bubble curse. As soon as the words fell, Tom, with unhappy written all over his face, waved a spell, and two bubbles appeared on the heads of the two. Nelson felt that his nose was numb, and he couldn't care about some expensive clothes. He go to the small door at the back, raise your wand, and the bright light immediately illuminates the dark stairs. A group of ragged, haggard wizards, like walking corpses, were firmly bound by golden chains, and piled together like cargo. Nelson thought in his heart that it was not good. The chain was obviously made of silver, and it could turn into this color. He didn't know how long these people had been imprisoned here. The impediment spell just now can't be said to be completely useless. At least 2 people have opened their eyes. Although they are numb, they have at least woken up. Didn't I give you looking glass? Nelson turned to Tom and asked. Isn't that thing broken? It's been spinning non-stop since the second day I put it on the table. That means your secret base has been invaded. Ah, is that so? Tom shrugged. Fortunately, they were all caught. What do you mean? Merlin's underpants. Maybe Merlin's underpants don't smell so bad? Nelson rolled his eyes. Although he knew that he was the bigger reason for this happening, as long as he was the first to win, he would not have to take responsibility. He raised his right hand to his ear, pressed his fingers, and the rat mayfly came out flying out of the cracks in the stairs. They blinked and flew towards the piled up thieves. It may be that the taste was too shocking, which made Nelson feel like facing thousands of troops. When he saw only 3 mayflies flying out, he realized that there were actually only 3 people in the seemingly large group. There are also obvious differences between the 2 who opened their eyes. One has a cleaner face, looking at the mayfly with horror in his eyes, and his bloodshot eyes seemed to be able to speak, filled with a strong desire to survive. The other person was completely different. His face was so dark that no color could be seen, but his wooden eyes had completely lost the desire to survive. As for the man hit by the impeding charm, he slept peacefully. After a while, the 3 mayflies flashed steady red lights. Nelson turned his head and said thankfully, fortunately, they are still alive. I'd rather they were all dead. Tom was still a little unhappy, and kept spraying around the store with a watering can, thinking non-stop. I originally thought that, if I didn't get along in the future, I would stay here, opening a small shop. Now it seems that our signboard is stinky. Before it is erected, it stinks. It really stinks. It's okay, just clean it up. Nelson shrugged. When I was there before, the owner of the restaurant downstairs taught me several home magic tricks. Believe me, I already know them well. You can ask Zweig to knock down and rebuild this house, and then build an 18-story basement. How spacious it is. Are you going to build hell? Tom held his face with a toothache expression on his face. What are we going to do with these guys? What to do? Out of humanitarian care, wash them up. 10 minutes later, 5 people stood in the basement, where the walls had been peeled off. 3 people were hung on the wall. Nelson held 2 magic wands and poured water on the 3 people on the wall, just like a car wash many years later. Workers, while Tom huddled in a corner, manipulating the used dirty water and stuffing it all into a nondescript cabinet. What's that? Nelson turned around and asked curiously. The vanishing cabinet. Nelson's house magic was still working, which made Tom look better. I got it from Borgin Burke. When I was Chamberlain, this thing worked very well, as long as make sure to seal it normally, and don't let things come out of it. Honey, where does it lead? I don't know. Thinking that there are others suffering the same as him, Tom's mood suddenly improved, and his expression became richer. But who cares? After all, some people don't care whether their shop is clean or not. Let me see, what do you guys want to do? Looking at the 3 thieves who were washed away by Nelson, Tom raised his wand and leaned over money. Although I didn't put any money here, it's a skill to be able to come in and tell the truth. Nelson stepped aside. Ordinary thieves can't get in. I'm an adventure writer, not a thief. The cleanest is also the youngest man's lips. His throat is like an engine that hasn't been lubricated for 100 years. Boom boom boom. Nelson and Tom turned their heads, and there was a knock at the gate. Tom. It's me. It's Dumbledore. Chapter 344. Tom. Open the door. Tom stopped the drainage work in his hands and looked at Nelson. The 2 looked at each other, turned around together, and stared in the direction of the front door of the shop. But Nelson forgot to stop the spring of clear water in Nelson's hands. Seeing that the sewage was about to overflow their ankles, Tom exclaimed, opened the disappearing cabinet swiftly, rolled the puddle of water into a brown ball, and stuffed it into the. After entering the cabinet, Nelson put down his wand. No matter what happened to Dumbledore, at least the three of them were cleaned up. Oh. Tom. Stop. Dumbledore's yell became more and more urgent, and the audience behind him was full of onlookers. They watched the headmaster of Hogwarts yelling outside a haunted shop curiously, feeling more and more anxiety. Dumbledore gritted his teeth, raised his wand, opened the shop door and rushed in. At the same time, in the basement, Nelson tilted his head towards the door. Tom, are you going to open the door? I don't go. Aren't you a secret base? Nelson's eyebrows seemed to be able to speak, and he put on a teasing grimace. Is this an open secret? Suddenly there was a crackling explosion overhead, and it seemed that Dumbledore had barged in. I don't know how he found it. Tom shook his head and sneakily covered a corner tarp over the disappearing cabinet. I swear, I've put every imaginable spell of secrecy in this room. The paving is set. Maybe I should move it. So you know where the other end is. Nelson looked at Tom's expression and waved his wand calmly. The tarp covering the disappearing cabinet curled up and turned into a fireplace that had been idle for a long time. The cabinet is tightly covered behind. I heard that there is a magic spell called the Fidelity Charm. If you use it don't even think about the loyalty curse. The basement door was pushed open from the outside with a creak. Dumbledore staggered down the stairs, and the right half of his face was blasted by something. It was scorched black, and even the robe turned into a black ball. But Nelson felt that it should have been purple. When Dumbledore saw the two, he glanced at the thief tied to the wall by them, bent down, holding his knees, panting heavily. He said intermittently, if you really keep the address of this house in your heart, then Hogwarts won't be open. Professor, are you okay? This is Nelson's concern. What happened to Hogwarts? This was Tom's confusion. Professor? Cough cough. Dumbledore coughed loudly, but choked a puff of black smoke from his throat. His legs trembled, and he sat back, but was caught by a high-backed chair that suddenly appeared, and the auditorium the chair he used to sit in was exactly the same. Don't you know if I'm okay? Dumbledore was sweating profusely, as if he had gone through a marathon. You really caught the weakness of all wizards. He looked at Nelson, his calf twitching secretly, and sighed with a complicated expression. You may not know that, since I mastered apparition at the age of 14, I have never run over step. Sorry, Professor. Nelson laughed. The magic devices he set up in the store were not overly lethal, but they were enough and flexible enough. Generally speaking, unless someone could eat those scorching hot shells with a 360-degree turtle shell all the time. Otherwise, if you want to go deep into the interior, you have to be very skilled. You have a clear mind, Nelson. If you can set up the battlefield in advance, you are enough to leave an indelible impression on any wizard in the world. Dumbledore waved his hand and looked at Tom with a more complicated expression. Tom, do you have any feud with the house elves? What? Professor? Tom's expression was also confused. I don't seem to have dealt with house elves before. Why did you pour dirty water into Hogwarts? Dumbledore stretched out his trembling hand, raised his wand like an old man, and drew an irregular circle in the air. Soon, a scene the picture with cool special effects clearly appeared in the center of the three. A doorplate with Augur's name trembled slightly. The camera zoomed out, and the whole picture of the wooden door of the castle administrator's office appeared in front of Sonri's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the wooden door began to tremble violently, and the solid wood protruded slowly from the middle, and was pushed into a circle by the things inside the door. This can't help but make people wonder what is behind the door. Nelson and Tom's Adam's apples made gudang sounds at the same time. Dumbledore helplessly gouged them out, and continued to maintain the picture. The faint sound of sea waves came from behind the door, so that Nelson wanted to recite a passage of petrol aloud. Finally, the wooden door could not withstand the heavy pressure, and the four corners cracked and shattered into countless pieces down the corridor. The sewage was rushing, engulfing the contraband stored in Og's office, and the contraband collected from the students were naturally not cute little things like pygmy bushes, dung bombs, mace frisbees, all kinds of fireworks, crazy bludgers, blah blah, and a stocky mano. That's Og. In an instant, the sewage gushed out from the corridor and rushed to the castle along the stairs. Two Hufflepuff lovers were chatting in the corridor, but suddenly they saw a brown dragon rushing towards them. The girl stuffed the snacks into the boy's hands, and the two of them only had time to protect the snacks with a magic spell, and the next second they were washed away by the water. The water flow fully spread to the 2 floors. Many tables, chairs, and benches were floating in the water, and there were many people like the young couple. It's really spectacular. The young man who was tied to the wall sighed. "Monton, if you can't speak, please speak less," Dumbledore said wearily. "Why are you here? Didn't you ask me to find a suspicious dark wizard?" The young man quibbled. "I have inquired. This shop belongs to a powerful dark wizard named Chamberlain, who once and his accomplice Karkaroff turned over the A section of the street in the alley, was blown up to the sky, and about this shop, I also found out his small eyes, that were gurgling and turning suddenly caught sight of Tom who was facing him, so he immediately closed his mouth. Albus, you are right, I really don't know how to speak." "Very much." But Tom didn't pay attention to him, just staring at the picture shown by Dumbledore. Seeing several old-looking vases broken by debris in the water flow, he closed his eyes distressed. Nelson even saw the question mark stepping on a broken board, making a surfing gesture, and behind it floated Peeves, who was not afraid of getting dirty or tiring, and he excitedly fished out all kinds of contraband confiscated by Og from the water, throwing it at everyone he could see, even Flitwick. When he saw that the administrator's office and the 2 floors downstairs were soaked in water, he gasped, but because it still had a foul smell, he spit it out quickly. "Professor." Tom's voice suddenly became louder, and he became righteous. "Who did this? We must not let him go." Dumbledore. "Okay, Professor, I'm sorry, I will take responsibility." Tom's momentum drooped again. He poked the fireplace beside him with his hand, and the hard fireplace quickly slid down like a piece of cloth, revealing the vanishing cabinet. "I didn't expect the other half of this disappearing cabinet to be Hogwarts. It wasn't originally." Dumbledore shook his head. "Og confiscated it from Mr. Malfoy last week. At that time, he found a few helpers, and was about to stuff a classmate who couldn't beat him into the disappearing cabinet. Abraxas? He's too naughty." "Okay, Professor, I'll pay." Tom spread his hands, and at the same time, Nelson was turning his back on Dumbledore and secretly unchained the 3 thieves, pretending that they were sleeping on a bed against the wall. "I just received 300 galleons. Tom, I'm only here to prevent you from continuing to pollute, not for your bonus." Dumbledore shook his head. "And I have to say one more thing. It's not good to be lynched." "Professor, we didn't have a lynching." Nelson spread his hands. "As you can see, we only use the water curse, and we just wanted to clean them up. Pay attention to the method." "Nah," Dumbledore said helplessly. "The cleaning spell combined with the absorption spell will form a special variant, which can clean up people in an instant, but the price may be the hair of the caster. But I think people who are so dirty may not care much about their hair." Nelson thought about it, and tried it on the young man named Monton. With a burst of wailing, a clean, bald head without hair and eyebrows appeared in front of them, and he couldn't help admiring. "My charms are far behind you. It's just life experience." Dumbledore's physical strength has recovered a bit, and he can already do difficult movements such as shrugging his shoulders. "I didn't like life magic spells when I was young, but every spell developed as it. The meaning of existence, and even the simplest spells of life, if well studied, are no weaker than those that seem powerful. The purpose of magic is not to make people crack each other, but to make us life is better." "You're right." Nelson nodded. As expected of Dumbledore, he was full of reason when he spoke. Just like Muggle technologies, they can use them in weapons, to kill the same kind, and they can also use them in daily life, make life faster and faster. "Yes, Muggles have many things, even more magical than magic." Dumbledore deeply agreed. "I thought so too, when I went to Holland Monton." "Don't talk if you can't speak." Dumbledore gouged him out again. Monton on the wall was sliding down inch by inch, because he was not bound by chains. Dumbledore didn't pay attention to Tom's disappearance. He did not delve into the store and the legendary Dark Wizard. Although he knew that Tom knew Chamberlain's grandma very well, he did not point it out. He just said, for your actions. Although most of the damage is caused by Pippi, it's caused by ghosts, but the cause is still with you. I punish you to go to Minerva's office every night for the rest of this semester. Is it okay? Professor, have you seen her? Nelson asked. Well, Dumbledore nodded. She should need you to help her clean up. We will go every day. Nelson nodded. We may go to her again in a few days. Alas. Dumbledore didn't say much, but he obviously already knew what happened to McGonagall, and all his emotions were condensed into a sigh. The other thing I came here for is to take him away, Dumbledore said angrily, looking at Monton in the corner, who was pretending to zip his mouth. Don't look at him like this. He is actually a good man. It's just, maybe in the wrong place. Monton patted his chest and nodded frantically. No problem, said Tom. Are you going to take the other two? I think. Just as Dumbledore said a few words, the thief, who was as weak as a dead dog, suddenly burst into a fit of strength and desire to live. He rushed to Dumbledore's side, strangled him with his arms, and took fingernails against his throat. You guys let me go. The four sober people in the room, except Dumbledore, looked at him like a fool. Seeing that no one spoke, the thief exerted some strength, but the motionless Dumbledore just glanced at him, and he fell limply to the ground. Dumbledore swallowed back the words that just came to his lips, and said, I think Aurors should like this kind of easy work. I think so too. Seeing Nelson and Tom, who were busy cleaning up the shop, Dumbledore took a break and joined them. You just mentioned the fidelity curse, Dumbledore said while resetting the shelves in the store. It is difficult, but it may not be difficult for you. If you are interested, I can teach you. Thank you, Professor. When using the restoring charm to deal with damaged items, you can't just focus on the damage. Dumbledore picked up his old job as a teacher, and while helping, he told the two of them knowledge that most people didn't care about. People, if the rip is too strong, the undamaged place may fail first in future use. In this way, the distressed shop was quickly restored to its original state, and it was even much cleaner than it was in the first place. Tom tied up the two thieves tightly, and that Monten worked very quickly. Nah, Dumbledore may have a better way. After all, he has lived so many years longer than us. Taking advantage of the fact that there were only the three of them in the store on the first floor, Tom pulled Nelson aside and whispered, Tom, I just said that casually. Nelson wiped the dust with a rag and said, predictions are generally very unreliable. But just in case, we need help. What's the matter? Is my spell not working? Dumbledore poked his head out of the shelves. Professor. Tom pulled Nelson towards Dumbledore. We passed the Department of Mysteries earlier. Is that the secret department of the Ministry of Magic? Dumbledore asked. I heard that they are researching very advanced magic, but it may be inefficient to do it behind closed doors. What happened? Professor, Na made a prophecy that was included in the prophecy ball. What? Tom repeated the prophecy verbatim to Dumbledore, watching him nervously. Hey, what an amazing prophecy. Dumbledore patted the shoulders of the two of them vigorously, but wiping the shelves with a rag is far less effective than cleaning them out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Dumbledore. Professor, I suppose you must have some plans, don't you? You may see me in the future. Dumbledore blinked. I used to be a reckless person, always taking one step at a time. Therefore, I have reaped the price. Being a person who can count on everything as me, the goal. Then you are a man of no plans? I wish I was. Dumbledore held up his wand, facing the shelf like watering flowers, but his mind was obviously not there. The clear flowing water gushed out from the tip of the wand, straight to the wall in a daze, and they followed the scratches on the wall over the years. It dripped down and quickly covered the dusty floor. Gradually, the muddy water submerged the soles of Tom and Nelson's leather shoes. They didn't speak, but just stared at Dumbledore's motionless back. Obviously, he was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. Is it a lover? Does destiny also consider it a lover? Dumbledore muttered to himself, but the clear pronunciation was swallowed with his lower lip clenched. Professor? Nelson asked softly, but Dumbledore didn't hear his voice, just stood silently, like a statue, until Nelson called out for the second time, and he turned his head with a relaxed smile on his face. Tom, maybe you should put up some easy to clean wallpaper on this front. Yeah, Professor, Tom nodded. So that's why you washed the wall down. Nelson stomped on him under the cover of the shelf. Haha, Dumbledore patted his forehead. Sorry, that's how I clean in our house. Don't worry, I'll fix it for you. With a big wave of his hand, a beam of crystal light spewed out from the tip of the stick, scattered and flew to all parts of the store, and clung to the wall. With the golden light shining, the decoration in Tom's store was completely remodeled. The new wallpaper was decorated with roses. The red-based pattern plate with strong Welsh style has a touch of jumping in the middle, which looks very pure blood. Nelson looked at the wallpaper, his eyes full of thought. Where did he seem to have seen this pattern? He thought behind Dumbledore's back for a moment, and finally thought of the place where he met this pattern last time, in the painting on the wall of Dumbledore's office, the house where the tables and chairs were overturned and dusty. He lived in Godric Valley was one's home. He wasn't homeless, but there was no one waiting for him in that home. Does it look good? Tom, Dumbledore said with a smug smile, this is a pattern I designed when I was young. The pattern is inspired by the scales of the red dragon. Tom didn't pay attention to the details of those hanging paintings. He nodded half in agreement and half helplessly, and said, it's beautiful to look at, but Professor, it will make the store even darker. I remember this used to be a pet shop. Dumbledore blinked at the new wallpaper, and he blinked too much today. I bought your and Na's entrance gifts here. This is the usual trick of the owner of this kind of magic store: dimmed lights, small windows and deliberately reduced lighting, so that shoppers cannot detect the flaws of the goods. Don't worry, if the lighting is enough, this place looks like sitting. It's the same on the back of a dragon. After all, holding up the wand, a ray of crimson flames emerged from the tip of the wand. At first it was like a flower bud, and then, like a heart that was pregnant with life. It beat bang bang, and a clearer and louder phoenix cry came out of the fire. It was heard that, accompanied by the sound of tearing the flames, a beautiful phoenix spread its wings and rose from the flames. Fox. Nelson gestured an apple-sized circle with both hands, looked at the proud figure above his head, and sighed. The last time I saw it, it was just this big, wrinkled, and hairless. When Fawkes flew out of the flames, the ceiling above his head already made him very unhappy, and Nelson said this again, a little unhappy. It flew from Dumbledore to Nelson's side at lightning speed. He kept pecking at his arm, and didn't let go, until he said, it looks so good now. It was like this when the phoenix was born, but Fawkes wants to save face, so he wouldn't show it to you. When he was young, Dumbledore stared at Nelson and smiled. It just finished molting today. You see, it can't wait to see it. Are you here to show off? Fawkes raised his head proudly. All the long lights hidden in the store were lit up in an instant. The originally dark and cramped store suddenly became spacious and bright, and the special reflection of the wallpaper gave everything in the store a grid-shaped golden red patterns, including the three people standing here. Nelson stared at the flickering candle shadow, as if he saw a red dragon soaring over Wales in a trance. Two figures stood at the door of a not dilapidated, but old house. Tall, high-spirited young people are holding the same crystal bottle tightly with their right hands, and dripping blood into it along their cut fingers with smiles on their faces. Their eyes are filled with the same ambitions and imaginations, and they also bury their differences, ambition and desire. Behind them, a young man who was similar to Dumbledore was hugging his sister, leading her to secretly bask in the long-lost sun. If we want to find a beginning for all the tragedies of magic that we are familiar with, then all the clues may be attributed to Godric's Hollow, this small place. Snapped. Half a second later, a lamp exploded from within, as if the flames were too hot. Tom, I'm afraid this light hasn't been turned on for a long time. Dumbledore's figure swayed, as if stimulated by the strong light. Nelson blinked. Could it be that in the magical world, the speed of sound is faster than the speed of light? But Dumbledore didn't leave them a chance to think. He turned around and looked at Monton, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, but pulled himself towards the door with two fingers and said, find out where they came from, Monton. Don't make any more mistakes. Albus. Actually, Dumbledore ignored Monton's wrangling and turned to look at Nelson and Tom. What's the matter? Professor, Minerva has a little trouble. Dumbledore said, staring at Nelson. When you do something, you must not leave any trouble behind. Minerva? Nelson's eyes tightened, and just as Dumbledore was about to call for Fawkes, he reached out and held Tom in Dumbledore's arms. Take me to Minerva. Dumbledore ordered to Fawkes, but Fawkes didn't even have time to flap his wings, and the three disappeared in front of it. Phew. Dumbledore broke free from the oppression of apparition, and what he saw was a large area of purple. He blinked at Nelson. I didn't expect you to be so proficient in showing your followers foxes in vain. Professor, I study very hard. The entourage needs to be approved by the entourage to be so easy. Tom knew what Nelson was going to do when he was grabbed by the arm. Could it be that Dumbledore also had such a tacit understanding, but Nelson didn't poke him, just blinked like him? It's not in vain. Tom's shop is very bright now, isn't it? Is this Minerva's home? Tom rubbed his eyes. I hate the color. Minerva will be sad to hear that. Dumbledore rubbed Tom's shoulders, looked at the ashes-filled open space under his feet, and gazed at the dark side of the hill where they were, which would be illuminated by fire from time to time. But if we hurry, she will forgive you. As soon as the words fell, the figures of the three disappeared, and the footprints under their feet were quickly filled with floating ashes. The three of them actually appeared on the halfway up the opposite hill at the same time, but the scene in front of them had changed drastically at this moment. A hemispherical transparent barrier covered a group of comatose muggles inside. It was the group rescued by Nelson. Three scarred wizards were retreating behind the barrier and fighting back with their wands. McGonagall stood alone. Outside the barrier, dozens of soldiers made of mud are controlled to resist the spell of the outside world. In front of her, a dozen wizards covering their faces were pouring various spells on her and the barrier. Give up your resistance. We won't do anything to you, as long as you hand over the muggles behind you, and cast an oblivion curse on yourself. We'll let you go. You can't hold it anymore. The group of masked wizards attacked fiercely, and they didn't look weak, but their tone was unexpectedly polite. They were simply diplomats among the dark wizards. But McGonagall could only stand on the spot to defend and be beaten. There were too many people behind her who needed to be protected, which made her more passive in this small too many battle. Call. Nelson gritted his teeth and let out a foul breath. This place is not far from the landing point of the three of them, which is also the village where the battle with McGonagall's mother took place. Looking at the distance, he almost left by himself. Mag was attacked here. Look at her. If Dumbledore came a little later, McGonagall might be in trouble. Nah, Dumbledore said softly. In terms of magic, I can't teach you much, but there are still some life experiences. For example, when facing your enemies, never place your hopes on them. The bottom line, let alone this kind of dark wizard, is the same with those highly respected guys. At this time, Mag also noticed the three new people who appeared. She was nervous at first, and was almost hit by a stun spell, but after seeing who was coming, she quickly showed a relaxed expression. It was Tom who moved the fastest. Although he didn't know what happened, he directly bullied him, and two disarming spells flew towards his head, quickly forcing the two masked men out of the battle group. Nelson clearly saw that his gesture of swinging his staff was not a disarming spell at first, but he realized that Dumbledore was behind him, so he withdrew his hand stiffly and shot two red lights. Otherwise, his gang would not help him. If they face each other, at least two of those masked people will have to quit the magic world forever. Dumbledore nodded at Nelson and walked towards McGonagall. Nelson observed the battlefield, and there were only three wizards who were still hopeful who were ordered by him to escort the muggles. The three were probably handed over to them by Mag from the enemy. It's been half a day since I left here. Nelson didn't doubt McGonagall's ability. It's just that she not only needs to mediate with many dark wizards, but also needs to protect the muggles behind her. I'm afraid that the oil is exhausted at this time, and Nelson is in deep trouble. He blamed himself, but he was not swayed by his emotions. Instead, he turned his self-blame into a fighting spirit, and appeared behind the most central black wizard, silently pressing his wand against his back. There are many obstacles. Nelson did not use a silent spell. He announced the addition of the three newcomers forcefully, and the power of the spell, regardless of precision and skill, reached the extreme, just like the spell used in the shop. Because of fear of dirty, the strength strong. Bump. A sound of breaking through the air resounded on the battlefield, and the wizard's body flew high, hitting the clay figurine beside Mac directly. Under the powerful impact, half of his head plunged into the clay figurine's chest, and then like a ripe fruit, it slowly slid to the ground. It's safe. Mag let out a long sigh of relief, her legs went limp, and she was about to fall backwards with her eyes closed. The clay figurine who had just been hit hard by the black wizard showed amazing flexibility, gently holding her shoulders with her hands, resisting her and walking into the barrier. Nelson and Tom, who had just dealt with the two people next to him, looked at each other and turned their heads to see that Dumbledore was holding up his wand. Under his spell, the already crumbling barrier became impenetrable and impenetrable like steel. Dumbledore. At this moment, only 8 of the dark wizards were still standing. Someone in the crowd recognized Dumbledore, and with an exclamation, everyone looked at him. Dumbledore. The one in the middle of them had already fallen into a deep coma, and a hunched old wizard who was originally on his left had no choice but to stand up, and said in a low voice, "We don't mean to offend, but what Professor McGonagall has done could get us into a lot of trouble." You. Dumbledore lowered his hand. "The barrier has been repaired. We've tried our best to avoid hurting her. We only need the muggles in the back. If we get someone, we'll turn around and leave. You even know that she is Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts." Nelson and Tom have never seen Dumbledore like this. When he was abused by himself, he only had remorse. When he hugged Grindelwald and jumped off the Eiffel Tower in Paris, he had only determination in his eyes. The emotion of anger seemed to never exist. He has descended on him, except when the teachers and students of Hogwarts are hurt. Is this the strength of Dumbledore, known as the most powerful wizard? Nelson and Tom didn't want to blink. They stared at the next scene. The leading black wizards still maintained their posture of negotiating, but the broom heather under their feet became restless. 1 second, it was a gentle little flower, and the next second, the giant tree-like thorns formed a cage, without warning or even in the process of growing, tightly binding the remaining 8 people together. The battle seemed to be settled in just a second. There was no profound spell, and there was no exaggerated effect. There was only a 1-second start and end. Before Nelson even had time to release his mayfly, he felt that he could do it everything. It's just not so fast. But for wizards battles, the opportunity is fleeting. After all, it only takes a moment for a life-threatening green light to hit you. Tom looked at Dumbledore, then at himself, with an eager expression on his face. The 8 people controlled by Dumbledore didn't even have a chance to chant the spell, and the disguise on their faces was not removed. Only Dumbledore sighed. "Should I be grateful? At least you are not 28 people." Chapter 346 Expose. Dumbledore didn't take any follow-up actions. He just let those people lie quietly among the thorns, and didn't take off the disguise on their faces. "Professor," a sorcerer whispered with his throat closed. Although his voice was out of tune, it could still be heard that he was not too old, just like a student who admitted his mistake to the teacher. "Please give me a chance." Hearing this call, Dumbledore's shoulders seemed to collapse all of a sudden. He shook his head lightly and smiled self-deprecatingly. "I don't have the right to give you any chance. Oh Bill, the chance is up to you, is also chosen by you." "Professor, I never hurt anyone. Do you think that only death curses shot at others are considered harm?" The disappointment in Dumbledore's eyes could not be suppressed. He held his wand tightly and asked, "Do you think, if you really followed them today to achieve your goal, won't these people be hurt by you?" "But we didn't achieve the so-called goal. Some things have no results, but it doesn't mean it hasn't happened." Dumbledore raised his wand. "This is the last time I will say these words to you as a teacher. I believe that among you people, there are still my students, my classmates, even my elders, but you seem to have given up even the most basic honor of being a wizard. No. As a person, I still remember when you left Hogwarts 15 years ago what I said." "Oh Bill, can you repeat it?" "Of course, Professor, I haven't forgotten." The masked Bill didn't twist his voice anymore. His energetic, tired, independent, helpless, cunning, stupid voice that belonged to a 30-year-old man finally appeared in Dumbledore's ears. "Professor, just help me sign the recommendation form. I promise that I will study hard in the future." "Learn what?" Dumbledore asked. Learn how to be an independent person. I should have known earlier to help a student who is a little bit weak to successfully step into the position arranged by his parents, but expect him to become an independent person. Dumbledore laughed at himself. There was a logical reason for this from the very beginning. A mission. Professor. Oh, Bill shouted eagerly, you can't hand me over to the Ministry of Magic. He will definitely take revenge on us. You did those mean things to Nobby. Isn't it reasonable for him to fight back? Dumbledore smiled but seemed annoyed. Even dark wizards, like you, should feel that. Is it reasonable to have back and forth? Professor, please give me a chance. Even though his companions were silent, as if resigned to their fate, a bee still shouted, as if grasping at straws, even crying, I'm your student, and enough. Dumbledore appeared inside the barrier, supported Mag's shoulders, looked at Nelson and Tom, and said wearily, you two still have exams. Nelson nodded. He knew it was time to leave, so he exchanged glances with Tom and disappeared. Tom and Nelson climbed out of the fireplace in Hogsmeade's tailor's shop and walked quickly to the castle. As the exam was approaching, everyone experienced such a collective coma, so even on weekends, there were not many students in Hogsmeade Village, and it seemed much more depressed than before. This is what this village looks like when only villagers live. Next, smoke is rising from the chimneys of every household. In some small shops selling food, bosses, shop assistants and family members sit at a table, enjoying the rare leisure on weekends. But when the two passed by, they would put down their knives and forks again, for fear that the two tourists would enter their shop. Aberforth's bar is even more outrageous. The two wanted to say hello, but saw that the door was locked. Aberforth went somewhere. There was a colorless ice bucket at the door, like he found a paint bucket at random, and poured some ice cubes into it. There were several bottles of cold butterbeer in the ice bucket. Tom went to the door, took 2 bottles of butterbeer from the bucket, and stuffed them under the door. A few steel coins were handed to Nelson for a bottle. It's really easy for him to do business. The weather was not too warm. Nelson took a sip, and was shaking from head to toe. He opened his mouth to vent, and said, just set up a slot machine at the door, toss a coin in, and spit out a drink. Then Dumbledore will probably kill him, and do these things at the gate of Hogwarts. Tom shrugged, his expression as if he was drinking real beer. Aberforth is not in the store at all. You are not here. I've been here a few times, and there's only one bartender who changes every time, and I don't know what he's busy with all day long. Maybe he's messing with his brother's black stuff. It's also possible that he is helping Dumbledore. Nelson held the neck of the bottle and touched Tom. The two of them drank the drink in their hands, like drunks that can be seen everywhere on the streets of London. He is indeed a person who can't rest. Don't you too? Tom threw the empty bottle beside the ice bucket. What? I don't have such a complicated family as is. I mean, don't you stay home a few times a year? Tom, as if drunk, took off the mask of an outstanding student on this small road that no one passed, blushed, and yelled, if I were Dumbledore, I wouldn't even issue you a diploma. Look what you learned at Hogwarts. Use the levitating charm to float feathers? Then you left, and when you came back, you become a guy who talks and laughs with Grindelwald. Fortunately they invited you to be the gatekeeper, otherwise I'm really afraid that you will sit on the rostrum and give me marks. Tom. Nelson raised the empty bottle in his hand, poured the last few drops of soda into his mouth, smacked his mouth, and said, have you drunk again? I don't. Tom's face became more and more red. That big iron man you are sitting on is very majestic. But they all only saw your majesty, and only saw you punching that silent look to death, just seeing how much better you are than guys your age or even older. But what else can they see? What should they see? Nelson asked in a deep voice, holding Tom's shoulder. Why did you make it? Who do you want to use it against? Is there any enemy in the world that needs it to deal with? Tom held Nelson's shoulders with his hands back, staring at Nelson's face with red eyes. Shuan Kang had such blue eyes when they first met. You told me before. 3 years later, but 3 years later, and 3 years later, 3 years later, and 3 years later. Do you think I'm someone like Christian? Question mark? I know that you are different from other prophets. The future you see is more concrete or more terrifying. You should at least tell me that. If you don't believe in Dumbledore or other people, you should at least believe in me. Nelson was a little speechless, but he said quickly, I just want to be strong, Tom, and many things make me feel insecure. Is that powerful? Nah. There was an unspeakable smile on the corner of Tom's mouth, and his bloodshot black eyes were terrifying but peaceful. He seemed to see through Nelson, and said gently, if you really in the pursuit of strength, you should be like me, pursuing extraordinary spells, and looking for mysterious potions, instead of spending the time that should be practicing spells sneaking out in the middle of the night with a wrench. Don't you know how fragile wizards are? Tom, you don't like Dumbledore, but you know what? You and Dumbledore are becoming more and more like each other. Tom bit his lips and squeezed Nelson's shoulders hard. Participating in the riddle contest, you are almost exactly the same as the person who became you. Sorry, nah, I read his memory. What did you see? Nelson explained. I really don't know him well. I know, but he is imitating you. A relatively normal person went crazy after imitating you. Nah, how much pressure have you been under? Despicable Hayabo. I don't think an old-fashioned black wizard will to force a person like you into this. I don't think he even appeared in your prophecies. So what are you afraid of? Tom asked himself and answered. I thought about it too. It would be Grindelwald. People like him are indeed terrifying, and you even made a prophecy about him before. But I also found that your disdain for prophecy does not seem to be false. So nah, it is not Dumbledore you are afraid of. You see the end of their story. You understand that it doesn't need your concern. So you can even choose to go to Ermengarde after leaving Hogwarts. Even if his views are inherently at odds with yours, even if Dumbledore when persuading me, I said that you have a reason why you would never vote for Grindelwald, then why did you choose this way? Why did you share your wisdom with him? Because you know that Grindelwald will not succeed. I admit it. Nelson nodded and admitted generously, I have always denied that I'm a prophet, because what I foresee is not a clue in the unknown. What I know, they are extremely clear, but to me, they seem to be real. It happened, but you know, a lot of things have changed, Tom. Fate is not unchangeable. So it's me you're afraid of, isn't it? Tom smiled. Can you tell me, what kind of person am I in the future you see? The cold wind followed the streets and turned firmly into this remote corner, and the temperature was the same for it, and no place would get rid of the change of seasons. Time seemed to be frozen, but the sand and gravel constantly hitting the wall reminded the two people standing here, like the ticking of a clock. Tom, you've become a devil. Switch boom snap. This was the sound of a glass bottle being thrown against the wall and shattered into dross. One of the most powerful, ruthless, and most failed Dark Lords ever. Tom breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing this sentence, he felt more relaxed. He patted Nelson's shoulder vigorously with his right hand. Does it feel much better to say it, Tom? Nelson stared at him blankly. I've actually considered this situation before. Tom smiled happily. It might be cool to be the Dark Lord, but Grindelwald has used this name, and the second person's grade is lower. I believe you won't end up like that, Tom. Nelson lowered his eyes, his tone full of determination. The story has changed a lot. After telling this deeply buried secret, Nelson was even more relaxed than Tom, who finally heard the secret. Actually, a long time ago, when you encouraged me every day, I felt it. Tom blinked. You are afraid that I will become that kind of person, but you are not afraid that I will be strong enough to endanger you. Take responsibility for beating me, or even killing me with your own hands. Yes, but I won't be easily defeated by you. That might not be the case. What's more, I won't be that kind of person. I don't have the slightest interest in these funny powers. Tom raised his head, looked up at the sky, and exposed his most vulnerable throat. If you are really afraid, you could have killed me anytime you wanted, but you didn't. Nah, you might not believe that I was the one who was afraid of you becoming the Dark Lord the day Jonas died. But I do not have. Yeah, but who knows? I think I might still be a demon king, and if anyone I care about is condemned by fate, I might really be an enemy of the world. Tom said low. There was a sparkle in his originally dry eyes. I thought at the time, if you are really disappointed in this world, I should give you a hand and stay with you. It looks like you have an answer. Yes, you are just like me, aren't you? On the way back to the castle, Nelson saw the ship belonging to Bogsburton and the Black Tower of Durmstrang from a distance, and beside Sigmund stood a white man, tightly wrapped in a white bandage, much like a mummy. What's that? Nelson narrowed his eyes and looked at the white guy. Even though he had good eyesight, he couldn't see the face inside through the bandage. Looks like a person. Tom looked up, glanced at it, and answered absently, "That's Cant. Ludwig Cant." Nelson raised his eyebrows. "I remember you were fighting him before going to London, right?" "Yes." "You beat him like this?" Nelson was speechless. "What kind of hatred? Didn't you lie to me that you were in a hurry?" Tom retorted, "I just went to the student activity room with him at that time, and this guy kept saying things like, 'Please show your real strength.' I just have to satisfy him." "Hey." Nelson lowered his eyebrows. "That's right. This guy doesn't look like the kind of person who will find a way for himself. He came to fight with you, and he may really just want to know what's wrong with you. He's pretty interesting." Tom nodded. "I'm really curious why a place like Durmstrang produces people with his character." Nelson put down his oars. "Riddle, I'm leaving." Ludwig stood in the cold wind, looking at the boat with two people on the distant Black Lake, his eyes full of strength. And Williams, Hogwarts is such an amazing place. Chapter 347. After all, Nelson and Tom did not say goodbye to Ludwig and Margaret. Although they have experienced some interesting stories together this semester, some people will only be passers-by in their lives. It is better to leave the suspense for the next time possible encounter. If only most people who passed each other could meet again. As the students affected by the silence recovered, the doctors of St. Mungo's also evacuated one after another. They kept silent about the face under Miss Joy's mask. Although Miss Joy didn't send them off, when everyone left they all went to her office, and Nelson was not too curious about the story of the hideous scar on Miss Joy's face. Everyone has an unbearable past, especially the one who chose to leave the scar on his face on the lady. Time passed quickly, as if everyone was lying in the corridor of the school hospital with their front feet, and their back feet had to sit in the examination room of the history of magic. Most people didn't know how trolls were driven out of towns where humans lived. Who is the wizard's helper of the rebellion is the answer to the question. Of course, these people did not include Nelson. He finished answering the history of magic test paper early, packed up his pen and paper, and left the examination room 5 minutes early under the direction of Professor Binns. But almost everyone who submits the papers early will face the same problem. What else can they do outside? The corridors of the castle are empty, and all the people sitting in the seats are writing quickly, hoping to write something in the last 5 minutes. The subject of history may not be the most interesting subject, but the test paper of the history test is definitely the most interesting test paper. You can see that people use their wild imagination to fill in all kinds of bizarre stories in the past time, when they are limited by their vision. When the modern people meet the ancient people limited by history, the fabricated stories are often absurd in their rationality, just like reading a comic novel about a knight charging towards a windmill. And this creative enterprise often happens in these last 5 minutes. Nelson didn't recall the exam questions like most people who study hard. His mind was completely filled with the conversation with Tom. After returning from the Ministry of Magic, when did Tom realize his worries? Was it from the time when the Ministry of Magic joke was included in the prophecy ball, or was it a long time ago when the two sat on the roof of the West Side orphanage and basked in the sun on a smoggy day? Nelson shook his head and took a deep breath. "What's wrong?" An old and misty voice suddenly sounded beside him. Nelson was startled and turned his head. "Professor Binns?" He squinted his eyes, and Professor Binns actually passed through the wall. "It's very convenient," Professor Binns said calmly. "Why are you sighing? Didn't you perform well? I believe that, even if you only show half of your level, you will get higher grades than everyone else." "No, Professor." Nelson shook his head. "I was thinking about other things. It's really strange, Nelson. I've been in Hogwarts for hundreds of years, and this is the first time I've seen a student who doesn't sigh for the exam after the exam." Professor Binns patted Nelson's shoulder, and the cold touch gave him Nelson had a feeling of ice cold butterbeer, but it made him wake up all of a sudden. Professor Binns continued, "I think you have been a little absent-minded recently, especially after the True Wizard tournament. As someone who has experienced it, I want to tell you a piece of advice. You say Never trust the words of those who have experienced it too much. Professor Binns made a rare playfulness, which made Nelson a little speechless. Seeing the expectant expression on Nelson's face, he said with satisfaction, "People still have to live in the present. It's tiring to think too much, Nelson, and you see, even I, a rotten ghost, understand this better than you do. Thank you, Professor." Professor Binns' consolation didn't help much, but it made Nelson feel a lot easier. For so many years, he has been struggling to tell Tom the story he knew, but practice always tells others the truth of victory. If someone jumped out at this time and said nonsense like Voldemort, Nelson might be the one who didn't believe it the least. Jingle bell, the bell rang for the end of the exam, but Professor Binns didn't move. He leaned against the wall, relatively silent with Nelson. "Professor, the exam is over. Don't you collect the paper. Let them make up a little more." Professor Binns shook his head and said considerately, "Look at their poor little heads and they can't remember anything, you know. At the end of the semester, the teacher is actually no more relaxed than the students. When we go through each paper, we do everything we can to make up points for the students, you know. When I corrected a paper in your class last year, someone said that the batter position in Quidditch was invented by trolls of. Have you given any points?" "Partially, because trolls like to hit ball-shaped things with sticks too. I mean wizards' heads. Ha ha ha. To tell you the truth, Professor, I'm not as good as a troll in playing basketball. When I was alive, I was a good player at the game. But Professor, Quidditch was invented in the 11th century. Ah, really?" Professor Binns shook his transparent head. "Your history of magic is really solid. You teach well," Nelson said with a smile. "Okay, it looks like you're getting better." Professor Binns nodded and said, "Then it's time to talk about something serious." "What's the matter, Professor?" Nelson's expression became serious in an instant. The serious matter related to Professor Binns can only be the despicable Hayerbo. "Is there something wrong with Hayerbo? I heard from Albus that you finished him," asked Professor Binns. "Pushed him in that door. Have you seen that door?" "I'm a ghost, kid. A ghost that has lived for a long time. I have heard many legends." Professor Binns nodded. "It seems that you have indeed done something that countless people cannot do. You chose to become a ghost at the beginning. At the time, I even made a plan for a protracted war to lead the people after the disaster, to find Hayerbo's Horcrux piece by piece, and finally defeat him. It stands to reason that people who own Horcruxes will be resisted by death, but you forced him into death, and there was a strange phenomenon. A wizard with a split soul died, but his Horcrux was still there. Did something happen? The Dementors are becoming more and more active, and their actions are much richer than they were 100 years ago. This is what Albus told me yesterday," Professor Binns said seriously. Well, how should I put it? It belongs to the restlessness of magic, and these magic powers are all similar. There are 12 places in total. Hayerbo has so many Horcruxes? Nelson was a little shocked, and couldn't help but raise his voice. "There should be 13, but don't worry, child. The most difficult enemy has been solved by you. You can't always think that everyone in the world is stupid except you." Professor Binns patted Nelson on the shoulder and said, "Believe me, there will always be excellent wizards to solve those problems, except for some special. Yes, it seems that he has hidden 2 Horcruxes in the Misty Realm, and even opened a gap in the Muggle settlement. I think there is no one in the world who is more familiar with it than you," Professor Binns said. "Sorry, boy, you took the biggest risk all by yourself, but you still have to do the finishing touches of the trash." "Sorry, Professor, I have sworn an oath to the Order of the Garter, and I'm also a clean person." Nelson blinked. "Besides, Hayerbo hates me to the bone. I should seize the opportunity to let this evil guy bid farewell." "Don't worry, he has indeed bid farewell. This time, you can inspect his prey as a winner," Professor Binns said with a smile. "That's right. Unlike the fear and powerlessness of facing unknown powerful enemies and desperate situations before, Hayerbo's fragmented remnant soul was nothing more than a stake for his advanced magic to Nelson fill up. May my late friends bless you, child." Professor Binns blinked. "Let me thank you for them, too. Small idea. After the exam, I will send someone to send you the address. It seems that this is not a very important matter." Nelson looked at the position of Professor Binns, and he was gone, leaving only a fluttering 10 minutes. I'm somewhat looking forward to what interesting history these little guys will create, and I hope they will stop using strange things for Quidditch. He created a legend. Through the wall, Nelson could hear the final struggle of the students in the classroom behind him, and another magnificent unofficial history was about to unfold on the test paper. Nelson looked towards the door of the classroom. He didn't expect Alfred to be the first one to come out. His face was full of depression and pain. He would do this every time after the exam. When he saw Nelson, Alfred's eyes lit up immediately. Move closer here. How did you do in the morning? Alfred asked impatiently. How did you do on the exam? History of magic? Nelson teased. You care about the exam, Alfred. I thought you were aiming to be dismissed by the school. How could it be? I have always aimed to be a good student. You see how well I did in the last month, and I even added points to the college. Alfred quibbled loudly, and it's afternoon now. I'm talking about divination lessons. Thank you, Alfred. I hope you can still perform like this next semester. Tom walked from behind him, patted Alfred on the shoulder, and said, you know, the subject of divination, even if it's true that you don't know anything, and you can also fool yourself by pretending to have telepathy. Mrs. Clemens won't care about such things. So what did you get? Nelson looked at Alfred and asked curiously. Me. Alfred scratched his head. I think my answer should please her. After all, no one can refuse a new dress from her husband. You predicted that her husband would give her a new dress? Nelson had a weird expression on his face. Yeah, what's the matter? Damn, I miscalculated. Don't skirts be popular in their generation? Oh. Tom shook his head at Alfred in a long voice. I don't know if it's popular or not, but I know Mrs. Clemens doesn't have a husband. If she finds true love before scoring and receives a new dress. Don't worry, Tom. Nelson dragged Tom away, leaving Alfred standing there alone, feeling melancholy. Mrs. Clemens always grades on the spot. Think about it. It's going to be a holiday soon. At least Alfred doesn't have to receive a roaring letter from Mr. Black. He'll yell at me to my face. Alfred murmured with a sad face. I hope Godric Gryffindor will be the initiator of the Goblin Rebellion. Hearing this sentence, the ghost professor who had just floated out of the classroom almost fell to the ground. Nelson clearly saw his face change from transparent to cloudy, and seemed to be thinking about how to give points at full capacity. Nelson quickened his pace, and Tom disappeared down the corridor. What's the matter? Are you nervous about the final potions exam? I remember you can get full marks in a class right away. No, Tom. What are your plans for this holiday? What arrangements can I have? Tom shrugged. Aren't we all the same? I will go wherever you go. It seems that you suddenly have some arrangements? Yes. Nelson nodded. We can harvest Hayerbo's remnant soul now. Isn't he dead yet? Is this a qualified Dark Lord? It's really disgusting. Tom frowned. In addition to disgusting, his recent catchphrase added qualified Dark Lord. Why is he as lingering as Christian's own father? No, he's dead, Nelson said, taking out a black, but crystal-like eyeball-like stone from his pocket. It's just his Horcrux remnant. When he died, those magic powers became restless. You see, Tom, this is the material I was looking for Professor Slughorn's gift, but it seems to have deteriorated, and it doesn't look like a soul. I think, if I must find the soul of an evil wizard, Hayerbo's Horcrux, maybe it is the most perfect, not to mention those fragments must be very weak. Those? How much? 2. I thought there were more than 100. I hope it's not too far away. Tom thought for a moment, and licked his lips. I hope his lingering shadow can have the same ability as himself. I really want to be as famous as that. As an opponent of my enemy, I have never had a chance, although he is a little weaker. I hope he can please me. I'm looking forward to it, Tom. What time do we take the train? Judging by Tom's appearance, it seems that he is ready to pack up and salute and set off. There's an exam tomorrow. It doesn't matter if I don't take the potions exam. I can still take the second place in the whole year. Why don't you take the first place? Nelson asked. No, I don't know where it is yet. Professor Binns should let us go after the exam. It doesn't look like an imminent crisis. It's a bit boring. Tom shrugged. You can get full marks in that subject without the exam. Of course I'm second. Huh. Isn't that Professor Slughorn? Good afternoon, Professor. He waved to Professor Slughorn, who had just come out of McGonagall's office. Oh, my favorite children, Professor Slughorn greeted with a smile. Happy holidays. Happy to you too. Nelson bowed slightly. Professor, okay, needless to say, I know. Chapter 348 The Great Success of the Lion, the Eagle and the Badger. Happy vacation. Dumbledore stood in the middle of the staff's long table and said to Lang Sheng that, although the students who had escaped from the suffering of the exam were exhausted, they still cheered for the arrival of the holiday. Although today's weather is not very good, the dome of the auditorium is brightly lit by the sun. Dumbledore is bathed in the sun, looking at the college scoreboard directly above the gate, showing a relieved smile. I understand your desire to get away from us annoying teachers, Dumbledore said with a wink and a smile, but I still have some clichés to say. No, Professor, tell me. There was a burst of applause and whistles from the long table of Gryffindor, as if Dumbledore had just performed a unique skill such as swallowing a sword point. But this year's Gryffindor is different from previous years. The long table is no longer occupied by gold and red, but there are many colors of other houses. If you observe carefully, you will find that the students from the 4 houses are sitting together, enjoying other long table delicacies. This has never happened before. Okay, hospitality is hard to come by. Dumbledore pressed his palms, and the auditorium quickly fell silent, with everyone staring at him. Dumbledore cleared his throat and said in a low voice, this semester, we have experienced many things. We have overcome difficulties together, won victories, and gained honors. But it is all worth it, my dear children. I have seen the invaluable strength in you. The reason why we can overcoming difficulties is because of our unity. Dumbledore's tirade did not arouse the students' plans. On the contrary, they who had passed out in the same corridor understood the value of unity in Dumbledore's mouth more than ever. Solo guys, but they don't turn down a friend's hand anymore. Maybe when the next semester starts, they will still return to their respective long tables, but this memory will be forever treasured in their hearts. It's the most anticipated time of the year again. Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the phantoms of 4 animals appeared above his head, accompanied by 4 hourglasses filled with gems. It's time to reveal this year's Academy Cup. When it comes to the winner, everyone guess which college will win the crown. Dumbledore made a fool of himself, but no one seemed to accept his burden. Well, Dumbledore was a little disappointed. He shrugged and shouted, Slytherin. Boom. The dome was suddenly filled with green fireworks. The Hogwarts school flag was rendered green, and the snake on the school emblem gently embraced the lion, eagle and badger with its tail. Amid the sudden burst of cheers, the auditorium was filled with the flag of Slytherin. Beside the long table of Gryffindor, Alfred tore off his school robe, jumped onto the table, and yelled triumphantly, "Did you see that? That's what I said. I was detained for hundreds of dollars. Don't worry about points." He looked triumphantly around the joyous auditorium, but this gesture only lasted a second, and then he languished, after meeting Slughorn's eyes. Like a 30-year-old man, he tried to hide himself. In the chalk that was half scattered by the people around him, he jumped off the long table lightly. "What's the matter, Alfred?" Ravenclaw's Dwight also sat at the Gryffindor long table. This Ravenclaw prefect didn't treat himself as an outsider at all, and dragged Alfred to pulling on the long table. "You have made history. Since the birth of the College Cup, you are the person who has deducted the most points in a semester, and you have even been ranked in the top 10 of the 7-year list. Don't worry. I asked Nelson. This is real. Brother, don't say it. Don't say it." Alfred looked through the moving heads, secretly staring at Professor Slughorn, who had a livid face, but kept staring at him, bent hard and tried to hide himself completely. "We want to be low-key. Low-key. I understand. You are going to set a record that no one has come after, right?" Dwight rubbed his hands excitedly. "I wrote to Nelson during the holidays, who is the person who deducted the most points in 7 years in history." Just like here, the other 3 long tables were also in jubilation. In the entire auditorium, except for Professor Slughorn, there should be no one in a bad mood. Surrounded by a group of students, Tom said slowly, "It's all thanks to everyone. Yes, a person's destiny, of course, depends on self-struggle, but it also needs to be considered. Yes, Thank you, Carlo. I will definitely go to your house to bother you if I have a chance. And you too, Parkinson. This time I won the championship, thanks to the magic spell you taught me. Nelson laughed to a group of students who wanted to talk to him about the test questions. What's wrong now? Tom pushed his way through the crowd, raising his eyebrows with his glass. I was wondering how you managed to make pumpkin juice like red wine. It takes practice. Tom curled his lips. Everyone is having a good time. Yes. The two looked at each other and looked at the staff table. Dumbledore was raising his glass to them and blinked. The three of them clinked a glass in the distance and returned to the jubilation. Regarding the fact that Slytherin won the House Cup, no one raised any objections and no one expressed surprise. In fact, for the students of the other three houses, they knew more about Slytherin than the Slytherins. How many points did Slytherin get? The hardest ones were the Ravenclaw students. Their scores were originally second. After becoming number one, they might not be able to restrain their desire to answer questions, so they compared their scores with Slytherins. The difference widened. And the Hufflepuffs are also working hard. They are long-term, carefully looking for Slytherin anywhere. The stand of Hufflepuff is the closest to Slytherin. They witnessed Professor Slughorn madly giving Alpha the whole process of deducting points. They finally succeeded. I was never so happy when I published the thesis. Dumbledore put down the glass of pumpkin juice, turned his head, and said to McGonagall. With the help of Dumbledore, McGonagall quickly dealt with the affairs at home and did not bring his emotions to school. Even after returning to school, his enthusiasm for work was higher than before. Dumbledore was a little worried, but he knew that worrying was useless. Well, Mag is such a person. She is strict, upright, and meticulous. She has always separated work and life clearly, but he also believes in Mag. Although such a change is big, it will not defeat her. Albus, it's crazy. The whole school is helping Slytherin to cheat. This is unimaginable. Minerva, did you help them cheat? Dumbledore turned his head and asked with a smile, do you still think this is cheating? No, Albus, it's just, I don't know what they'll say about you. You're the headmaster after all. I hope Hogwarts, a school history can properly record everything that happened this year. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, pushing the plate in front of him towards McGonagall. Try the lemon pudding. Well, it tastes good, if you don't mind me eating a piece. Albus, aren't you worried that others will say that you condone, or even lead fraud? If future Hogwarts students see the stories that happened this year in the history of the school, I think what will impress them most will not be the Triwizard Tournament. It will not be the attack on Second Salem. It will not be it's a campus full of auras and warriors holding up trophies. Dumbledore chewed the pudding carefully, showing a satisfied expression. But Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, the story of the children throwing away the honor of the House Cup and helping Slytherin make up points together. You see how happy they are laughing. This is Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat did not put these 11-year-old students. The young people were separated, but they were brought closer together. As the head of Gryffindor, aren't you proud of the Gryffindor children? I'm not at all. I'd rather they share the answers to the class problems with Slytherin like Ravenclaws than that weird set of relativity you know. Just 2 hours ago, 7th grader Sub also brought 15 people with host to dig the wall, and he said that deducting points from us is equivalent to adding points to Gryffindor. McGonagall clasped her hands angrily, but Dumbledore just looked at her with a smile. After a few seconds, Mag lowered his head and muttered softly, well, I'm still a little bit proud. That's right, Minerva, do you remember that kid who knocked you off your broom a few years ago? How could I forget? McGonagall rubbed his arms with a look of reminiscence. I understand too, he just wants to win. Did you know that after that match, he was beaten up by his teammates in the Slytherin locker room? Dumbledore secretly picked up another piece of pudding from the plate in front of McGonagall. At that time, Horace wanted to go in and stop it, but he was hit by a bat spell and couldn't find where the doorknob was. Is there such a thing? Mag was lost in thought and didn't notice that the pudding in front of her was missing 2 pieces. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Dumbledore. Wait, what did you say? Head of Gryffindor? Ah, didn't I tell you? Dumbledore said with a smile. You performed very well during the internship period. The school directors and teachers recognized your ability very much. Oh, I may have forgotten to hand over the letter of appointment to you. This. McGonagall took the appointment letter from Dumbledore, which was beautifully packaged in a gift box, and held it tightly in her arms, a little choked up. Professor Dumbledore, no, Albus, I'm a little son. Minerva, I know you are still a little confused. Dumbledore patted McGonagall on the shoulder and said, forgive me for making a selfish decision for you. Hogwarts is very short of an excellent professor like you, son. They like you too. I will work hard. Mag's expression suddenly became serious, and he put away the letter of appointment and said solemnly, of course, I never doubted this. Dumbledore smiled happily. Now you are the real Professor McGonagall. I guess Filius' problem is not too big. I trust him as much as I trust myself. McGonagall nodded. But Albus, why is a lemon pudding you let me taste an empty plate? Is there? Haha, maybe I read it wrong. Haha. By the way, Albus, let me ask you a question. Professor Slughorn suddenly poked his head a little far away and asked, can teachers care about students learning during the holidays? I mean, home visits and the like of. Horace, let Mr. Black go. Dumbledore immediately figured out what Professor Slughorn was going to do. He laughed and said, clutching his belly, young people need vacations. It seems to be possible. Professor Slughorn seemed ready to go his own way. I think Boraux also thinks that excellent grades are more important than a pleasant vacation. I wish you a happy holiday, Horace. Dumbledore stood up, pressed his wand to his throat, and said loudly, those holiday notes that everyone doesn't like will be sent to your home with a salute later. Now, enjoy your vacation. Great. Countless hats flew to the sky above the auditorium, shuttling among the gentle snakes, and it is unknown where they took out these hats. In the corner of the auditorium, the figure of Slytherin stayed in an inconspicuous landscape painting. He stared at the figure of Tom talking and laughing with his classmates, and said to himself, what is everyone's credit? It is obviously Slytherin's gift. Yes, thanks to the teachings of the great, noble, and powerful Lord Salazar Slytherin. Finney's words of approval came from the edge of the frame, and Slytherin's face instantly became uglier than that of Professor Slughorn. With the sudden appearance of Peeves, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its climax. Everyone stared at this new ghost this year, expecting him to make a big move on the last day of the semester, but he disappointed everyone. The ghost came out from the middle of the long table and Slytherin looked around first, and after confirming that the bloody Baron was not there, he approached Nelson reluctantly. Said the voice, Master Nelson, Old Man Bones asked me to bring it to you. The Hogwarts Express, like every year in the past, is full of students traveling through the vast wilderness of England. Muggle-born, pure-blood, and half-blood students are guided by it through the fog of magic, and back to the world to where they live. Michael, is there anyone else in your academy doing those tricks? The car where Nelson was full of seats. He was helping Wahlberger to read his palm. Tom looked past Christian and asked Myrtle. No, they're kinda now. HMPH, most people in Ravenclaw are kind. Tom nodded. I believe those who are not kind have learned to be kind by now. Tom, you have to be gentle. Nelson raised his head and said, look, the gentle line in Wahlberger's palm is very long. Is there such a thing? Of course. Nelson nodded seriously. People who are gentle and long line generally live more tenaciously. I feel like you're lying to me. Tom couldn't believe it at all. Have you bought the ticket yet? Do I owe a Muggle transport company? Buying tickets? What are you going to do? Christian raised his head and asked loudly. I'll buy you a birthday present. Nelson rubbed her newsboy hat. Don't forget to practice magic during the holidays. Little wizards can't perform magic during the holidays. It's not a big problem, Wahlberger said. You can come to my house. In a wizard's family, you can use magic as you like. Zhangxi won't be so careful. Chapter 349 Across the Ocean. It's really cold. Tom walked down the gangway slowly, took his hands out of his pockets, held them to his mouth, exhaled a mouthful of hot air, and rubbed them gently. Behind him, an intern on board in a sailor suit was struggling to carry a box, and moved down step by step. Tom turned his head, glanced at the intern, and stretched out his hand. Give me the box, don't block the way of the people behind. "Sir, I'm sorry, your suitcase is too heavy," the intern said intermittently with his sailor cap tilted to one side. He let out a puff of white air and handed the suitcase over tremblingly. "It's clear that the weather is very cold today." But he was flushed with heat. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to offend you. It's just okay. Okay, we know." Nelson patted the intern on the shoulder, took the box from his hand, and carried it easily in his hand. "Sir, please excuse me." "Oh, alright." The intern clung to the railing of the gangway and leaned aside, staring blankly at Nelson walking briskly down carrying 2 boxes that he could barely lift. "You should teach him to support himself." Tom patted Nelson on the shoulder, took his suitcase from his hand, and the two walked side by side to the office building at the port. "Isn't this in a hurry?" Nelson shrugged. "Besides, it's really embarrassing for ordinary people to carry it." "That's true." Tom put a lot of things in the box. His preparations for the first time across the ocean were a bit too extensive. In Nelson's words, "You can even live in a box." Although it is still far from winter, Boston, which is near the sea, has felt the wetness brought by the monsoon early. It may be better to be closer to the inland, but this does not prevent Tom from fastening his buttons early. He was wearing a coat of the same style as Nelson's, except that it was black in color. The 2 silver buttons were neatly arranged from the collar to the hem of the coat, composed almost exclusively of black and white. Against the background of the factory-lined city of Boston, it appears to be a black and white photo of the time. The young man grew up very fast. Compared with the beginning of the Triwizard Tournament, Tom has changed greatly. His young body has become strong, his head held high, and he exudes a convincing self-confidence. The silver necklace hangs quietly on the chest, more dazzling than the sun blocked by the cloud. The heavy coat hung on his body, but he seemed to be getting thinner and thinner. His chiseled chin and eyes so deep that it was hard to look directly attracted countless eyes around him. The locals and passengers who had just disembarked were all guessing. What exactly is this young man who stands out from the crowd here for? Is this Boston? Tom curled his lips, as if disappointed by the sight here. It's really uncreative, with the same name, and it looks just as ugly. This place is also called New England. When the United States was a British colony, this is where the prisoners and missionaries first landed. Nelson put the suitcase in his hand on the ground, raised the brim of his soft felt hat, and took out a rough printed map of Boston from his pocket. But only he and Tom could see that a few red dots were flashing on the map. Soft blonde hair protruded from under the brim of the hat and was scattered casually. Unlike Tom's meticulously combed hairstyle, Nelson seemed to be a very easygoing person. His eyes were fixed on the map in his hand, and he drew on it casually a few lines. Nelson was more frost resistant than Tom. His brown coat was open to reveal a crewneck sweater over his shirt. A large curvy N added a touch of vitality to the otherwise formal dress. The hat was very old, just like his leather boots with muddy soles, but the owner of the Trilby had taken great care of it, and despite the fraying, it was still clean. Tom glanced at Nelson's hat and suggested, "Let me buy you a new one." "No." Nelson shook his head. "Dumbledore promised me that he would teach me some practical magic next semester." "What? A spell that makes the hat brand new?" Tom joked, watching them closely. "You guessed it right." Nelson nodded. According to him, there is another spell. As long as you cast it on the mop and basin once, you won't have to mop the floor yourself for 15 years. I suggest that he apply for a patent, and it will definitely sell for a lot of money. Tom calculated shrewdly. Those who live alone must like this spell very much, such as my uncle. If the conversation between them is heard by anyone present, they will think it is crazy talking, and some superstitious people will even report it to the church. But no one dares to approach them. Even those who wandered around the pier, the local snakes, or the gangsters who make a living as tour guides dare not approach. Indeed. Nelson recalled the pig's nest-like wooden house, showing an expression of approval. "Let's take a taxi to the city center. It is said that someone will meet us there." "Are you from the Magical Congress of America?" Tom asked curiously. "I don't know. Who knows who Professor Binns will ask for help." Nelson thought for a while, and said, "To be fair, I don't really expect a few ghosts who are as old as him to help, so that we will be distracted. Let the witnessing muggles not be scared to death." "Oh yes, in America, muggles are called no-mages." It doesn't sound like a good word. Tom frowned, especially this no-mage. It sounds even worse. I don't really understand why a group of wizards who were almost wiped out by the Muggle epidemic are so confident, but now there may not be many indigenous wizards in the Magical Congress of America. Just like Alvermorny, Indians are actually only a very small part. After all, Nelson picked up the suitcase and walked towards the opposite direction of the sea. Tom followed him. In the distance behind him, the intern who had climbed the stairs for a long time was looking at them dumbfounded. "You said we'd run into Principal Duppert?" Tom asked. "He's been here to hug the second Salem guys all the time." "Who knows? There has been no serious news about him for a long time, and there are only some gossip rumors. It is really hard for me to understand why he went to slay the dragon today and fell under the skirt of Grindelwald tomorrow. Will DeVoe wear a skirt? Do the reporters really think he needs to seduce a former headmaster? I don't find it strange what those people say." Tom shrugged. "By the way, do you have any reliable news about the Horcrux here? I only know that it's in Salem. I have to say that there are some theories about where Hayerbo chose to bury the Horcruxes. Each of them has some historical background." Nelson tucked the map under his arm. From another pocket he took out a letter and handed it to Tom, saying, "I'm angry when I talk about this matter. Look, this is the intelligence capability of our Ministry of Magic officials. What's the matter?" Tom opened the letter paper curiously and read softly, "Dear Mr. Nelson Wertling Williams. More than 2/3 of the text are greeting me, expressing respect for my touching deeds of protecting Hogwarts, and welcoming me to work in the Ministry of Magic after graduation." Nelson pointed to a small piece of the letter. "This is all the information. Salem, tourist city, no wizard contact point." "Ah, is this the only thing they say about such an important place?" Tom asked with a complicated expression. "Is Second Salem's hiding ability so good?" "It's not, Tom. They're just arrogant. Even if Moran of Second Salem almost wrung their child's head off, they would only say a tourist city. A lot of seemingly huge forces died in arrogance. Andre had come here to rescue Berry, and even had a face-to-face meeting with Principal Duppert. Much more useful information." Nelson said, "Do you remember the alchemy shop owner we met in the Hidiot? The guy who sold me the camera in Hogsmeade? Remember, although he buys and sells by force, and I bought a lot of things I don't need, they are really good and cheap." Tom nodded. "Is there any problem?" "He is a high-level cadre of Second Salem, or the former high-level cadre who was arrested." Nelson looked around and whispered, "He has a clone-making ability similar to Caractacus Burke. Ability, which is why we meet him all over the world. Andre suspects that he is the person in charge or the real implementer of Second Salem's plan to abduct wizard children, and I think that his special ability maybe it has a close relationship with Hayerbo." "Oh." Tom raised his eyebrows. "Bodgen Burke's colleagues? Interesting, but Salem himself has been confirmed dead. What else can Salem find? It's very difficult. According to the current intelligence, Salem has already emptied their family property for that attack. At present, only a few traitor wizards who have not received orthodox training are left. And that guy who doesn't know the depth, he is at best similar to Borgin Bok, but because of Hayerbo's death, the unowned magic power in his Horcrux may be used by Dagu, who has a relationship with him, and he may be solved. It's going to take a lot of work," Nelson said, "and all we have to do is make it impossible for them to turn over. Unfortunately, I don't dislike Second Salem very much. Their appeal is normal, but it's just too weak." Tom said pitifully, "I wanted to go shopping there. By the way, that camera will not have any problems?" "I'm also a little unsure, but after dismantling it, I found that it seemed to be much older than his age." Nelson shook his head, "But I was still a little worried, so I gave it to Penguin. You know, that say person who can study magic penguins and find flowers. I think with his temperament, he must be able to find something interesting." "Well," Tom shook his fist, "I really don't understand. What the hell is the Magical Congress of America doing? Why can't they even solve a Second Salem who is almost all Muggles, and Duppert Principal? They are just like Sagan and Kant during the True Wizard tournament. They are really useless. You be careful, that Principal Duppert heard scolding you on the chocolate frog card." "What's that? Did Principal Duppert have a picture? How do you know?" "Coincidentally, I received an invitation next time, and I may become a character in the next round of chocolate frog pictures." Nelson twisted his shoulders and said in desperation, I was not very interested in this kind of trading card game before, but now I thought it was pretty interesting. After all, I was on Transfiguration today, why don't I know? Tom gave Nelson a shocked look. No, I must have one. This is the opportunity, Tom. Nelson smiled. Training against a strong enemy can also gain fame. Isn't this much better than regional militants? I thought you were insinuating. Tom rolled Nelson's look, but you're right. He immediately became full of fighting spirit, wishing to have a fight with Hayerbo's Horcrux on the spot. Let's go. Let's get a ride. Go to the bar marked with an asterisk on the map. There are people who can help us. The two have already walked to the road outside the pier. There are many drivers waiting to solicit customers. Most of the taxis here are horse-drawn carts and rickshaws. In this age, when the automobile industry is not yet complete, you can see all kinds of vehicles walk side by side on the road, and most of the tourists are black and yellow faces. Nelson shook his head reluctantly. In this young country that has not yet learned to whitewash the peace, the bad roots of human nature will always be exposed, infinitely magnified and placed naked on the table. Two gentlemen, a groom with a dirty face and no obvious appearance, came up, rubbed his hands and asked, do you want a ride? We chartered a car. Nelson nodded, handed over a banknote, and explained the location. Tom and he got into the carriage. After a while, with the unique bumps of the dirt road, they started towards their destination. Nelson secretly enchanted the cushions to make them less disgusting. Speaking of which, this is the first time for us to travel abroad together. Looking at the thick smoke billowing from the factory outside the window, Tom sighed. It's not easy. Czech Republic, France, Albania. Nelson said with his eyes closed. Can that count? Tom pouted. It's much more comfortable this time. The bumpy journey was slow and fast. In less than an hour, the carriage stopped slowly with the driver's shouts. Gentlemen, here we are. The driver knocked on the car door, but there was no response from inside, so he had to open the door. Nelson and Tom were gone. Only a change was placed on the seat. The driver shook his head in a daze and picked up the money. Nelson and Tom were standing a block away, frowning at the bar's sign. I knew it. When I saw the word bar, I had a bad feeling. Nelson showed a toothache expression. Are all the bars in the world run by vampires? Unbelievable. Tom took a step forward and pushed open the wooden door. This remote bar was empty, and it seemed to be closed when it opened. He called inside and asked, is the boss there? Double the monthly pass. It's the end of the month. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 350 Aerial Encounter. Oh. Could it be that you are Mr. Williams? A man with thinning hair and wrinkled skin raised his head from behind the bar. He spoke English with an Eastern European accent, which was incompatible with the dirty and dilapidated bar. His voice was as sharp and piercing as fingernails on a blackboard feeling. The bar counter seems to be made of wood, but it is covered with black dirt. It seems that it has not been cleaned for a long time. There is no alcohol smell in the bar, only a faint smell, like musty and blood mixed in the stench fermented together, and the furnishings in the bar were very similar to the Troker bar in London. They were all the time seducing those bad memories of Nelson, which made him feel very uncomfortable. I am. Nelson poked his head out from behind Tom and took off his hat. Sir, Professor Binns asked me to come to you. Binns? The man stood up on the bar, jumped off the chair with a poof, and a few seconds later pushed the bar partition and moved out. Only then did Nelson get a full view of him. He is an old goblin, but he shouldn't be so short. Looking down from the hem of his clothes, this man has no legs, so he moves on the ground by relying on the broken parts of his body. Maybe he can't feel the pain, or maybe he's right, the pain was already numb, and even without legs, he walked like flying and easily climbed up to the chair in front of the bar, beckoning them to sit down. That's right. Nelson held his hat in front of his chest and sat down across from him and replied, we are here to investigate Hayerbo's Horcrux, and we hope we can get some help from you. You're welcome. But is Beans the ghost professor at Hogwarts? He curled his lips and said, Albus Dumbledore asked me to wait for you two here, so to speak. Is he Tom Riddle? He looked over Nelson and looked at Tom, who was the first to enter the door. After getting an affirmative answer, he said, introduce yourself. You can call me Troker. Troker? Nelson raised his eyebrows. There is a vampire owner in a bar in London, and his name is also Troker. What's the matter? Old Troker tilted his head and asked, is my name strange? No, Monsieur Troker, but I have seen a gentleman with your name in London. I know him. Old Troker nodded. The naming rules for vampires are a bit special. Are you a vampire too? Not like it? Old Troker laughed at himself. Indeed, you probably haven't seen such a short vampire before. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. It's okay, I don't care. Old Troker's cloudy old eyes flashed a blood red. That only belongs to vampires. He clenched his fists and said, to tell you the truth, my legs are what you were looking for 70 years ago. Those muggles cut it off. They wanted me to be the obscure, but what young wizards can do, young vampires can't do. But I escaped and waited for 2 people who could help me get revenge. Didn't I? A simple sentence told a story that was unexpected but reasonable. Nelson looked at Old Troker and nodded silently. Old Troker grinned grinningly, rubbing his blunt teeth. I'll have someone send you to Salem, but before that, you need some reasonable camouflage. He clapped his hands, and a clerk who couldn't tell the race brought out 2 unconscious people from the back door, and he showed Nelson a kind and ferocious smile. I caught it the day before yesterday, and it's still fresh. Do you need to torture yourself? His eager expression froze when he saw Nelson shaking his head, so he searched out 2 copper coins with broken wand patterns from the 2 men with a straight face, and flicked them towards Tom and Nelson. Well, really no mood. Take these 2 steel coins and stick them together. You will know where Salem is. These beasts are all in groups of 2. Don't blame me for not reminding. Nelson reached out and grabbed the 2 copper coins spinning in the air. He didn't want to stay in this place for a second. After saying goodbye, they left the bar quickly with the suitcase. Just when the 2 walked out of the store and stood in the not so warm sunshine, the wooden door closed behind them with a bang, followed by the sound of water splashing on the ground. This vampire. Tom looked back at the illegible signboard. It's very different from my impression. I'm afraid he suffered a lot in Second Salem. It sounds like he was arrested as a wizard when he was a child, but he didn't meet their standards. Nelson shook his head. The magic power that is rampant, but has nowhere to vent is dangerous. Is he strong? No, I mean, he could blow himself up. He doesn't care about Horcruxes at all, and he doesn't care about the crisis that her bow may bring. He only cares about whether we can help him avenge Second Salem. Nelson narrowed his eyes. Dumbledore rarely has such anger in his heart. My friend, I can't imagine what happened to torture him into such a morbid state, but although he didn't say anything, I still got some information we need. What? Where is Salem? Tom took the 2 coins from Nelson and fiddled with them. Our journey may not be too easy. Although his tone was extremely cautious, Nelson's expression was relaxed. We may even encounter unexpected dangers. You mean the Magical Congress of America? You guessed it too, Tom. I also feel that something is wrong. If Professor Binns or Dumbledore really want us to solve the problem here as soon as possible, then it is undoubtedly the most convenient way to turn to the local Ministry of Magic. But the local snake who received us is a half-crippled vampires. That's pretty self-explanatory. Yes, it looks like they may have some problems. While playing with the 2 unknown coins, Tom said, this Troker said that he was caught 70 years ago, which proves that the theft of wizard children in Second Salem began at least 70 years ago. Not to mention the testimony of him escaping from it. There is no reason for the Magical Congress of America not to quickly wipe out these vulnerable muggles. But they didn't, and even 70 years later, they are still rampant. Nelson rubbed his chin and said, I have never understood why the Majestic Magic Council can't even deal with the stragglers made of muggles. It doesn't really mean to wipe out Second Salem. What's even more funny is that even Tina was kept in the dark. As soon as Nelson finished speaking, it seemed that he had found the right angle. The 2 coins in Tom's hands were pressed together tightly with a thud. One of them was still a broken wand, but the other was put back together. A complete one. With the shaking of Tom's arm, it swayed slowly like a compass. Tom put the coin flat in his palm. His wand shook and pointed firmly to the northeast, but there was still a slight deviation from Salem on the map. Sure enough, they didn't just stay in Salem swaggeringly. Let's go. The 2 picked up the box and walked quickly towards the direction indicated by the coin. The two who had cast the magic walked quickly, seemingly taking a walk, but they approached the border of Boston in just half an hour. There are many slums here, and the dark side of the bright people in the city center is quietly breeding here. Along the way, Nelson and Tom have encountered several waves of malicious figures blocking them from the corner of the street, but based on the principle of not easily using magic to attack muggles and not causing trouble, they chose to leave quickly. The gangsters couldn't stop them, but they saw two well-dressed people coming from a distance, but when they walked forward, they only saw the empty street. In just a few minutes, another urban legend appeared on the street. Born in this harbor city. Finally, after getting rid of the locust-like hooligans, Nelson and Tom set foot on the outskirts of land. Standing beside the barren field, Nelson looked at the direction pointed by the coin and parted ways from the main road. There's no one here, shall we fly? Tom suddenly took out a streamlined broom from the box. This broom was slender and beautiful. It was the popular Silver Arrow series. Looking at the astonished Nelson, Tom let the broom float by his hand and stepped on it. When did you buy it? A long time ago, didn't you find out? This is an old style. Tom raised his eyebrows and said proudly, if you really don't know how to ride a broom, I can consider giving you a ride. But Nelson was not in a hurry. He grabbed the gap in his pocket and gently opened it. Silver light gushed out of his pocket like a waterfall and quickly gathered at his feet. After a while, a silver skateboard more beautiful than a broom appeared at his feet. Nelson stepped on it, and a few good buckles were born on the board to fix his feet on it. He waved his finger lightly, and a mayfly flew in front of Tom and took the suitcase from his hand. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and the suitcase disappeared. Tom took a closer look and found that his own suitcase was hidden inside the cavity in the belly of a tiny mayfly. No, will your alchemy creatures use the traceless stretching spell? Tom raised his eyebrows in surprise. You have this thing. Why didn't you take it out earlier? I set it up in advance. I have a few mayflies that are specially used to carry things. I use that little silver ball to transform it. Nelson stuffed his luggage into the skateboard under his feet and smiled. To let you exercise, Tom. HMPH. Tom shrugged, non-committal. I have an interesting idea. Standing up, Nelson looked at Tom and smiled. Make one for me too. Tom looked enviously at Nelson's advanced aircraft and was stunned. What an interesting idea. I saw Nelson raised his wand and lightly tapped it on Tom's back. Tom only felt a cold breath spreading from his vest to his whole body, but it stopped abruptly when it touched the front. Phantom spell. Are you so cautious? No, this is not an ordinary disillusionment spell. Nelson did the same and nodded behind himself. This is a half disillusionment spell. From the front, it is clear, but the back is invisible. After all, he turned around, and the effect was exactly the same as what he said. Can you see it from the front? Tom raised his eyebrows. Yes, if our guess is correct, the Wizards of the Magical Congress of America may be closer to Second Salem than us. Then, Nelson took out the black mask Tom gave him and put it on his face. Let's go. Remember to wear a mask or your face will be blown crooked. As soon as the words fell, a silver light flashed and Nelson's figure had disappeared. Tom glanced at the silver arrow under his buttocks with distaste, kicked the ground with his foot, and flew into the air with a whoosh. Tom, who flew into the clouds, found Nelson who was waiting. The two looked at each other through the mask and flew towards the direction pointed by the coin at full speed. Did you say that Quidditch games can use transportation other than brooms? Tom asked loudly against the wind. What are you thinking? Nelson said with a smile. Then I fly a plane and knock out all the contestants, so I can happily find the snitch all by myself. Nelson was flying very comfortably. In front of him, a group of mayflies arranged in a flock of bees were diligently breaking through the wind, which gave him more energy to discuss Quidditch with Tom as a fan. But although Tom flew well, but he didn't like this sport, even after flying for a while, because he disliked the broomstick too much. He simply threw it back into the bag, and he flew forward in that cool way of blowing black smoke, although consumes mana. But at least it looks a lot better. In this way, the two chatted while flying, and Nelson even explained vividly like a Quidditch master how to avoid the bludger. Like this, Tom. With just a light shoulder shake, Nelson shook his shoulders, demonstrating to Tom. Whoosh! A red light suddenly shot from obliquely in front of him, Just as Nelson, who was showing the movement of avoiding the bludger, dodged it, he reacted instantly, raised his wand, and pointed at the dark clouds under his feet. The wizard who attacked, and even flew into the sky, was captured by the mayfly in the cloud early. Under Nelson's order, the mayfly hiding in the thick dark cloud stimulated their energy. Boom. Intense lightning flashed, and the clouds were as soft and white as cotton candy 1 second, and suddenly became violent the next second. The accumulated thunder was stirred by the mayfly, and the two people's feet suddenly flashed and thundered. Nelson and Tom raised the altitude, and after the thunder, there was a heavy rain under their feet. The 5 drenched wizards rushed out of the dark clouds on brooms. Although they were embarrassed, their formation was not affected. Aura. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.